Hi there, good morning. We do apologize for the late start. This is Newsroom on GHOne TV. Our top stories now. Families of deceased victims of GAF recruitment stampede mourn the loss of their loved ones as government delegation visits bereaved families.
Me ba says here. You after me friend for na uncle. Me friend my friend in Brazil, uncle say. Oba wu me ba no mu a mocha na uncle eno. Na me ba ne da mochi.
Meanwhile, over 5,000 applicants standing in second day to participate in the Armed Forces recruitment exercise. We'll bring you shortly some more news as the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasila Toba-Forson, is expected to present the 2026 budget statement in Parliament. Do stay with us. We're back shortly with the details. Welcome once again to the bulletin. My name is Emmanuel Echabeng. We begin with rather a sad note. Two of the 6 female victims who lost their lives in the airworks stampede during the Ghana Armed Forces recruitment exercise in Accra have been identified as residents of Kaswa in the Owutu-Senya East municipality of the Central Region. Our correspondent Kwabena Ejekun Banahene brings us more on this report.
Echena, Mr. Frena, and Ofa and Osi, or Ya Ubanu, or Yaru, or da 37. Or da 37. Missy, Ediana see, or so me too, or background, no say, see, Yatiati Anisu. Oi, Yatiati Anisu, and I missy, ye. Yo, me ba says here. You after me friend for na uncle. Me friend, my friend in Brazil, uncle say. Oba wu me ba no mu a mocha na uncle eno. Na me ba ne da mochi.
Rather sad note, and our condolences to the families of the 6 ladies who lost their lives in the stampede that occurred here in Accra yesterday. Away from that, illegal mining continues to take a heavy toll on Ghana's water bodies in the Echuma and Punwa district of the Ashanti region, despite government's numerous anti-galamsey operations in the area. This development has compelled the National Concerned Small-Scale Mining Anti-Galamsey Task Force to intensify operations to clamp down on the menace, targeting communities along the river Ofin with zeal. The move is part of the association's commitment towards supporting the national battle against illegal mining, particularly in river bodies. Ashanti Regional Correspondent Isaac Justice Bidiakon has more.
The once clear water of River Ofin have been turned milky and heavily polluted. This is as a result of years of illegal mining activities in the area. The natural turbidity of the river has been lost, leaving behind a milky polluted stream. Communities including Adiembra, Buntomreso, Adobera, Aniamwa, and Ntobrenso, all in the Achumampunua district, have become hotspots for illegal mining operations. The Anti-Galamsey Task Force, equipped with speedboats, has been patrolling the area to track down illegal operators along River Ofin. During the latest operation, several illegal miners abandoned their Chamfan floating dredging machines, which were later destroyed by the task force. President of the National Concerned Small-Scale Miners Association, Michael Kojopepra, revealed that more than 100 dredging machines were destroyed during the exercise.
In so doing, we can all see the ripple effect on the color of the river. Now, a lot of people are now being sensitized on the reason why mining on the various water bodies is a crime. We've been able to sensitize the miners we've been able to sensitize the community, and we've been able to sensitize our members in the best practices so that our various water bodies will not be polluted. And this is what we have done as an association, and all the cost has been incurred by our members just to prove a point that there's a distinction between illegal miners and small-scale miners, and the people who are always dredging our various water bodies are not small-scale miners.
The association president added that local residents often assist the task force by providing them with information on the hideouts of the illegal miners.
We don't face any challenges since we are part of the communities. Wherever we go, our members are there to give us a helping hand. And the people who are on the various water bodies are the people everybody is against. They are the same people who are destroying the various water bodies and the various rivers. And communities are always complaining about the destruction of the various water bodies. So anytime that we go, sometimes they are the people who give us this information and they lead us to where these criminals are. So we don't face any challenges or any frustrations when we go to the various communities. When we went to Ntobroso, it was the community chairman who led the operation, including the Nananom. And they are all in support in trying to protect our water bodies. And these people are few. So we cannot leave them to destroy the river that belongs to the whole country.
Local residents of Ntobroso, led by Michael Awia, commended the association for breaking the deadly camp of illegal miners who have taken over river bodies in the area.
Ama modwumade na moye no wozo abasa abesem kina edwuma no be maye de eh ni so efise turutu fondo be bia omumfi e bia ya pamom anadwo bre no masaba ye twe ho anu mo banje adwuma aban no soma mo so moye maye ne de ye da ban asese mo bae amanfo timba no mo be jisika mo nya adwuma no ba so mo skimi an fero mo bae de o ma pese nsuo no bedam obia ne to dan nsuo bia o mo sizi wo nyina na adwuma no so ye ni say aroma adwuma no ayed memele anya dindindi bi no mama be ni nyina yo so de ahoden ani nyansa ne de beta akiri say free na de ko obia ntimi mfa sa adwuma no nsa nkonsuo no so bio.
National Concerned Small Scale Miners Association President Michael Pepra says it remains committed to supporting the government fight against illegal mining and restoring the country's rivers to their natural state. Reporting for GHOne News, Isaac Justice Bidiako, Kumasi.
Let's still stay within the Ashanti region, but on a different matter. President John Dramani Mahama has called on Guineans to patronize locally produced chicken over imported alternatives to support the country's poultry industry. I'm speaking at the launch of the GHOne Kitinkiti Poultry Initiative in Kumasi yesterday, Wednesday, November 12. President Mahama expressed concern over the low patronage of local poultry. More details now.
The GHOne Kitinkiti Initiative is a fulfillment of the National Democratic Congress (NDC) campaign promise during the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. The initiative seeks to make Ghana self-sufficient in poultry products to also check the high importation of poultry which set into the government broader Feed Ghana program. Speaking in Kumasi during the launching of the initiative, President John Dramani Mahama encouraged Ghanaians to take pride in producing what we eat and eat what we make. The president further urged Ghanaians to buy Stamp Ghana chicken and stop patronizing imported chicken.
The GHOne Kitinkiti Initiative represents more than poultry production. It embodies the spirit of renewal and self-belief. Let us therefore take pride in producing what we eat and eating what we make. The person say you processing and coconut. You packaging na you debe packaging near the Ghana flag a bosso. Na say Ghana ha ena sa cocono efi. Send be ya oko cold store na oko ton cocoa. Uhu near Ghana flag a bosso no. No who say ya cocoa ye o Ghana ha. Besrebo na mwatoy no. Mamon koto akuko obroni wa una efri abrochire eba no.
In addition, President John Dramani Mahama directed Finance Minister Dr. Kesa Atoforsen to release additional 200 million Ghana cedis to purchase surplus maize and rice from farmers affected by the nationwide food glut. This intervention follows the earlier release of 100 million Ghana cedis, which proved insufficient to stabilize the market. The President's announcement comes amid growing concern from farmers, particularly in maize, rice, and poultry, who have struggled to sell their produce due to oversupply.
I say, o telephone po o mobile phone po TikTok ne sa social media no. Obehu se yekuafo esu mahu bebre a kyerese omo twa omo bro a omunya nipa ento ebro no. Ana se boa ye pese eto ebro no ombeboka enti mehu sa no me ka kire finance minister se abaye djuma e frem mo buffer stock omo 100 million cedis na omo fanto ebro na ebu e wodwamu na omo fa binsie se ne be ya afie ebe se ebro bo kosora no moyi e de aba ejom enti omato ama 100 million cedis na wie enso still ebro no e da so doso e wodwom enti still ne bo from enti makache minister of finance say omo another 200 million cedis Niamfanto ebro na ebu no Niamfanto ho se ne be ya ebedru emre a ebro bo be de no na yeyi se ebro no so aba wo hwe so a emo so saa ekrafo omudu amon no omo so omo se efri afi etwe mu emo omo twae no edasugu ho omo ntimi nton enti omo so makache buffer stock say omo mboa na omo nto emo na omo ntimi nton no na edonso omo mfanto ho na Ghana for etimi enya ebro ato.
Whilst commending the president for fulfilling the NDC's campaign promise under the Feed Ghana program, the Nkokonketenkete initiative, the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Dr. Eric Opoku, urged Ghanaians to take advantage of the program.
Akadia bako pe ena yesre every Ghana for ho. Omampanyini ye na famu de sebe ya enkokɔ no ebe dosu wodwom. Na wo Ghana ni ba wo ha. Na wo ba wo nua wo nana wo ofase. A wa wie suku a wo pa adwuma ma no na wunya adwuma. Sa wo kodwom na Ghana akokɔ wo ho. Na wo nyame anim eja Ghana akokɔ no ho. Ekoto China de. Sa ma yedu sika na kokreti adwuma ama China fo a na wo ba anya adwuma sa na nyo mampanyini na ye o enti ye feed Ghana no e wasa Ghana fo nyina nso eiti Ghana feed Ghana no waje so eat Ghana feed Ghana.
Reporting for GHOne News, Isaac Justice Pediako.
Let's head to the courts now, back to Accra, and hear the plea hearing of former Chief Executive of the National Petroleum Authority, Mustafa Abdul Hamid, and 9 others has been rescheduled to December 9, 2025, following the reassignment of the case to a different court. The 10 accused persons, including 3 companies, have been charged with 54 criminal counts by the Office of the Special Prosecutor, OSP. In a packed court session today, Thursday, November 13, before a new judge, Justice Bertha Enieji, a principal prosecutor with the OSP, Adelaide Kobiri, said there had been a development that would require an adjournment. She submitted that a new charge sheet was filed in the matter on October 17 to replace an earlier one already before the courts, and their intention was to withdraw the old one for the new one submitted. However, she said the case had been assigned to a different court, and the return date was December 9, 2025, as I already mentioned. Let's cross over to court now and engage our legal affairs correspondent, Mutala Yunusa, to have a brief conversation to understand the facts of the matter. Mutala, good morning. It's still morning. Now, the reassignment is one issue, but the withdrawal of the old charge sheet and the new one, what really led to that?
Well, Emmanuel, what this whole exercise means is that the former NPA boss, Mustafa Hamid, and the remaining accused persons, 3 of them happens to be companies, would have their plea retaken in relation to the latest charges that have been put before them. And rightly so, this morning was the day that they were expected to have their plea taken in relation to the new charges that the OSP has preferred against them. However, when the case was called, remember that at the last court sitting, the case was adjourned because the Criminal Court 3 is yet to have a substantive judge following the elevation of Justice Mary Mami Ikweyenzu to the Court of Appeal. Now we have a new judge in Criminal Court 3, Justice Betta Nieje, handling the case. But the principal prosecutor from the Office of the Special Prosecutor, Adlit Kubri, indicated to the court that the exercise was to have the old charge sheets withdrawn and the new one, which was filed on the 17th of October, replaced with. However, the indication is that the case has been reassigned to Criminal Court 4, where Justice Audrey Kokufite is sitting, and they have been able to confirm that the return date for that case or for the hearing is on the 9th of December. And so today, they didn't want to have the old charge sheet before the Criminal Court 3 withdrawn. They want to do that on the same day that the new charges would be moved. However, consequently, the prayer was for them to have the case adjourned to the 9th of December. The lawyers for the accused persons, one after the other, also agreed with the position of the prosecutor from the Office of the Special Prosecutor. On the basis of that, the court has adjourned the case to the 9th of December. And 9th of December, the old charge sheet, which then had some 25 counts, will be withdrawn, and the new one, which is before the Criminal Court 4, will be taken. The reason is that once they are discharged of the old charge sheet, it means that they are free to go home. So the OSP want to avoid the issue where they are rearrested and then processed before a different court. So immediately after they are discharged, they will be put before a different court. So on the 9th of December, Mustafa Hamid and the remaining accused persons will have to come to court for their respective plea to be taken.
Now, in respect of Mustafa Hamid, there is a defamation case. If you can bring us up to speed, I do understand some 20 million against the OSP. Bring us up to speed on that.
So in relation to that matter, what we do know is that he is contesting the manner in which the Office of the Special Prosecutor has gone about in relation to this whole matter. Remember that at some point in time, we saw that Mustafa Hamid and the other accused person were holding what looks like a placard with their respective names on them and all of that. Yes. He's looking at that and said, look, the OSP has gone too far. This is not the agreement that we had in relation to this whole matter. Is the reason that information suit has been filed. But that case has not come up yet. What is before the court today is in relation to what the OSP had against them. That particular one about the defamation in the subsequent times, that will come up and it will update our viewers and listeners as well.
Mutala, we are grateful that you could speak with us. Mutala Inusa is our legal affairs correspondent here at the EIB network. Away from that, over the next 7 days, Ghana's Navy will join forces with the French and Spanish counterparts in a series of joint operations to tackle piracy, illegal fishing, drug and human trafficking, and maritime pollution. The exercise, which seeks to enhance security on the Gulf of Guinea, will also strengthen interagency coordination, intelligence sharing, and regional collaboration across Maritime Zone F, reinforcing Ghana's leadership in the maritime safety space. Grand African Nemo 2025 maritime exercise started with sail of a colorful launch ceremony at Christian Castle, Lusu, bringing together Ghanaian naval authorities, regional stakeholders, and international partners in a renewed push to secure the Gulf of Guinea. Speaking at the ceremony, the French ambassador to Ghana, Diarra de Milabil, hailed the exercise as more than a military drill and a vital platform for building the capacity and resilience of navies and maritime agencies across the West African coastline.
The recent meeting between the French and Ghanaian president on October 30 on the sideline of the Paris Peace Forum reaffirmed the strength of our partnership between our two nations. On this occasion, the issue of maritime security was raised, particularly in the current context of improving military capabilities and maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea.
Adam Komla Akati, Deputy Director of the ECOWAS Multinational Maritime Coordination Center, Zone F, highlighted GHOne 2025 as a key step in advancing the Yaoundé architecture, the regional framework born out of the 2013 Yaoundé Summit to foster collective maritime security.
At the end, basically, is to have enhanced maritime safety and security within the Gulf of Guinea, and particularly for us as a MMCC Zone F within the Zone F maritime domain. And so this is intended to test things like cooperation, collaboration, information sharing, actions at sea by various stakeholders, harmonized standard operating procedures for various participating member states or agencies or institutions to see how best we can contribute or work together for enhanced maritime safety and security within the Gulf of Guinea.
Wrapping up the ceremony, Colonel Gregory Madeleine, France's defense attaché to Ghana, underscored the broader goal.
Coordination is key in what will happen at sea. So all the navies, all the countries of the Gulf of Guinea have to coordinate their action in order to have success. The Yaoundé architecture is developing year after year the tools for their own coordination, just like the Yaris system, which is a system of coordination only created for the Yaoundé architecture, so for the African countries in the Gulf of Guinea.
The Grand African NEMO 2025 stands as a testament to the growing synergy between West African navies and their global partners united in keeping the Gulf of Guinea safe, secure, and open for all. You're still watching news from here on GHOne TV. We talk about health because the ministry responsible has inaugurated a 12-member advisory board to advise, guide, and support the ministry in refining policies, setting priorities, and monitoring progress towards the nation's shared objectives. The inauguration, which was officiated by Her Ladyship Justice Selinam Awokwadam, Justice of the High Court, marks the ministry's renewed commitment to promoting transparency, accountability, and evidence-based policy making in Ghana's health sector. The Minister for Health, Kwabena Minta Akando, who also serves as chairman of the board, highlighted the importance of the board as a statutory body mandated under the Civil Service Act to foster collaboration between the ministry and its stakeholders.
I urge you to embrace the principles of teamwork, harmony, and shared purpose. The challenges before us, from health workforce shortages and infrastructure gaps to emerging disease burdens, require coordinated and forward-looking solutions. The successes of this board will depend not only on the brilliance of its members, but on the ability to work together with mutual respect, objectivity, and unity of purpose. Let us therefore commit to working in concert towards the ministry's strategic priorities, strengthening health systems, expanding access to quality care, advancing digital health innovations, and ensuring that no Ghanaian is left behind in our quest for better health outcomes.
We'll be back shortly with more after this break. Stay with us. You all come back from the break. This is still Newsroom with me, Emmanuel Ejabin. The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasila Tobaforson, is expected to present before the House of Legislature the government's 2026 budget and economic policy, which will capture government's fiscal performance for the year 2025, as well as its macroeconomic targets for the ensuing year in 2026, which will capture revenue targets, expenditure targets, fiscal performance framework. But before that particular presentation, Dr. Kasila Tobaforson has been engaging many stakeholder groups, including market women and various CSOs. Earlier, he was in Takoradi to engage some of the women to understand their plights, something he did before the presentation of the 2025 budget, which he has repeated. Let's take a look at that.
Hello, how are you? What's on? Good one. What I say? Hello, what's on? This is I'm gonna walk crab and net no bar.
Oh, sister, Bibi is stable. On jump to be on one side. See you okay. On the night, okay, crowd.
But what's then?
Walk on.
Bibi, walk on. Good one. But what's then? But I'm here, Papa. From out to Forsen.
The way so economy why is stable near Canada man.
When you are doing
in your first young way, 12 million. Says you are about 550.
From my
12 million. 12. No, 1,000. So yeah. Stable. Dollar no na didn't you know one more original them yes strong one. Actually don't go on so doka krama.
Prices no nyame na yeda na first city day or do 10 cities way. Say city cap here 5 cities.
Half.
1 cup.
1 cup. It used to be 10 cities.
No, about 5 cities.
Cap, margin cap.
This cap.
Another.
Margin cap. The cap here.
It was 10 cities.
Emo bag your cost do 1 million nkakrame. Sisi kita 60. 55 bito and what kwaya do 1,000 sisi angwa 5.8 esi cha abufu ma 5.0 nyama abufu moye oyefe kaka oyefe mo aba no ye nwa so papa mo ye no oyefe even for free SHS ya we bo so mpo wan gu mpo ono so ya ho ama sisi ekọ university first year no mpo oye free no so ya ho ama nti wa eduba do wa bi ya bese wanyama on se na mo fame na na yese
Hello, what's that?
The Emperor Pali be a young yet. They are saying I'm no man of wanting. No to me, Yamon Sinadam. Nemons canon brefum, canon down brefum, Nebri Bag. Oh, yes, dollar, and Stefano, Odu Babino, Jim Kay Chesina, Yansankan. This I am.
Well, that was the engagement Dr. Kasila Tobaforson held with some traders in the western regional capital of Takoradi. Well, he has promised that in 2026, the budget will capture the redevelopment of the market circle, which has stalled for some over 3 years. Well, let's go to Parliament now because head of political desk and our parliamentary correspondent Ibrahim Al-Hassan is on standby against some members of Parliament and dignitaries ahead of the presentation of the floor of the House. Let's take a look.
Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel. From Dr. Kasila Tobaforson to another doctor, and that's Dr. Kabiru Mahama, Member of Parliament for Wale Wale. The Finance Minister before today was in Takoradi to engage some traders and market women. First of all, what do you make of that practice of going to the market before presenting the budget?
Well, that is normal. Every finance minister has a way of engaging stakeholders. You want to make sure that your budget statement, which is a policy statement of the government, reflects the views and concerns of every single Ghanaian to the extent possible. And for the finance minister to have gone to command to engage women and to specifically promise also that the market that was started by the previous regime will be completed is something worthy of commendation. It's not something novel. Last year they were at Katabato market. I mean, before that, after previous government ministers for finance have engaged at different level of different stakeholders for the purposes of informing or getting inputs into the budget. So it is something not novel, but it is something commendable.
Yeah. Let's talk about today. The finance minister will be here to present the 2026 budget. Your expectation and what should Ghanaians look forward to?
Well, so I think that the last budget was very austere. We went through several austerity measures. The fiscal consolidation was too tight. Government virtually did not spend. That put a lot of pressure on a lot of Ghanaians. So this budget is expected to be a bit more expansionary than the previous one. That is the first expectation. The second expectation is that there were certain revenue measures that were introduced in the last administration, which they promised they were going to do away with them. For example, COVID-19 levy. It is the expectation of every Ghanaian that COVID-19 levy should be removed from our tax laws. And I think that the finance minister should be speaking to that. The MPP had also promised, and I also see it probably going to be future, about rationalizing our value-added tax system, making it much more efficient, and then reducing the complexity associated with that. I'm sure the finance minister should be talking to something about that, and it is something that is going to feature in the budget. I'm also expecting that the finance minister will talk more about arrears settlement, right? Many contractors are not paid, and I think that there must be a conscious plan to see how government is going to defray the debt. I'm sure the minister will also be talking to how they can consolidate further the gains of the city, because recent time, yesterday and today, we see that there is now additional pressure now mounted on the city. We are now seeing that the city is depreciated even as the finance minister is going to present the budget.
Despite the intervention from the central bank?
Despite the intervention, the central bank has recently announced the measures. They are basically telling us that we don't want to intervene in the market, but we'll be intervening in the market. You see, that statement is brought some confusion in the market. They know that as per the IMF conditionalities, and even in line with the free market and government intervening or government not intervening in the market, the city is supposed to take its natural course, but they are not doing that. But pressure is now mounting them, and they are telling them, we'll intervene, but we'll intervene strategically. That we are seeing that the city is now depreciating, or there's some pressure over the week on the city. How are they going to stem that? I'm sure they will also be speaking to that. I'm sure they will also be speaking largely. They are talking about inflation. They will talk about the achievement of inflation. But the reality is that the Ghanaian people don't have money in their pockets.
But inflation is 8%.
That is the irony. Okay, when inflation, prices of goods and services are generally not increasing or increasing at a very low pace, but people don't even have money to buy. That basically speaks to the fact that there is some incongruence between how the indicators are moving and how people are actually feeling feeling it in their pocket.
All right. Do you expect new taxes? Because we are told that's not to be expected.
That should not be. It is going to be a betrayal of the mandate of the good people of Ghana. It's going to be a stab on the back of the good people of Ghana. It's going to be a total leadership failure and promising one thing and doing another. If we should see any new tax be introduced, I think that no Ghanaian, and who would resist it vehemently, resist it fiercely, if the minister should, or the president, because the minister is just a representative of the president, if the minister tries to introduce any new tax.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kabiru Mahama. Let's now go from Walewale. Let's go to Sola Tuna Kalba. Honorable Andrew Chiwete. You are live on GHOne TV. First of all, today the finance minister is expected here. We told at 2 p.m. That's because at midday the House is expected to consider the Appointments Committee report, which has to do with the nomination of the Chief Justice. First of all, what should we expect from the finance minister? Your expectation?
Only goodies. The finance minister and of course the NDC government led by His Excellency JDM started very well, and so I know this year we are going to end well and get into the new year with joy, and so for me I'm expecting nothing but happiness, because the CD, of course, we all know the capacity of the CD now. We all know the delivery of the promises of the NDC. Just yesterday, the Konkete was launched in Kumasi. The jobs are being created because there's the opportunity for the youth to be engaged. Youth Employment Agency has engaged a number of people. We have job abroad, a number of nurses, teachers. Some of them have left and some have been prepared to leave. And so there's every indication that 2026 is going to be a good year. Yeah.
Well, talking about 2020 has been a good year. I just spoke to Dr. Kabiru Mahama. He says this year was austere because government did not spend so much. Contractors have not been paid. He expects to hear something from the minister in that regard. It's true, contractors are complaining that they've not been paid.
Spending is not just only about contractors. You know that. Are workers not being paid? Are we not paying health insurance? Are we not paying other, the electricity is not stable? Don't we pay for electricity? You think government is not spending and we have our lights on 24/7? When they were spending, did we have lights 24/7? And so they cannot say government is not spending. It's not just only contractors that government spends money on. Free senior high is still running. School feeding is still running. The stress-free fee policy is gone through. People living with disability are going to benefit. And so if people say government is not spending, I don't know what they mean by that. Government is spending.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Andrew Chiwete. There. Let me try and see. Let me speak to Prof first. Yes, Prof. Yes, you're live on GHOne TV. Let's specifically touch on your sector, the health sector, or let's start with general expectation of the finance minister. Then we'll touch on your sector.
Well, so I think my expectation is good. I'm very hopeful. And this hope is founded on what the finance minister has been able to do with his first budget. This is, we inherited a very difficult situation where our economy was in a junk status. Nobody was willing to even lend or borrow money to us, and we're struggling. The CD was on its own. And the finance minister has been able to restore all of this, brought some fiscal discipline. Look at the exchange rate today, and we are very happy. Because of those differences, I am hopeful that finance minister is going to bring us some good news. I'm looking at the next phase where we'll have a lot of job creation, because one of the things a lot of our young people are talking about is the lack of jobs. In the health sector, I want to hear more about recruiting our nurses and doctors who are home. I want to hear more about what is going to happen to this wasteful project of Agenda 111, ambitious project. One of them.
Why do you say wasteful?
It's one of the most ambitious, ill-planned, ill-executed, very wasteful projects. Nobody in the world does that. To start 111 hospitals at a go, when you have no dedicated funding, that defies all logic of planning. Project implementation, no piloting phase, nothing. Now we have them dotted around the whole country. If we don't salvage the situation, a lot of the Ghanaian taxpayers' money is in there. And these are hospitals in need. So I'm hopeful that very soon we will come up with a strategic plan on what we are going to do to this facility. And I hope to hear something about that in this budget.
Talking about recruitment of the health sector workers, we are signing agreements with other countries to export nurses and other health workers. Many have wondered as to whether we have enough in the country to start with.
We have enough. If we have over 75,000 nurses sitting at home unemployed, we have enough. And we have a peculiar challenge where we are not able to employ all of them because of the fiscal situation we find ourselves in. The wage bill is over 80-90% of the total compensation, total expenditure of the Ministry of Health. And so we have very little space for capex, for infrastructure. But we have a peculiar challenge. It's not as though we don't need our compatriots. We need them to join us, but the money to pay them is not available. So under such a circumstance, it's a difficult situation. Now, do we let all these people sit at home when their services is needed elsewhere, and they are migrating on their own? And some of them trained specialist nurses will get to a country and they are made carers. They don't even practice as nurses. So under such a situation, a responsible government will look at how can I guide that migration. And that's exactly what the ministry is doing now. Signing bilateral agreements with individual countries so that we can export nurses that are properly trained, that meet the specific needs of their countries. And when these nurses and healthcare workers get there, they are treated with dignity. Not some agency has taken their money, they get there, they are not placed according to their strength. No. So it's a balance we are trying to do. We would have loved to have all of them work with us, but we cannot absorb them. We can't stop training. We must train because people have the whole world to themselves to be able to practice their skill, and that's the basis for that.
Yeah. Finally, Professor Titus Bayo, you serve on the board at Kolebu. How's the facility doing? How's the institution doing as we put it?
Kolebu is doing very well as of this morning. Kolebu, we met it in a very difficult state, just like the entire country. We have to review a lot of our processes, review our procurement processes. We had to look at the electronic medical records. I'm sure you've heard about what has happened in the limbs. Kolebu was one of the worst hits by the challenges of the limbs before the disruption. So we had a situation where people could go into the limbs and alter people's bill. So someone could have a surgery worth 46,000. Someone can go into the system, change it, and then let the person give him 5,000 in his pocket. Wow. We're losing volumes of money. This is how bad the situation was. We had a situation where 4 doctors may have to use 1 computer. We had a situation where doctors were sharing, they are using their personal phones to access. And this is dangerous. You know, this person's personal information, which should never be on people's personal tablets. So when the Minister of Health is complaining about the challenges of their limbs, people do not understand it. But this is the situation. If I report to work and on ward round, my house officer will have to use his own phone or tablet to access the patient information. If he has screenshotted some and saved, how do we know? If there are residual information on it, what happens? You are consulting 4 of you, you cannot have separate computers to work on. You have to wait for your colleague to finish before you go and enter your information. And then when they started twinkling with the system, we're having a situation where our bills could not be processed. So people will go to the hospital when they are done. We can't process their bill and pay for them to pay. These are some of the challenges we had. Thankfully, I can report that the new system they have started, they completed at Rich. They have completed almost in Kolebu Polyclinic. They are completing some of our department and integrating. And very soon, it should be live and will be okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Titus Bayo. Now, let's go to the almighty Okere. Finally, let's go to Okere. Yes. Honorable, for the sake of your constituents, introduce yourself. Sorry. Yeah.
It's Onyine Champo Akwesi Jamfi. And then for Kwabri East.
Sorry.
East, yes. We look alike.
That's very true.
People confuse us, but it's okay.
Your expectation?
Well, I mean, basically on the revenue side, I'm looking at, what measures the finance minister will be putting in place to ensure that we get revenue that we need to run this country, and also any revenue assurance mechanisms that we need. So, for example, I'm expecting on COVID-19, the finance minister and the government, when they were in opposition, they said that COVID-19, they were going to abolish it. On the 2025 budget, they said that they needed to do a few issues before they were able to take off the COVID-19 levy. And so I'm looking, expecting that, this COVID-19 levy be taken off. And then if it's taken off, so in 2024, it generated 2.7 billion Ghana cedis. 2025, it was projected to get 3.8 billion. And so that gap of that 3.8 billion, if it's taken off, how is the finance minister looking to fill in that gap? And then you look at, is it going to introduce new tax handles, new taxes, or what's it going to do? Then you look at the expenditure side, what are the things that he's going to spend the money on? What are the focus areas that he's going to spend the money on? Is it on education? And what is he going to do? Then I'm looking also on the employment side. If you look at what happened yesterday, youth of Ghana, wanting to get employment, losing their lives. So employment is gradually becoming a national security issue. So any budget worth its salt should address the challenge of unemployment in the country. So I'm looking to find out how this budget will address unemployment and what will be the focus areas where they are going to concentrate, which sectors they are going to support so that they get the employment. 24-hour economy, as of now, we have not seen anything yet. So I want to know how is 24-hour economy going to be activated in this budget to ensure also on the private sector front, the government cannot only employ people. So I want to know on the private sector how the government is going to support the private sector, which is the engine of growth, to ensure that we are able to employ more people from the private sector as well. So these things, and then in the general outlook of the economy, what target of inflation is he expecting, how many imports cover is he expecting, and all these things. Is he looking to borrow more from the local or from the foreign market? So these are the things that I'm looking out for.
Thank you very much. Member of Parliament for Future Kwabere East. We'll take a break, so we'll return to you in the studio and come back momentarily. But of course, let me just take a high from Dr. Gideon Boako. Okay, I think he's been there. So back to you, Ejaben, in the studio.
Ivy, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on what's happening in Parliament. A lot of concerns, fears, expectations, especially from the minority and, of course, the majority. We heard Dr. Titus Bayu, we heard from Dr. Kabiru Mahama, Wale constituent, and as well from Kwabere East. Many are the expectations on the floor of the House today. But before we even get back to Parliament, let's engage one of the stakeholder groups when it comes to our economy, and that's the Ghana Union of Traders Association. We have been joined by the president of the association, Dr. Joseph Obeng. Doc, good afternoon and thanks for joining us on this broadcast. Doc, a number of concerns has been raised by yourself and your union. There are matters relating to trade, there's matters relating to lending rates, there are matters related to access to credits, especially you're wanting the Women's Bank, you want an update on it. But before this presentation, you might have had some engagement with the finance minister. Do you have hope ahead of the presentation?
Yeah, we definitely have gotten some engagement with the finance minister. Fortunately, the finance minister have done well since he assumed office to ensure that we have stability in the local currency and the economy at large. Now, inflation has come down very low. We are only waiting that it commensurates with the interest rate that should also follow suit. And then all that we want the finance minister to do is to adopt prudent and then effective measures to sustain these gains that we are having, the stability of the city, or even further enhance it. And that's all that we need. And then also we want government to take advantage of the stability that we having to translate it into economic growth that will be led by the private sector. It is very important. If we will be able to achieve that, then of course government have to rationalize the tax system as it has been promised to the business community. Cost of doing business should come down. Utility cost, especially electricity costs and all that, should all come down. And then access to credit is very important. Access to affordable and patient credit is very important, that as we want to migrate into manufacturing and also through industrialization by the 24-hour agenda. And then, of course, we need such a patient capital or patient credit for us to be able to survive through. So basically, this is where we've reached after the stability, that we have to turn ourselves to the growth of the economy. If you look at the growth patterns, it is all tilted toward the extractive and the service industries, which does not augur well for manufacturing, agriculture, and other areas. So we should look from within these areas and find ways to boost growth in these areas to generate wealth and employment for the teaming with youth of the nation. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Joseph Obeng, you mentioned stability, and you're hoping that the finance minister, after having started on a very positive note, will continue to do same. Just gone by, our head of political desk here at the EIB network, Ibrahim Alhassan, was engaging a member of the finance committee in Parliament, Dr. Kabiru Mahama. His position was, well, the indicators look good, but when it comes to the pockets of the ordinary Guineans, we are not seeing it really reflect. So things are still high, although inflation is prices are rising slowly. for you as a union where mostly we are engaging you for the things we use in our daily lives, what would be the firm assurance from the finance minister that you want that will make you translate to us having much slower and easier and really low prices on the market?
Okay, thank you very much. That's why the key word here is sustainability. Sometimes you will have the stability, but it will start yielding results after a reasonable period of time. If you do not have a sustained stability, it does not manifest to the result that we normally expect. And that's why we are saying things like this. But it should not be said that we have stability and yet businesses are struggling and people are complaining. And if you look through, that's what seems to be happening now, where the economy seems to stable. So it means that we have other areas that we have not touched, that we have not worked. And that is what I'm talking about, to ensure, to translate this to a growth of businesses so it can generate the needed wealth that we so seek, and then also have the needed and positive impact for the consuming public at large.
For you as a union, you do recall the president, there was... yeah. Would you want to say something?
I'm on another program.
Great. We are grateful that you could speak with us. That's Dr. Joseph Obeng. He is the president of the Ghana Union of Traders Association. Good time. They are lauding Dr. Atuba Forson for a good work done so far since he assumed office as the finance minister for our republic. They are saying that what they want to see is sustainability. Yes, the indicators are good. Exchange rate, some relative stability, the inflation is down. The price easing is something that they believe would happen for you and I to experience it when there is sustainability when it comes to the indicators. If they are importing at 10 Ghana cedis, they cannot sell immediately at a lower price because they are looking at the relative stability of the cedi over a period before they can do that. But let's cross over to another stakeholder when it comes to our Guinean economy, and this time we are focusing on agric. Here we are engaging with GHOne, the General Agricultural Workers Union. We have been joined by the Executive Secretary for the union in the person of Dr. Pascal Ajomba Kabadok. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm the Deputy General Secretary, not Executive Secretary.
Right, Deputy General Secretary. Now, is the day looking bright already for you based on your engagement with Dr. Kasila Tuba-Forson already?
Yes, in terms of what he's doing so far, we can say he's doing a good job. But as you know, our sector has always been referred to as the backbone of the Ghanaian economy. However, most of the times, the service that have been rendered to that sector is more lip service than a reality. And so, with our expectation for this current budget, is for us to see more action in terms of allocation to the sector, that we should have more allocated to the sector. Again, when you look at the sector as well, you can see that the people who are also even supposed to move the sector, for the sector to grow, most of them are sitting at home and they are unemployed. That's talking about the graduates of the colleges of agriculture. So for the sector to even move forward, it means we must have people to push for the sector to move. And if you see what happened at the Elwag Stadium yesterday, that should tell us unemployment is really a very big issue. And all these people are part of those who probably were part of those at LWAC to seek employment. Meanwhile, we need them for them to push for the growth of the agriculture sector. Also, even push for the government's Feed Ghana program and all those accelerated programs towards ensuring agriculture grows. When you look at it too, climate change has become a very big issue for us in our country. And so focus should be placed in terms of ensuring that we have year-round farming in terms of farming. And so irrigation development, I expect to see something talked about in terms of irrigation development for our sector. And then, if you remember, just on Monday, we had a demonstration where farmers were talking about the plot in terms of maize and then soya bean and in terms of rice. That should tell you that a lot of, government alone cannot end up buying all of it. But however, if certain policy decisions are made in terms of ensuring that schools are mandated to buy to buy from these farmers. Hospitals are mandated to buy from these farmers. We can see a certain reduction in these quantities, and also ensure that sustained work is being done for these farmers to continue to be in business. Another thing I want to hit on is on cocoa board. Unlike ECG, where, for instance, government is giving them some kind of support, one area that where cocoa drives our economy, however, the sector is currently bewildered with a lot of debts. And so for the sector to gain back its place in terms of our economy, government must urgently come in to support that sector in terms of revamping the sector again. And then I'll end with talking about rubber. That rubber is also very key to us. However, currently, still talking about to protect job losses, we have a lot of raw rubber exports out of the country. Something urgently must be done in terms of stopping the rubber exports so that we can secure our jobs, because the rubber companies are actually operating at less than 30% of their capacity. However, we have a lot of export that is making it difficult for them to continue to produce, and this will end up resulting in job losses, and it will continue to worsen our situation in terms of the unemployment rate.
Dr. Pascal Adjumba, we'll get to the 4 thematic areas that you mentioned pretty shortly, but if in case you just tune in into this broadcast, this is our live coverage of the 2026 budget presentation of the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atuba, and it will be the second for the John Dramani Mahama-led administration. We are live on our social media platforms at GHOne TV. We're also live on Star 103.5 FM. Earlier, I was engaging the Deputy General Secretary for the General Agricultural Workers Union, Dr. Pascal Adjumba Kaba. He's itemized a number of thematic areas they are looking for government intervention. He mentioned irrigation, he mentioned gluts, he mentioned cocoa boards operation, and he mentioned rubber exports. We are crossing over to engage him again on these thematic areas that he raised. Dr. Pascal Adjumba, on the aspects of the gluts that you mentioned, just yesterday at the Feed Ghana launch in Kokon Kete program, the president mentioned that there has been some 100 million Ghana cedis spent already on maize, and he has also asked for the allocation of some 200 million Ghana cedis spent on rice and maize so that we can build our buffer as a country. These interventions that the government has taken so far to help with the situation, are they by far acceptable and appreciable by your union? And if not, what more are you expecting of the government in light of these issues?
Yes, like I said, of course, these interventions are welcome news in terms of the fact that the president has made those kind of directives. But it should go beyond just those directives, because we have the data, we have the associations, and we have the organizations that these people produce and then fall in line with. Those people can directly be contacted in terms of getting these grains and the buffer stock, engaging them for the direct purchase to be done. Again, if there's a government policy that makes it difficult for you to buy other rice apart from buying Ghana rice, except we don't have Ghana rice, then you cannot buy the other rice. Schools will be forced to buy from these people. Also, hospitals will be forced to buy from, and the consumption alone by schools and hospitals is enough to ensure that all these glut is gone. Unfortunately, we don't have those kind of policy direction or those kind of directives ensuring that first priority should be given to purchase of Ghana rice or Ghana food. Before, if you now exhaust that, you go to the next, the imported ones, then we'll continue to have this issue recurring. We'll continue to have the issue. As we talk, most of the farmers have not even harvested their produce. Yet, what was harvested earlier on is a glut on us. So that should tell you that if the issue is not checked immediately and a certain policy direction is not given for the issue not to reoccur, then next year we'll be here singing the same song again.
Dr. Pascal Adjumba, we are hoping that the Finance Minister will present policies that indeed, as you mentioned, will be one that you'd appreciate and would help the ordinary farmer. Dr. Pascal Adjumba is the Deputy General Secretary for the General Agricultural Workers Union. The minority in Parliament has accused the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atuba, and the Controller and Accountant General of conniving to unlawfully withdraw 1.4 billion Ghana cedis from the District Assembly's Common Fund account at the Bank of Ghana in November this year. According to the minority, the alleged withdrawal follows an earlier deduction of 11.3 million Ghana cedis between February and April 2025. Addressing journalists in Parliament, the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anadompre, described the development as illegal and said it has further crippled the operations and development projects of the various assemblies. The Chief Whip has called on President Mahama to take immediate action to investigate the matter and ensure the full recovery of the withdrawn funds before Tuesday.
At the presentation of the first budget of this government, the Minister of Finance, my friend, Atuforsen, set out to create an impression that, well, their government is blazing a new path, a path of revival, of hope in the district assembly concept, and also building the capacity of the assemblies in terms of releases. So if you recall, they have said that regularly they will release 80% of the constitutional funds. And beyond the constitutional fund, which is the DAC funds, there are also statutory funds like the guest fund, the NHIA fund, which they've all promised, and also went ahead to say that they will ensure the decapping of these funds. Fast forward, it's becoming clear that that was a deception. It was a clear deception. They pay with the right hand, and then they unpaid, so to speak, or they take out the money with the left hand. The evidence are not far-fetched. I'm not here to make wild allegations or sweeping allegations. I'm going to give you evidence, specific figures, dates, and then I have letters here, correspondence of letters between the controller, the BOG, and the DACF. If anybody feels they have contrary information, they will have to come forward and prove me wrong. Now, so what I don't know if it's a connivance between the controller and accountant general and the Minister of Finance is that they engage in what we call the blocking and the sweeping of account of the District Assembly Common Fund.
You heard the Minority Chief with Frank Anadompre, who is accusing governments of unlawfully withdrawing some 1.4 billion Ghana cedis from the District Assembly's Common Fund. He itemizes a missive he has between the Bank of Ghana and then the Controller and Accountant General. He says it's connivance and has there anyone with evidence to prove contrary to what he's asserting. But let's cross over to Parliament. As I mentioned, this is our live coverage of the 2026 budget presentation by Dr. Kasila Tubaforsen in the House of Legislature today. It's live on our social media platforms as well as live on Star 103.5 FM. Our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Ibrahim Al-Hassan is joining us with more details now at Parliament.
The budget going to cater for those pieces. Couldn't it have been that we're just overcharging ourselves? The 500 was on the higher. The 500 didn't come from the blue. There was a committee, and the minister was part of that committee. In fact, he was the ranking member of that committee that sat down to look at the charges, the things that goes into the production of a passport. And then they agreed on that fee. Even as at that time, it was not a chip embedded. Now it is a chip embedded, so the cost will not be the same. So even when it was not chip embedded, the committee found it that no, if you want to break even, the least you can do is 400 if you want to break even. Now you have even come to 350. No, so that space, where are you going to pick it for? And now it is even a chip embedded. So the cost of producing a chip embedded is even much more expensive than when you were producing the ordinary and the normal budget, a passport. So we are looking at all those spaces, and then we'll come out to do a comprehensive discussion on the foreign affairs thing. And there are other things that we'll look at when the budget comes. So we'll see.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Asafoje, Deputy Ranking Member. Finally, before I return to you in the studio, let me engage Honorable Nako, your Member of Parliament for Ususenya East. Your expectations as far as the budget that we are all expecting from Ato is concerned.
Okay, so good afternoon to all your lovely viewers. Expectations are very high. We've seen over the 11 months, the changes that Ato and his team has effected in in the country. We can even testify to the dollar. We can testify to the economic viability of the country now. So expectations are very high, and we are hoping for the best.
Well, so let me give you the opportunity to also address it, because last time I was there when you addressed the media. Have you heard from the Interior Minister since your address?
Oh, yes. We've spoken at length, and everything is in order.
So will investigations continue into the unfortunate incident that resulted in the death of one person in your constituency?
Oh, investigations never halted, so it's still ongoing. As the minister himself stated in his statement that the investigations are not conclusive, so they are still ongoing.
What was the problem? Was that miscommunication or misunderstanding of what really transpired?
I don't know, for want of better words, but I think it was miscommunication.
But that has been resolved now?
Oh, everything has been resolved.
So when they say you are not cooperative, or you indicated that your convoy was not shot at, you were not there, you didn't witness it, what will you say to these direct quotes from the Interior Minister?
So it was miscommunication, and everything has been clarified, yes.
All right. Now, Koyo, Member of Parliament for Ewutu Senya, is clarifying that indeed he's engaged Interior Minister. Everything is now resolved. Let's go to Tema West. Honorable James Inu, Esquire. Yes, I engaged you the last time, early days of this government's administration, the President Mohammed's second administration. We are here today, 10 months down the line. What will be your expectation of the Finance Minister?
Thank you very much. Let me take the opportunity to extend my greetings to the good people of Tema West. And let me further say that today is a very important day on the calendar of Parliament, the presentation of budget. Indeed, this is pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution, particularly Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution, and also pursuant to the PFM Act, that is Act 921, particularly Section 23(1). Okay, and indeed, my expectations as far as this budget is concerned is that this budget is going to outline the fiscal framework for the ensuing year. It's going to look at policy priority, and it's going to look at spending plan of the government for the coming year. Of course, I'm expecting that targeted areas of priority will, of course, look at the agri sector, because this is which is the driver of the economy. And definitely we're also going to look at manufacturing. And one of the things that we should also appreciate is that there's also going to be policy issues around our transitioning from the IMF program, because the IMF program ends in May 2026. So what measures are we putting in place in terms of our transition from the program and then coming to a domestically driven economy? So these are issues that will all come up in the budget. Of course, it's important to also appreciate that there will be policies to enhance revenue mobilization, which is very, very important. Because even as we transition from the IMF, it's important that we are able to mobilize domestic revenue to be able to run the economy. So that will also be one area of target. It's important that there are also policy initiatives to consolidate the fiscal framework achievements that we have made as far as this government is concerned.
Yes. Let me briefly bring in the Sports Minister, Honorable Kofi Adams. You're live on GHOne TV.
So we don't expect anything. We will continue to see such great initiatives that will continue to bring about the growth, initiatives that will continue to make sure that there's prudence in the expenditure. Of course, we will continue to leverage on the needed infrastructure development. And you would observe that government has been very deliberate. Government is not doing isolated investments. Every investment, every infrastructural investment is coordinated to achieving something. So that is what is going to happen today.
Let's talk about your sector to be specific. What will be your expectation? Of course, you presented whatever input you want to the sector minister. But what should we expect as far as your sector is concerned?
Well, we wait for the minister to come and do the presentation, and then you will see what is in there. If I tell you what we should expect, then I'll be letting out the cat from the bag.
But how has it been so far? 10 months down the line, as far as your sector is concerned, we have qualified. We are excited that the Black Stars will be at the Mundial. But how has it been?
It's been a very challenging one. Of course, you know how the sports ecosystem has been, but we have managed to stabilize affairs. We've managed to put things in order. Boxing is not doing badly now. The IMC is almost done with its work. You observe that in terms of athletics performance, Ghana is today ranked the 4th fastest in the world. We've set new records at the Tokyo Championship, so we're doing well there. We had, for the first time, a female qualifies to the finals of the high jump, which we hadn't seen before. In the football area, we are not doing badly. The Queens have returned to their winning ways. If you remember, it was under the same President Mahama in 2015 that they got bronze, and he has to return again for them to be able to make another bronze. But we are aiming to do better in the next Women's AFCON also. And of course, like you mentioned, Black Stars is also back to the world stage again after failing to qualify for AFCON. So we'll do the nation proud.
Finally, there was a directive for the Auditor General to get into the expenditure for the All Africa Games. How far about that? Are you collaborating with it?
It's ongoing.
Okay.
As we speak now, the auditors are in the office. Today they have a meeting with the consultants for the project to go into the project and have some better understanding. So I believe that something good will come out of.
Was there a reasonable cost for this directive?
Sure there is. A huge project of that nature, and the kind of monies that are being mentioned and what people say money was put into this, into that, and then you, the media people, were even complaining. You were the ones who started the complaint that you were given a tag which costs so much that should not cost. And are you not happy that the president has directed that we should go into such an area so that if any money went where it should not go, we'll be able to get it back and then use it for appropriate things.
Finally, UDS, people of Tamale are watching. Very finally. People of Tamale are watching. UDS, they did marvelously well. Are we tracking the players as far as national assignments are concerned?
Well, I've already indicated that to the FA to make sure that even the school sports that His Excellency have access to strengthen. You know, Milo Championship have been off since 2019. They are coming back this year. And they are coming back in a different form. We are going to improve upon it. And I have asked the football administrators, that's the Ghana Football Association, I have asked coaches and scouts to pay particular attention to the Milo Championship so that it serves as the foundational grassroots base where we will recruit the talents as we've done in the past. We want to improve it. So UDS is one of the places that we'll be watching.
Thank you very much. Kofi Idi Adams, of course, Member of Parliament for Buem and also Minister for Sports and Recreation. Yes, Honorable, of course, for the sake of your constituent, just introduce yourself and tell me your expectation of Dr. Atufo.
Well, my name is Sebastian. I represent the people of Kwando in the Parliament of Ghana.
Your expectation of the Finance Minister?
High hopes, and I think he would. I'm expecting that he will come to not just mince words but tout what the government has been able to do to stabilize this economy so far, based on what he inherited as a finance minister from the previous government and the things that we saw and heard when he opened the books. I mean, the downward spiral on which the economy was. I was expecting that maybe it would take a year plus 2 years for that matter to stabilize the economy. But we are seeing that stability giving way gradually to growth. And some of the key inputs that would spur growth, I think that they're doing. We've seen the big push launched, and then much effort is going into it. The president himself has been in the field, launching the projects up north for roads infrastructure to go on. So for me, I'm expecting that the finance minister would actually move and then dwell on what the interventions that will come in to actually quicken the growth that we expect this economy to see after the stabilization.
Honorable Sebastian Day, Member of Parliament for Pando, thank you very much. And so we're still coming to you live from Parliament, where we are engaged in budget presentation conversations. And so, of course, moments ago, in the middle of engagement of Honorable Sebastian Day, the government economic advisor and the president's economic advisor and former finance minister Setepe walked in earlier. The national chairman for the governing NDC, Johnson Esidin Ketia, equally made his way to the public gallery, and for that matter, of course, I'm sure that today he might even make his way to where the guests are received in the inner perimeter of the Chamber of Parliament to witness the presentation of the 2026 budget statement. And so, yes, back to you in the studio, but of course, we're still engaging people. Yes, of course. So we will go to the chamber. We'll go to the chamber now, and then take what's happening there. Back to you in the studio, Emmanuel.
16 days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, at conclave, we discussed how to handle this matter, and I'm going to stick to the agreement. That is what I'm going to enforce here. So the procedural motion has been moved. We now wait for a seconder. No seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. It's moved and seconded. I'll proceed to put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to the second motion, that is item Item 12 on the order paper is also at page 3 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that this House adopts the 70th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th day of October 2025, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, communicated to Parliament the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, after complying with Standing Order 217, the committee met on the 10th day. The committee met on the 10th day of November 2025 to vet the nominee of the President. Mr. Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised.
Yes, please, I cited the minority chief whip. He was on his feet. Yes, please.
Speaker, while the first Deputy Speaker is presenting the report, may I humbly suggest that you direct the table office to make enough copies of the report. Clearly, we don't have copies. I do not have a copy. No, but we need more we need hard copies. We have only one. Speaker, don't do that. We have only one copy. Speaker, so Speaker, we will need more copies.
Honorable members, the minority chief whip is right. Copies are not available, and so we need copies to be distributed to all members of the House. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We now have the report loaded on our console.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, honorable members, I've just been informed that it's now been uploaded into your tablets, and so that's not my information. My information is that it's now, not yesterday. Now. That's what I've been told. Honorable members, please, may I give 5 minutes for members to go through the report, and then the chair of the committee will now present the report. 5 minutes. Honorable members, in the meantime, let me draw your attention to the presence of visitors who are at the public gallery. in particular our students, your own sons and daughters from Beth Barra Academy. They are led by the proprietress of the academy by name Hannah Kwe. And the academy is located in the Weja Bawe constituency. There are 36 in number. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to Parliament and to this very important session of Parliament. I hope they will get time to listen to this debate and also the presentation of the budget. Honorable members, please, your own sons and daughters will be judging you. I hope and pray that you put up the best for them to emulate. Please, you are most welcome. You may resume your seats. Honorable members, we may now go on. Chairman of the committee, you may present the report now.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As indicated, the committee duly complied with Standing Order 217 and any other relevant law relating to the vetting of the Chief Justice. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised some issues. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the issues raised by the minority leader have been dealt with by the committee in accordance with law. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the conclusion of the preliminary issues raised by the minority leader, the minority staged a walkout and indicated that the minority caucus has rejected the nominee and that the minority caucus hereby votes en bloc to reject the nominee, though at that material moment the actual vetting had not commenced and we were not voting. Right, Honorable Speaker, thereafter, the committee proceeded to vet the nominee, and by the report, we can see the preliminary comments made by the nominee, his background, and the response to salient questions. Right, Honorable Speaker, the nominee was asked questions such as the perceived nomination by the President as reward. He provided answers to that. Questions like duration of presidential election petition, cost of litigation and access to justice, regional access to Court of Appeal, empaneling of judges at the Supreme Court, addressing backlog of cases and delays in justice delivery, judicial leadership, and managing dissent views. Cases involving remand prisoners and congestion in our prisons. Establishment of Court of Appeal for the 5 northern regions. Restoration of public confidence in the judiciary. Addressing perception of corruption on part of the judiciary. Reintroduction of electronic case management system. Appointment of judges and judicial independence. Curbing public suspicion of executive overreach in judicial appointment. Judicial reforms and institution of development. Propriety of proceedings with the vetting process. Case management and judicial administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, and I would read the recommendation and the conclusion of the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of recommendation, the committee recommends to the House, by majority decision, the approval of the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for Right, Honorable Speaker, all the new patriotic members of the committee, minority, indicated before the vetting that they have voted against the nominee. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, duly examined the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for appointment as Chief Justice. Upon careful deliberations, the committee knows that the nominee demonstrated outstanding competence a very deep knowledge of the law and a firm grasp of the judicial ethics. He addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting his capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land. The committee is satisfied that the nominee possesses the requisite qualification, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. In conclusion, all the members of New Patriotic Party minority were opposed and indicated from the onset before vetting that they are voting against the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee, and subsequently walk out of the proceedings after the preliminary remark by the Honorable Minority Leader on behalf of the Minority Caucus. The committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision the adoption of the report of the approval of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably read by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we had a public hearing which was scheduled and held on the 10th of November. The nominee, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, was present, and he responded to the questions that the members of the committee actually posed to him. Mr. Speaker, as Chairman rightly said, he demonstrated his deep knowledge of the law and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, his background, knowledge, and experience left us in no doubt that he is actually the right person for the job. Mr. Speaker, his exceptional vision of the judiciary and what he intends to do when this House approves his nomination was quite exceptional. As the chairman rightly said, I will urge this House to approve the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. At conclave this morning, we agreed that we will take 2 members from each side from the group that we refer to as backbenchers. So 2 backbenchers from each side of the House. They have submitted, your leaders have submitted the names to me, and I'll refer to them. Then the middle belt will have a member each, and the front bench, the ship will have a member each, and then the leaders we'll conclude. So we are having 5 from each side of the House. The backbenchers have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. The middle belt, 7 minutes. And then the ship, 10 minutes. And the leaders, 15 minutes each. This was the understanding at conclave. Since the motion was moved and seconded from the majority side, we will now listen to a backbencher from the minority, and there are 2 members presented as backbenchers, Honorable Anthony Emia and then Honorable Sami Awuku. So either Anthony Emia or Sami Awuku will start. 5 minutes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are going by the agreement, except to say that when we are sending the list to you, we proposed to take our list in a certain order, but it will still comply 5 each for the back bench, the middle bench, and then the ship and the leader. So, Mr. Speaker, if you check, Mr. Speaker, so if you check the list we gave, the ship we yielded to Honorable Anyimedu to start his 10 minutes for the ship allocation. He yielded to him, and then we have Honorable Tampuli for the middle, which is the 7 minutes, and then after him, our backbench 5-5. So that is how we would end our side. So we would plead with Mr. Speaker to go by the order that we wrote, but still complies with our agreement without any change.
Starting from 1 to 5. If I'm to go by that, 1 is Honorable Enyimedu Kwame entry, and I'm told he is to have 10 minutes. So, Honorable, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the report that is ably presented to the House by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Ehiafo. Amongst the things that the First Deputy Speaker told Ghanaians are that the new patriotic party members on our side, before we could do or finish the vetting, had indicated, I chose my words correctly, before we could conclude, before we could conclude the vetting, had indicated that we were going to vote en bloc. What the chairman refused to tell this House and Ghanaians are the reasons that we had adduced for voting against the nominee. We indicated at the committee that we're going to vote against the nominee. Mr. Speaker, among the other things that we have stated are that there are 7 separate proceedings at the various jurisdictions, inclusive of the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the ECOWAS Court. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a member of ECOWAS and a very serious member of ECOWAS. Under the ECOWAS, we have the ECOWAS Parliament, we have the ECOWAS Court, and Mr. Speaker, we must respect the court. What would happen if all these cases that are pending before the courts, they decide and they go against the government? Mr. Speaker, Attorney General, as at now, had not, in most of the cases, had not filed anything challenging the issues at stake. All we are saying is that, Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, we have the Chief Justice of the land, and if the seat is vacant, we must have someone to occupy the seat. It must be something that we should do with joy. It must be something that every Ghanaian must be interested. But, Mr. Speaker, the very basis that is giving rise for the vacancy of this seat is challenged. The very basis is what we are saying, that it is pending at the various courts. So it has not arisen for us to challenge or to go through the vetting and vote for another member.
Honorable member, please, you may move to another issue. I have already pronounced on this matter. I won't go back. If you are dissatisfied with my pronunciation, my ruling on the matter, by our rules, you know what to do. You cannot come through the back door. Go through the front door and come properly to this house. You may move to another issue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I respect you and I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't challenge that. I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. Save that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging. I just wanted that is our view, and that is what I expected the chairman to inform the House and to Ghanaians. But I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we seek to tell Ghanaians is that the very person, Mr. Justice Bafubani, stands conflicted, because the very person that is occupying a seat is sitting under a number of cases to determine the old Chief Justice whether it is right or wrong for the person to be seated. And that's we say member, that he is conflicted.
Honorable member, please. You are a highly respected legal luminary. You were lecturing law at the university. You are now a member of parliament, and you carry a lot of respect. What you are submitting now is at the wrong forum. That is at the wrong forum. And so please, I will just advise that you move to another issue, because you know what to do. The issue you are raising, not here. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, I accept to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, on your left, would want to tell you and Ghanaians why we had indicated that we were voting en bloc. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to challenge. It has nothing to challenge your reasons. And Mr. Speaker, we have, this is the Parliament of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious
Honorable member, please, I'm happy that you know that this Parliament of Ghana. And so, if you have a matter before the National House of Chiefs, you don't move to talk about your case before the National House of Chiefs at the meeting of the caucus of the youth. Please, that is a different forum. You know what to do. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, what I pursue to be my duty here, Mr. Speaker, is to urge it out to Ghanaians why we have taken a stand. Amongst the other things is that, Mr. Speaker, we see this practice. This is very serious. That the executive is controlling Parliament and Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive.
Honorable member.
The executive.
Honorable member. Please. The statement you just made is a very serious statement. As I sit here, please, there is no executive that can control me. I want to assure you.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I pray thee. Maybe I didn't make myself clearer. But what I mean, Mr. Speaker, is that, and Mr. Speaker, I think I need your protection.
The public doesn't hear them. Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, what I mean by what I've said.
Please, I'm in charge. I will allow the debate to flow within the remit of our rules, our practice, and our conventions. And in fact, I made that known at the meeting, at the conclave. Your leaders are aware. But I must apply the rules. If not, my presence here is of no use to the whole country and to the practice of democracy. Please, so I'm very, very careful with what I do. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, the point I would want to make here is that there are three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, what's our side of the House?
Honorable members, members, please, I have taken note of all the interjections, and he has 10 minutes. So I'm looking at the 10 minutes, and I'm deducting all the interjections from his 10 minutes. So either you keep your cool, listen, and when it's your turn, you put across your own views, or we stay here till midnight. I will not take any minute from his 10 minutes. So please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst my 10 minutes, I may want to plead, Mr. Speaker, may I remind the House of Article 115 of the Constitution. And I read, Mr. Speaker, there shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. At the end of proceedings, just a reminder. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is that
you just read the provision. It says it shall not be questioned in any place out of Parliament or where? Court. We are in the House here. So here it can be questioned here.
Mr. Speaker, now that I am guided that when a parliamentarian is speaking,
don't mislead the public, please.
Mr. Speaker, I need your protection.
Honorable member, I will protect you, but don't mislead the public. We do not say gag the member, but you read the provision 115. Please, this is an opportunity for many to learn, and many of our citizens are listening to us. I want to read it carefully. 115. There shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So, as I preside here, I can question your freedom of speech applying the rules, but I cannot go out of Parliament to question it or go to court to question it. But here in session, that freedom is open to question or to impeachment. Please, the rules are clear even in our standing orders. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that on our side, we believe that one arm of government is controlling another arm of government. And in this case, the executive is controlling the judiciary. By this act, Mr. Speaker, the act of where there is the head of judiciary, that judiciary is removed, and that had not been exhausted. And these matters are pending before various courts. The 7 cases that are pending, Mr. Speaker, I can go ahead and then mention it. Mr. Speaker, amongst other things.
Please, I've taken note of your time. The majority leader is on his feet. Please, what is the issue? I've taken note of your time, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders in Order 1, 2, 3 clearly prescribes the content of a speech. And 1, 2, 3, 2 says that a member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on a member or any other person, or impute improper motives, or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. Mr. Speaker, he has said that the executive, that is the president, essentially, when you say the executive, you are talking about the president. He has said that the president, the executive, the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, for a member, to say on the floor that the president is controlling the judiciary, when the president has sworn an oath before this House to uphold and defend the Constitution. And the Constitution does not make provision for the president to control the judiciary. So when you stand in this House and say that the president is controlling the judiciary, you are clearly impugning the integrity of the president. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that the member is out of order, and you should direct, Mr. Speaker, that should be struck out of the records of this House.
Honourable members, the member has expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, the member Honourable members, just a few days ago, I talked about the clapping of hands. That is not part of the practice of this House. You can heckle your colleague, but don't use your hand and be clapping. It's not. Please, I identified the person who was doing that. But at least for today, you will be pardoned. Next time, I will not do so. Honourable members, please, let me repeat. The member expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, he never used any offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on the executive or any other person. So he's entitled to express his opinion. Once he hasn't used any such word, I think he's in order and he should continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for my protection, for your protection. I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, there are various cases pending before the courts. There is a matter of the Mr. Speaker, if I may make a small reference. There is this case of the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono versus Article 146.
Honorable Member,
Committee.
please, Honorable Member, you can't take us back. I'll pronounce on this matter. Why? Honorable Member, you know, please, Minority Leader, now the very competent Honorable Member to continue with his submissions. I am very observant, and I have watched you, and I've seen and even heard some of the things you are whispering to him. That is not allowed. Please, he is competent enough. I am very vigilant. Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the respected Dominic Nito is here. All we are telling him is to focus and abide by your direction. Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, he is a Catholic, I'm a Catholic, you are. I'm rather telling him to focus so that you don't have to come in again. Mr. Speaker, I am, with respect, we are here. I am telling him that focus on the issues that are non-controversial. That's what I'm telling him, Mr. Speaker. I beg of you.
Honorable,
for records, I don't want to be misquoted. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in any event, I have a right to confer with my colleague to confer.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are facing your colleagues. You are facing your colleagues in the majority, and also the part of the public gallery behind them. I am facing the majority and facing the minority and facing the whole public gallery. I observe what is happening. Truly, Honorable Dominic Nito kept on drawing his attention to go back my rulings and focus on his dissent. I watched that. I eavesdropped. That is true. Honorable Minority Leader, when you turn and you are talking to him, I don't only see you, but I also hear you. Please, Honorable Member, just go on with your submission.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Now, please, you are now left with 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that, and it's our belief, that this constitution, the very constitution that we are protecting and guarding against, is being breached because there was no prima facie case made against the former Chief Justice, and the matter still remains in court. Nobody knows about it. Mr. Speaker, the matter still remains in court, and that had not been dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, other applications have been filed for certiorari. The decisions that have been made must be quashed. Again,
Honorable Member,
those decisions,
please.
No.
You can't litigate that case before Parliament. You can't. This is not the forum for that. Please, if you go that way again, I'll apply the rules. You know the rules. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we also want Ghanaians to know, and I cited the prima facie case, and nobody knows it in Ghana. We are, Mr. Speaker, the reports that, and we are told that there were 3 petitions against the former Chief Justice, and we heard of 1. The report of the committee, Mr. Speaker, remains unpublished. We don't even know what went into that. And we believe that as Ghanaians, before we get to today, we must know the details of why there is vacancy in Ghana that we need to fill. All we are saying that this arm of government and the head of that arm of government, which is judiciary, Mr. Speaker, that seat is not vacant. And even if an attempt had been made to make it vacant, that attempt, Mr. Speaker, we cannot see through that. We think that is faulted, that is...
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we expected.
Honorable members, the honorable member has finished with his submission. The time is up. And honorable members, I direct that all what he said after my last ruling are expunged from the records. I have a number of times drawn his attention that this is not the forum for the litigation of those cases. What we are considering now is the appointment of a nominee. That nominee has been taken through the process of public hearing. You had the opportunity to appear before the committee and to put across all what you just alleged. You opted to boycott. It is now not for you to come through the back door and be making allegations. Hearsay evidence is not admissible here. Please, let's move on. We now will listen to, from the majority side, whether they also want me to go by the order that is numbered. And therefore, from the majority side, they started with the backbenchers. The first backbencher is Honorable Zuwera Ibrahima. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to look at the report of the Appointments Committee with regards to the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this preliminary statement that I actually had the very rare opportunity and privilege to sit through the entire vetting process on Monday. From beginning to end, Mr. Speaker, I was there. I saw everything that played out. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll leave issues of that day for another time. Today, we are looking at Justice Paul Bafuboni. And, Mr. Speaker, from very humble beginnings, born in Guaso, in today Ahafo region, Guaso, his lordship His Lordship worked his way out and worked higher the ladder of leadership of this country. Mr. Speaker, his background any day is worth celebrating. And Mr. Speaker, as I sat in the vetting session and listened to my Lord Justice Paul Bafuboni, I was convinced he was the best suited for the position at this time. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? My Lordship was nominated to the Supreme Court in January 2008. He spent 17 years at the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, even at home, we all have this adage that we say, experience is the best teacher. After 17 years, Justice Paul Bafuboni demonstrated at vetting that this country and the judicial system of this country is going into very safe hands. Mr. Speaker, I say this because as a woman, Mr. Speaker, and a champion of women leadership, I want to celebrate all the women chief justices that we've had. We had Her Lordship Georgina Wood, who was appointed to the Supreme Court in 2002 and became Chief Justice in 2007. She reigned for 10 years, and we all saw the output of her work. It was not in question. Her capabilities were never in question. Mr. Speaker, we saw Her Lordship Sophia Akufu, who had spent 22 years at the Supreme Court before becoming a Chief Justice in 2017. Mr. Speaker, she exited the role with impeccable credentials. Mr. Speaker, again, let me say this to this House, and I want it on record. Again, I had the opportunity to be a member of the vetting committee, appointments committee that vetted Her Ladyship Tokono. Mr. Speaker, I recall I asked one question. I asked my Lordship, what are the attributes of a good Chief Justice? Give me 5 attributes. She gave 1. And she turned and asked me, what did you say again? Mr. Speaker, the Saturday after that vetting, a former member of this House, a learned member of this House, Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini, was on Joy Newsfire discussing the vetting of Her Lord. And he said,
Honorable members, Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Minority Leader, please, honorable members, may we have your ears. Deputy Minority Leader.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that, hello, Mr. Speaker, the mention of the former Chief Justice on a Tokono is not a subject under discussion at this point in time. If you look at the report, I think we are relating the report that has been submitted before us.
He's attacking
the personality of Chief Justice. It's not something that we have to entertain. So I just call for the expansion of that part, attacking the former Chief Justice, to be expunged from the debate. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, please. I heard her say that as a woman, she was going to celebrate women that were Chief Justices, and started with Her Lordship Justice Georgina Wood, and said so many things about her. I practiced before her when she was High Court judge. I know her very well. Then she proceeded to Justice Sophia Akufu. She was in practice, private practice, when I was also practicing. So I know her very well. Now she proceeded to Justice Tokunu. She is far behind me, so when I was in flight, she was not available. She was saying what happened. Please, she was. Honorable members, please. I have to relate to this before I give my ruling. She was sharing her experience when she appeared at the appointments committee, and that she member speaking was a member of the appointments committee, and she asked her a question about the five attributes of a Chief Justice. And now she's going through what took place. So I was keenly listening to her to see whether she will pass the acid test of our rules. That is why I'm following her keenly. If she doesn't, I'll call her to order. Please, I'm listening. I will not allow her to say anything that is unparliamentary about the former Chief Justice. Please. Yes. Honorable member, you are left with 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to pick up from where I left off. So this is the experience with Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Tokono. To the extent that the former Member of Parliament, Honorable A.B.F. Hussein, had occasion to speak on Joy News File on the Saturday and said that the most important question that was asked that day, the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahim. And the Chief Justice nominee failed to answer that question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point that I can dovetail effectively into my next point. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
please. member, as you rightly stated, that is the opinion of Honorable ABA Hussaini. As to the marks you are giving to her answer, it is not for you to be satisfied with her answer. Once you ask the question, even on the floor here, the answers that are given does not necessarily satisfy the people who ask the questions. You cannot use that as the basis to judge her on this particular situation where she is not in question. We are not here discussing the former Chief Justice. No. So if you are going to celebrate them, and let's move on. Please. Yes, Honorable Dominic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
They've called. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The record has to be expunged. It has to be expunged.
Mr. Speaker, that tells us one thing. They are not listening to you because they have known that you called me.
Please go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank you. People who are not here to defend themselves, as Mr. Speaker has said, if you say adverse things about Mr. Speaker, I want to plead, as you have done, so I want to say to you that, Mr. Speaker, as you want, Mr. Speaker, all of you punch that particular section, so there is the section trying back to some, and even she is the subject of all that we are doing. Because if there's anything, the part is that she's been justice before, and she has cases in court. We don't know what will happen, so they should punch that portion from the hands out.
Honorable member, I'm trying to get which portion, because please, what I said was that she referred to the opinion expressed by ABA Hussaini, showing that they were not satisfied with her performance. And I said that is his opinion. So is that why you are saying I should get expunged?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, the entire section, she referred to the former, the Chief Justice, or Justice Tokono's vetting, where she says that she failed to answer questions. I think that we should expunge that. That's the point I'm making. We should expunge that from the records. Just as you admonish her that she should veer away from it, I'm going further to plead with you to let the Hansard expunge that section completely from the records. Because unless somebody reads your comments, if I'm reading the Hansard and I don't go further to read your comments, I will not know that you have told her to move away from it, and that is not good. I just want them to expunge that section. That's all that I'm saying. The section that goes to say that in her view she has failed those questions, so she expunge it. That's all I'm saying.
Honorable member, I want to hear you again, because if I had heard the use of the word fail, I would have definitely ruled her out of order. What did you say? What did you say?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question to the then nominee, asking her to give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice. and she mentioned one. Thereafter, the Saturday after the vetting, Honorable A.B.F. Husseini was on joint program discussing the entire vetting process, and he indicated that he thought that the most important question that was asked at vetting was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahima to the effect that the nominee should give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice. That is what I said. I never used the word fail. Hazard is my witness. They can go back and check. The word fail never came from me, Mr. Speaker. He said he was not. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I've listened to her, and so I'll proceed to direct that if she had earlier used the word fail, that portion be deleted from the official reports, particularly the word fail. Now she has stated clearly she did not use it, but it's recorded, and so the official reports will go through all this. If they come across the use of the word fail and the words after it should be deleted from the official reports. Please, now you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and tying it all into my previous statements, Justice Bafo-Boni made very strong statements at vetting. And one of the things he said that drives my enthusiasm today, and I quote, he said, "The Constitution of Ghana entrusts the Chief Justice with a dual responsibility to adjudicate cases with fairness and to safeguard the credibility and moral authority of justice itself." Mr. Speaker, it gives all of us comfort. I hope. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I watched Justice Bafo-Boni. He spoke from his heart. This is a man who was ready to leave a job at the prison service so he could marry his sweetheart. And he was adverting with Mrs. Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the character of the man. Yeah.
Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable Anthony Emia. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I place on record that Gertrude Tokono, throughout her distinguished service as a judge and Chief Justice, had an impeccable record.
Sure.
Not just impeccable, my Lord. Mr. Speaker, sorry. It was also spotless. Unfortunately, we did not give her the chance to exhaust her full term as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive summary before me this afternoon makes capital out of Article 144 of the 1992 Constitution, which has given birth to this exercise and the said report. But in the view of the minority, the said article has been invoked prematurely. And I say so based on arguments advanced by my colleague, Honorable Anyimedu, citing the various cases. What is interesting about the said cases, Mr. Speaker, is that
Honorable member, don't fall into the same trap. That is not before us. And you know that these are matters pending in the court. So you have the right forum to go and ventilate your grievances and as much as possible vindicate yourself at that forum, not in Parliament. Let's proceed with the business before us. That's all.
I am very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will dwell on our own rules from our standing orders, particularly Orders 103F, 1231, 217 Rule 2, as well as 216 Rule 4, in further proceeding with my comment on the report. And with your kind permission, I would want to read the various orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 103F says, a motion shall not relate to a definite issue, and a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not F. Be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of the parties to the action. When you move on to 1231, 1231, which is under content of speech, says, a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way, or may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interest of the parties in the action. The combined effect of the combined effect of Order 103F and I would not. I will not dwell from what.
Please, honorable members, don't tamper with the mic. You may go on.
Order 2164. Part of our own rules. And Mr. Speaker, again, I seek your permission to read Order 2172, which says the chairperson and ranking member and 2 other members of relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the President for appointment as Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. The 2164 stipulates that the clerk is responsible for arranging questions admitted by the Speaker to conform with the rota and to inform the ministers accordingly. From my understanding, the combined effect of 2164 and 2172 is that 1, there was no lawful vacancy that is flowing directly from 2172.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Please, your time is up. And we proceed to the next person. Honorable members, we will now listen to Honorable Muntaka Mohammed. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable members, the timing has been captured by the recordings. The instruments will give 5 minutes exactly. So when it gets to the 5 minutes, it will cut off automatically. That is what happened to the honorable member. And so I had to give him extra minutes. So please, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, Minister for Interior, take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a backbencher, because I heard earlier Honorable Ayimbadu was given 10 minutes, and I thought, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the leadership agreed, but the most important thing is that ministers are equated to rankings and chairs. So I don't know if that timing could be relooked at, but other than that,
Honorable member, you are actually not a backbencher, but you have been favored to speak instead of a backbencher. That should have been given to a backbencher. So I thought that you should have shown some gratitude to your leaders. If you think that you are oversized, then we'll get proper size for you next time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank you and the leadership for the opportunity to speak in place of a backbencher. But Mr. Speaker, my worry is about the conclusion of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the House is guided by rules. And all our rules, Mr. Speaker, because of timing, I want to state that if you take Order 217, it says that the committee's report will either be by consensus or by voting. Mr. Speaker, so far as all of us were concerned, there was no voting at the Appointments Committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, votings are done at the tail end of the matter, whether it's a motion, whether it's a question, whether it's whatever decision is taken at the tail end. And Mr. Speaker, as we all also know, because of the timing, the rules of the House says that whatever rules that play to the chamber equally plays at the committee level. And Mr. Speaker, like I'm debating now, I cannot speak now and tell you, Mr. Speaker, when it's time for voting, I'll be voting this way and therefore step out. No, it has to be, I have to be present and be voting. as in Article 104 of our Constitution and our Standing Orders 139. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee's conclusion should be that it is by consensus decision. It cannot be by majority decision. It was by consensus decision. But Mr. Speaker, and the most important thing, as Mr. Speaker, you may know because of your deep knowledge of this House and its rules, if we are at a committee to vote, until somebody raises quorum, quorum is assumed. If it's time for us to vote, and there's nobody to raise issue of whether we have our full membership or what have you, it is assumed. Mr. Speaker, when people walk out, their names will still be recorded as present. When you are going to record those who were present, their names will be recorded. But they cannot say, we are voting, but we are walking out. No. The time that they were saying they were voting was not time for voting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to consider this and amend the committee's report to indicate that the decision was by consensus so that they do not take more of our time. Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the nominee, for me, I'm wondering why our colleagues are even doing what they are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear by Article 146 of the Constitution where the President is mandated, if there's petition, to remove a Chief Justice or otherwise, the proper procedure was followed to the end. And if you have a challenge to that, it is not on the floor of Parliament that you come and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if you look at his experience, you and I, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, were members of the Appointments Committee when we vetted him in 2008. I was a backbencher member of the Appointments Committee, and he's been there for 17 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his impeccable records, you will be wondering why has he not been Chief Justice long ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one person that has run his career through almost all the government. He got to the bench through President Rawlings, as indicated by even the committee's report. He got to the High Court through President Rawlings. Then, through President Kufuor, he went to the Appeals Court and the Supreme Court. And he's one of the very experienced persons that we have. If you look at his experience, if you look at the things that he's been able to do, even academically, and you wonder why he was not even made a Chief Justice earlier. But like we said, everybody marks his time. This is his time. This is the time for Justice Paul Bafuboni. And Mr. Speaker, we must support him and encourage him to be able to give out his best, as he himself had indicated in the record. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at the issue of the committee's conclusion, saying that it's by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is by... Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, very difficult to accede to your request because you now have to define what voting means. What do you mean by voting? Do you have to use a thumbprint? Can you use your mouth to vote? There are so many ways that you can determine somebody has voted. The report is very clear. It says after the minority leader made his submission, which was preliminary, it stated clearly and is quoted, the minority caucus hereby vote en bloc to reject the nominee. That is at the public hearing. And so, clear indication as to voting. Then, getting to the end of the report, the chairman captured it again, where he says, in conclusion, all the members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the Chief Justice. That is what we have. And so I'm saying that then you have to define what we mean by vote. Has it got to be a physical indication either by thumb or pen, or could it be by word? And that one, we may have to look at it again. Then he concluded, the chairman, The committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision. He didn't tell us how the majority came by the decision. And it could be just the discussion there that they agreed that we support the nomination. That will be a decision, and that will be a way of voting. And so once they took that decision and adopted the report, we cannot question that they haven't been voting at the committee level. That is the challenge I have. And so I'll have difficulty in directing that the report of the committee be amended to capture the views that you've expressed. May we now go on to the next person, and that is the Honorable Member for Tampuli Al-Hassan. Tampuli Hassan, your constituency is Gushegu. That is his name here. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, but Speaker, with respect, I submitted the names from the minority, and as far as I can recollect, the next to speak is the Honorable Samir Oku. Speaker, if you may indulge me. That is the list. No, that's the list.
Well, that is what I have here, but when your leader was speaking, he mentioned Tampuli before, but what you actually submitted to me, the third name is Sami Awuku, which is 5 minutes. But in his submission, he mentioned Tampuli first.
With respect, not to challenge the leader, but we will respectfully require of you that we go by the list. So we will.
So, Honorable Sami Awuku,
yes.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Appointment Committee's report on the President's nominee for the office of Chief Justice.
Are you contributing to it or you are commenting?
I'm contributing to it, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because the two are different. The two are different. If you are going to comment, I will take note of that. If you say you are going to contribute, then I take note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm contributing.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the First Deputy Speaker as he eloquently also touted the achievement of the President's nominee, including his diligence and competence. Mr. Speaker, this is a sharp departure from a previous position when Justice Bafuboni was nominated for the office of Supreme Court Judge under President Kufuor. The NDC vehemently opposed it anyway. Mr. Speaker, our position and that of the minority is not premised on personal grounds, but clearly on a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 1446 of the Constitution, it is clear that the judiciary currently is not leaderless. The acting Chief Justice enjoys the powers of exercising his discretion and also the administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, what may likely create some genuine crisis in the minds of people will be the invitation of Parliament in helping install a new Chief Justice and the court subsequently, if matters before it are resolved and goes the other way. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 144 mandates the President, and the President's power to also nominate a Chief Justice is not impaired at all, and it's not challenged. The President has exercised that power by nominating Justice Bafuboni.
Parliament's approval function, like all other constitutional powers, must also be exercised consistently with other constitutional provisions, Right Honourable Speaker, including the separation of powers, judicial independence, the sub judice rule, and also respect for pending processes. Right Honourable Speaker, Justice Paul Bafoboni has less than 2 years to retire. And we respectfully hold the view that this process must also not be rushed. And with all the benefits available to him and the powers available to him as acting Chief Justice, we believe the balance of convenience arguments really can hold sway here. And what is this balance of convenient argument here? If Justice Paul Bafoboni is approved by Parliament today, Right Honourable Speaker, and the ECOWAS Court or Supreme Court decides otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not give direction on how to deal with such matters under such circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honourable Member, may you move from that and go to the next topic. You have other issues, go to that.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is our considered position, and we hold the view, and in complete fidelity to the law, that we believe that these processes, we can hold on with it and exhaust the processes. And it's on this basis that we join the House and also call on the House as well to reject the nominee. Thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you so much. You are within your 5 minutes. It was just left with some seconds. Thank you so much for being timeous. We now go to the next person, and that is from the majority side, Honourable Dominic Ayine, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. You, Honourable Minister, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honourable members, he is not speaking as a backbencher. He is speaking as a middle bencher.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you said he is speaking as a middle bencher, but Mr. Speaker, with the agreement we have, middle benchers don't have 10 minutes. Then you have 7 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that unless he is speaking on behalf of the leadership, but if the Attorney General is speaking as a middle bencher, he has 7 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Honourable Member, you are right. But what they submitted, I can see they cancelled the Honourable Eric Opoku 10 minutes, and they gave him 7, and rather gave Honourable Dominic Ayine 10 minutes. That's what I have here on the paper. So he is speaking for 10 minutes. Honourable Eric Opoku is giving 7 minutes. That's what they have done. Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in our case, we did indicate that the minority chief whip, that is the ship and the whip, slot was given to Honourable Anyimedu. That was the reason or the basis for his 10 minutes. So if it is the case that one of the leadership from the majority front bench is ceding his position or his allocation to the Attorney General, then they should indicate so. Rather than that, none of the speakers, apart from the leaders, have 10 minutes to speak. So they should put that on the record so that it will not be the case that leadership will also speak and then...
I have put that on the record. They don't need to do that. So please, let's move on. You have 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana of the Honorable Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, I have a preliminary observation to make. As was rightly pointed out by the Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima, I also, the Honorable Member for Salaga South, I also sat through the entire vetting process and observed, sometimes with consternation, about the conduct that was exhibited at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enshrines the doctrine of the co-equality of the three branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The doctrine of co-equality means also implicitly that the principle of comity, and I'm talking about comity as in C-O-M-I-T-Y, must apply in the relationship amongst the three branches of government. What does comity mean? Comity, Mr. Speaker, simply means courtesy extended towards a person that you respect as a co-equal. Mr. Speaker, on that day...
Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to tell me...
I will speak within the 10 minutes,
Honorable Member, unless you want to tell me that the apology are rendered to the judiciary because of the conduct of some members at the Appointments Committee is not sufficient. Unless that's what you want to tell me, I think that you need to move away from where you are now to another issue. I have done that already on behalf of the whole House. And I did it sitting on this same chair, presiding over this House. So please, don't overstretch that issue again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought rightly that I was adding my voice to your powerful voice about how we conduct ourselves. So I take a cue from you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we have no doubt that the President of the Republic appointed the right person to the position of Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution, there are three main criteria for qualification as a Justice of the Superior Court. One is high moral character, proven integrity, and that the person should be not less than 15 years experience as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Paul Bafo-Boni, more than qualifies within the context of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He's been a Justice of the Supreme Court or a Justice of the Superior Court for more than 30 years, more than 3 decades. There has been no incident of questionable acts of integrity on his part. Indeed, prior to coming for the vetting, Mr. Speaker, the NIB, or the National Intelligence Bureau, or what we used to call BNI, did background checks on him. And the report came back with a clean bill of health. He is squeaky clean as far as his job as a Justice of the Superior Court is concerned. So there are no questions to be raised when it comes to meeting the constitutional criteria. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this country that our judiciary is at a crossroads, that public trust is fast declining when it comes to the performance of the judiciary. Various studies Empirical studies have shown that that is the case. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, you need an experienced hand to steer the affairs of the judiciary and take us out of that storm. And the right person at this moment in time is no other than the person who has served the judiciary with distinction for over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, when he answered the questions, you could see he did so with brilliance. You could see he did so from an experienced standpoint, somebody who knows the judiciary outside out, and he is a person who will steer us out of the troubles that we are now facing in terms of the institutional performance of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, what caught my eye as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on that day was when he was asked a question regarding how he was going to transform the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the minority will, do well to listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, he gave us 3 cardinal pillars on which he is going to transform the judiciary. He said he is going to introduce rules relating to procedural clarity and flexibility. Second, he is going to introduce efficiency in justice delivery. And third, accountability at all levels of judicial decision making. This is what we need at this point in time in our history. This is what we need for the judiciary to be independent and to perform and deliver justice to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pending suits, I am, or let me say my office is, a nominal defendant in all the suits. And I know better, looking at the Constitution and our standing orders, than to comment on pending suits before the courts of justice, whether it is the ECOWAS court or it is our own judiciary. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Ghanaians, our citizens who are listening to us, that nothing untoward, no untoward conduct has emanated from my office. And the minority, with all the experienced lawyers that they have, including but not limited to the Honorable Minority Leader himself, should know that if the Supreme Court comes out with its decision saying that the process of the removal of the Chief Justice was groundless, in other words, there was no ground, there were no legal grounds for the removal. Mr. Speaker, no, listen to this, If orders are made, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has no option but to obey the orders of the court. In fact, if he does not obey, the Constitution says that that is a high crime.
Honorable Minister and Attorney General, this is an area that I've given a directive on. You have to move away from it and let's focus on the matter before the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader is on his feet, yes.
Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague, the learned Attorney General, made reference to me in his submissions. To the extent that I feel misquoted, I just want to take the opportunity to correct the fact on record. He contends that the minority, with all its lawyers, including me, have misconstrued the matters at the various courts, and goes on to make further submission that should there be any ruling in favor of the plaintiff, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, Mr. President would obey. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention and that of my colleagues is to the effect that the learned Attorney General's office with the time given to file defense in the suit, has failed to do so. That was the argument of bad faith we raised, that in ECOWAS court there's a time, and if we really want to enrich our constitution and enrich democracy, that when a person appears before court, parties to the suit, however nominal, would make their views known. And Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, by making inference to my submission, again says that he is merely a nominal. But as nominal as he is the only party the Constitution provides as the one to file a defense. So it was his duty to take issues, traverse the matters, and Mr. Speaker, throughout the period, he did not. And it was the reason why we argued that, look, having failed to do that on time, you've created a certain lacuna, you've created a certain situation that goes against the rights of the respected former Chief Justice. That was the contention. I was not raising any other thing, but rightly saying that if you had failed on time, especially when you were served with all the processes on time, look at the way the injunction application was speedily heard. The substantive matter was pending long before vacation, and even after legal vacation, you didn't file a defense. You later went to the court to file a process for leave for extension of time, to file your process out of time. Meanwhile, we were receiving a nomination. Meanwhile, Parliament was again bound to hear the nominee. This was the argument we made, and it was not to attack the issue before the court. It was the action of your office, and that is why we raised it. So, Leonard Attorney General,
Leader,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard you.
Very well.
Heard you.
Very well.
Please, I was compelled to give him time because you referred to it, and it's not a matter, as I directed earlier on, that is of concern to the motion that is before the House. So kindly move away from there and then make your submissions. I've taken note of the interjections, and you have enough time to make your submission. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a point of correction, and because we are a House of Record, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important. The Honorable Minority Leader himself knows very well that the rules of court, CI 16, supplemented by CI 47, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, accords lawyers the opportunity to apply for extension to file their processes out of time. This is not something strange, and there is nothing sinister in what we have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, I wish to employ all of you, my colleagues in this House, that we approve the President's nominee because he is ably and eminently qualified in terms of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He is one of the most experienced justices of the Supreme Court that we have, and his experience is definitely needed at this point in time in our history in order to
Honorable Minister, you are timed out. Yes, may we go to the next speaker now, and that is Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes. Honorable Member, please, I was trying to get the second Deputy Speaker. I just recollected he's on an assignment. So may you kindly give me just 5 minutes. I'll be back, and then you make your submission. Sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
One would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice. One would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice whether or not he will be transferring judges, whether or not if a justice of the Superior Court, conducts himself or in any way he will be taking action against the person, or whether or not any disciplinary action can be taken anybody as a judge or any staff of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker.
The 1 minute is over again. So, but honorable member, don't be worried about that, because even this constitution, when it was being drafted, it was said to be drafted by hairdressers. Now, when it was approved, the people who stated that the hairdressers were drafting constitution kept on applauding the good works of the hairdressers. So, and you have also done that today. It's just that politicians are a different breed of human beings. So that is the challenge we have in the world. May we proceed to the next person, and this time from the majority side, and that is Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, you have seven minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, this House is witnessing inconsistency in its highest apogee. Inconsistency that has never been seen on the floor of this House, except today. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last year of Mr. President John Agyekum Kufuor, 2008, Justice Paul Bafuboni was elevated to the position of Supreme Court Justice. And the Appointments Committee's report was submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, that day, records of this House indicates that the minority we see today, they were in the majority. And they extol the virtues of this man right in this chamber. They describe him as competent. They describe him as competent, a man who has served this nation with dignity, an honest judge. In fact, they said a lot of good things about this man. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? What has changed? Today, the same person has been elevated, and now you are opposing his nomination. History will be the best judge. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Honorable Enyimadu spoke about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you recall that between 2003 and 2006, Justice Paul Bafuboni was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court. He was appointed to the Fast-Track High Court, a court established by President Kufuor, tried some cases, and after some years, declared unconstitutional in the history of our country. That was the period of executive manipulation of the judiciary. That was the period. And it happened under your watch. And today you have the courage to sit in the same chamber and talk about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, again,
your ruling on the matter, on this matter, is fortified by this report.
Honorable member, please. May we listen to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on Order 122 to clarify a point. Mr. Speaker, we don't appoint to the fast-track High Court. We appoint to the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, that clarification would have to be clear. There's nothing like we appoint to the High Court and not the fast-track High Court. When you are appointed to the High Court, you are then assigned to a division of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, this is the point. You don't appoint to the High Court.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is in the report, page 8. Page 8 of the report. Listen. Page 8 of the report. He was elevated to the High Court in 2000, 7 at Sunyane and Kumasi between 2000 and 2003, and later appointed justice to the fast-track High Court. Is it the report? So what's your problem? So, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the report, exactly how it is captured in the report. Then, Mr. Speaker, you are ruling on the matter that while Parliament is discharging a lawful duty, no court action can stop that, is fortified by this report. And it's interesting we raise this issue for Ghanaians to know. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27 of the report.
Honorable member, your leader is on his feet.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have been trying very hard to get members on this side to listen to opposing views. I urge our colleagues to also pay attention and listen so that we can expedite action on this matter. I'm just appealing to our colleagues on the other side.
Honorable members, please. We need to listen to each other. Honorable Doctor, he represented Parliament at our march against the judiciary. He was among the 11, and he ran all over the field without touching the ball. And he was substituted. So I understand that. Honorable members, please, we only consider and give prior approval to nominees of the President to the Supreme Court. The High Court and the Court of Appeal don't come before the House for prior approval. Please, that is the state of affairs. The process that he went through, I was minority leader. Concerns were expressed, but this was not a matter that came before the House for his approval or otherwise. Not at all. Please, let's go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that reading page 27 of the report, under point 6.18, propriety of proceeding with the vetting process. Your committee has reported
And indeed, they have cited two major cases, one involving a member of this House, Honorable Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General. And the report reads, to substantiate his position, the nominee cited relevant legal precedents, including Dufour versus Bank of Ghana and Vincent Asafua versus Attorney General, both of which affirm the principle that the existence of a legal challenge does not suspend constitutional processes in the absence of an explicit court injunction. Mr. Speaker, these two cases.
Honourable Member, I ruled on that, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on because our colleagues, when I raised the issue, that the same person, when he was brought here, they extolled his virtues. They said no, they are not opposed to his nomination, but they are talking about some legalities. And the basis of their argument is that there is a case that is to stop the proceedings of this House. And I'm reading this to fortify your ruling that they don't have basis. Their argument is baseless. They are only talking because they are in the minority and they want to be heard. Otherwise, they'll have no case at all to be even making noise in this House. The truth of the fact is that the man qualifies, he is competent. In fact, he is the first son from our region, Ahafo, to be elevated to this position. And the people of our region are solidly behind him. And so we urge our colleagues on the other side that you cannot oppose everything on this earth. You were here defending some few days ago. Now you are transmogrified.
Honourable members, we move on to the next person, and that is the last from the minority caucus, and the leader himself wants to take up that task. So I call on Osahene Afenyo-Markin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in making my contribution, I would want to, in addition to the report, rely on the certified copy of the verbatim report of proceedings that has been served on my good self by the clerk through the chairman. And for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to make same available to the table office for the record, because I'm going to rely on same. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall proceed to say that for the first time under the 1992 Constitution, a sitting Chief Justice has been removed pursuant to Article 146 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that removal effected on 1st September 2025, following recommendation by a committee chaired by His Lordship Justice Gabriel Puaman, has generated unprecedented litigation challenging its constitutional validity, procedural regularity, and legal effectiveness. Critically, several proceedings were filed before her ladyship's removal was finalized. These are contemporaneous constitutional challenges asserting fundamental and irredeemable flaws in the Article 146 process. The removal proceeded despite these pending objections. These objections now remain unresolved before multiple courts of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we, the minority, hold the view that there has been inconsistency in the approach in this matter, and that if care is not taken, this country that we all seek investment for may not attract that needed investment. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the prima facie findings of the Council of State remain unpublished. 2, as we speak, the very report that recommended...
Honorable Member, I thought your reference to this matter was a matter before the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But what you are talking about is not before the House.
Mr. Speaker, then let me use the phrase well. Let me rephrase it for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that the matters giving rise for this motion to be taken are such that we, the minority, still believe that there are serious matters for the constitution of our republic. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because today we consider this nomination, and you have made it clear that our approval or otherwise does not bring a finality within the context of the rule of law, which I agree. I'm not contesting that. But it is our view, most respectfully, that one, the fact that the prima facie determination is not in the public space is of concern to us. 2, the fact that the recommendation, the report that gave rise for the final decision of His Excellency the President is also not in the public domain is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, we contend that for the purposes of transparent democracy, the era where the citizens require information, it should have been an instinctive, inherent decision to have released the report. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hold the view that this was no less a matter because it was dealing with an organ of government, of state, the judiciary. That is our contention. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, as I said, you are complaining about acts of another arm of government.
Mr. Speaker, I hope my time is being stopped.
Not Parliament. Not Parliament.
No.
And those matters are not before Parliament. And so I have consistently guided you and your colleagues to deal with the matter before Parliament. Continue with the others at the proper forum, not the floor of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are not litigating those matters in Parliament, but those matters gave rise to this, what is before us. So what I'm trying to do is to give a background to the very matter before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Opoku in his submission argues with some force that executive manipulation started in Kufuor era. I found it very rich. And he tries to use that to justify the concerns that we are raising to say that we are acting in double standard. No, Mr. Speaker, in President Kufuor's era, no Chief Justice was removed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member,
Speaker,
please. I don't want us to go beyond what is before us, because many of the things that you say, because many of you were not born early, you don't know, you don't have the information. And in fact, I have bought some books, and I'm going to distribute the books particularly to leaders, so that you read to see the perception that we have given to the people outside there. They are very senior, intelligent people who held high office of state, who have written some books about Ghana politics. I have the books. I bought plenty copies to distribute to you free to read. I believe that will change your approach to how you go about the business on this floor. The information that I have from experience in this house, if I disclose them, many of the things you say are incorrect. The presidents and former presidents, they know. You don't know. And they know that I know what I'm talking about. So please, confine yourselves to the matters before the House. Let's deal with that one.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the fact that there appears to be some right violation against Justice Araba Isaba Tokunu, we in the minority are unable to support this nomination. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, in his submission, alluded to the fact that even when Parliament approves this nomination and the court determines otherwise, the executive would be bound to respect it. He was right in saying that when a court makes a pronouncement, the executive will be bound by it. But what he did not say is the conduct of his office in the handling of the very matter that he is saying when there is pronouncement, they would be bound by it. Mr. Speaker, he himself submitted that the rules of court allows for extension of time application to be made. The question we ask is that why didn't the Attorney General, considering the enormity of this matter, act with alacrity? Mr. Speaker, the question that begs for an answer is that for all these periods, if justice was really meant to be done, why didn't the Attorney General file a defense? He is now saying that we shouldn't worry, and that if there is any positive outcome, the president will be bound by it. But we are interested in the process. The minority in this House is interested in the process, and it is contending that his actions amount to bad faith and denying the respected
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I acknowledge that the minority is interested, and you are expressing your concerns. And those concerns have also been expressed at the right forum. But I say this is not the forum for that. The Attorney General's conduct of conducting proceedings in that court is not before the House. That at all is not. And so please, let's handle what is before us. Then at the appropriate forum, which you are doing, you continue with it. You can just refer that this is what you are doing, but don't go into the details.
Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, just place my time on ice for us to interrogate this preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, well, I will leave it to you, but I would want to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I was responding to the Attorney General. These are facts that he has made known to the House. So I was responding to his own argument. I was not saying anything new. It is what he said that I was referring to. But if you say I shouldn't delve deep into it.
I stopped him.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
I stopped him.
Very well.
And I said he should come back to the subject matter on the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that's
please.
Mr. Speaker, if it is so, I will not belabor. Mr. Speaker, today, our colleagues who vehemently opposed just 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, and when they had the opportunity, they brought 7. Their principled argument vanished into thin air. Today, Mr. Speaker, when our friends in the NDC argued against 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, when they had the opportunity, they brought 7 at a go. Today, the same people who opposed this nominee in 2008 are today saying that they are for his cause. Mr. Speaker, we leave everything to posterity. Every single thing that we are witnessing in this house is for posterity. But we believe as minority that in spite of all that is happening, which happenings is affecting the right of a citizen, the best days of our country are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we would not belabor. We maintain our opposition to this nomination, and we reject same, and we are going to demand a secret ballot to reject this. We are going to demand a secret ballot to vote, to let Hansard record our opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are members who have their own views and would want to exercise their right when there's secret ballot. We, the minority, are going to invoke that so that we take a secret ballot to register our dissent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't exhaust the 15 minutes. I will submit here to and then leave the matters to rest. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the last person to have a say on this matter is the majority leader. The minority leader actually used less than 15 minutes. So it's the majority leader who is now to end the debate, and he has 15 minutes to do so.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a very brief one. Very brief. In 2012, we had a national election for the presidency and for parliament. The election results were disputed. President Akufo-Addo was declared winner. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC petitioned President John Dramani Mahama was declared winner. Akufo-Addo petitioned the courts. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had another election, and President Akufo-Addo was declared winner, and John Dramani Mahama petitioned. The cases traveled before the Supreme Court, and finally, the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, it was clear to every Ghanaian that in spite of the cases pending in the Supreme Court, we went ahead and swore in those declared by the Electoral Commission as having been validly elected. But the case went on, and in the case of the petition against John Dramani Mahama, it was in August 2013 that the Supreme Court handed a ruling. Mr. Speaker, when we put the question to the nominee as to what he thinks will happen if the previous Chief Justice's case turned out in her favor, he simply referred us to these two cases. If in a presidential petition, we are convinced that if the ruling goes against a sitting president, that person will vacate the seat so that the winner will take over. Why would we entertain doubt that if a Chief Justice who has left office gets a ruling in her favor, that the sitting Chief Justice will not give way so that the decision of the Supreme Court will be enforced? So the answer is simple. We have to proceed. And when the decisions of the courts come, and the implications are that what has happened should be reversed, the Chief Justice nominee said he is ready to give way, and whoever the courts declare in favor of will come and occupy the post of Chief Justice. So there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about the listing of cases was put to the nominee, and the nominee explained that he, as acting Chief Justice, is not responsible for listing cases. So if the minority's position was that some cases hadn't been listed, then that is a matter for the registry, because as an acting Chief Justice, the Chief Justice normally empanels the court when the registrar indicates that all the processes had been concluded, and then we had reached a stage where we would need to empanel a court. So he wasn't responsible for cases not listed. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot has been said already about the nominee, and I will not belabor the point, except to once again, lastly, register the point that in 2012, July 24th, 2012, Justice Theodora Wood was nominated, approved by this House, and appointed a Chief Justice. 2013, January, President John Evans Atta Mills, under the NDC, became president. He coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor under the MPP. Mr. Speaker, again, on 24th of July, 2012, when we lost the president, John Dramani Mahama took over as the president, and he coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor, an NPP president. What is my point? My point is simple, that the NDC under President Atamils and under the current president, John Dramani Mahama, has coexisted peacefully with a Chief Justice appointed by the MPP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that my colleagues have already argued and given reasons why we should approve the nomination to the post of Chief Justice, because essentially he qualifies under Article 1284 of the Constitution, has been a judge for 30 years, overly qualified, has been a Supreme Court judge for more than a decade and a half, and is now acting as the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, without saying more, I will just say that put the question and we will vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the committee's report, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Deputy Whip, Minority Deputy Whip on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Order 151. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, I invite you for us to do a head count on this, since our electronic vote is not working. Speaker, head count.
Honorable members, there's a challenge to my decision on the voice vote, and there's a call for us to take a head count. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me read Order 1513. Well, it says, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Whether. Mr. Speaker.
Keep quiet.
Whether. Mr. Speaker. There is no automatic right to a head count or electronic vote when somebody challenges the voice vote. There's no automatic right. It is for the Speaker to look at the chamber. Because where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. Where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. He sees the number constituting the NPP votes, and sees the number constituting the NDC votes. And Mr. Speaker knows that the NPP micro-minority have already indicated they are voting against. The NDC supermajority has already indicated they are voting for. So when you look at the numbers in the chamber, it is so clear that it becomes unnecessary for a head count. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in you and your understanding of the rules. The rules say that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote, or whether not to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious, and there's no need for you to call for a head count or an electronic vote. It is obvious that they have lost the vote. We've won the vote, and take a decision and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I have determined that there should be a head count. So we are going to do a head count. Head count. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
We are going to do a head count.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, those in favor of the motion, please rise up to be counted.
Mr. Speaker. There's a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 111. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 111.
memba bebree.
Please, honorable members, be at your seats. Members are moving around and they are having a challenge in counting you. Please, say rise up, rise up. Please. Honorable members, you may resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, those against the motion rise to be counted. Please, clerks at the table, you are asked to count all those who have risen. Please, so any person that has risen and is standing should be counted. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, at the count, the ayes have 163. The noes 69. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. And Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I read. Order 1526 states that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge the head count, and I call for you to apply Order 1526 as stated in our orders for division, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member rose and quoted Order 1526. And I just heard him read, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I have not heard him challenge I did not hear him challenge the head count. I did not hear. I did not hear him challenge. You did not. He told him to. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge the result of the head count. So, Mr. Speaker, let him come properly. I did not hear him. But Mr. Speaker can give a ruling if you heard him challenge the the results of the head count. I did not hear him.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with you and draw your attention to Order 154, which states, and I read, despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, in drawing your attention to this order, I plead that you exercise your authority as expected in that standing order, given that the numbers after the count speak for themselves and the call for a division is an unnecessary request. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, it was under Order 1526, and that I challenge, and it reads that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I challenge the results from the head count and call for a division under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, even though the honourable member for Tamale North, Honourable Soyini, drawing your attention to Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154 is clear that despite Order 153, I haven't raised anything under Order 153. I am within standing Order 1526, which is mandatory to the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I make my case. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I'm still waiting to hear your challenge.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not sufficient to say a challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make my earlier on, I tried to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I made this challenge because number one, Mr. Speaker, I did not believe that the number as presented to you from those who voted for the yes or the ayes were up to the number presented to you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I was drawing your attention to Article 111 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 111. The Vice President or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall not be accorded the privilege of all members of Parliament except entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, the time we were taking the vote, the Ashanti Regional Minister is seated there. He's still here. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Minister is still seated here. He has no right to vote. That's my basis for my challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Order 153 and Order 152 and Order 154 must all be read together. Because Order 154 says that despite Order 153, the Speaker, if in the opinion of the Speaker, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, a decision has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 153, it deals with division and says the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared in the case of a division. The division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority, minority, or independent caucuses to appoint 2 tellers each to observe the division process. After a lapse of 5 minutes, the Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. So 153 deals with the procedure for division. Is that okay? And 154 says that in spite of the fact that there is a procedure for division, Speaker can also say that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. That's 154. And if the Speaker takes a position that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, the procedure is that he would ask one side only to rise up and be counted. Just one side. He can say that because you are not many and you are just 69, it is easier to count you. So you should rise up and then he will count you. When he counts you, he can direct and declare the decision of the House. That is what 154 says. That's what 154 says. So I therefore call on Mr. Speaker to rule that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. And on the basis of a ruling that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, to proceed to count one side and then declare the decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Minority Leader, yes.
Yes, I think I mentioned it to you before.
Speaker, with respect, the Honourable Member for Tolon invoked Order 152 and was very clear in his application. The Order 153 that provides for procedure on division anticipates that possibly the 151 that was initially invoked, which gives rise for a head count, could be wrong. It is the reason why there's a whole procedure provided for under 153, which talks about clearing the lobbies, which talks about the leaders providing tellers. Mr. Speaker, in the first instance, it is the clerks who have done the accounting, not independently verified by anybody, and they have brought the figures to you. The member has challenged it, and that is why the second stage step allows for agents, that those who are saying no, those who are saying yes, will have an opportunity to validate the counting process. Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to immediately invoke 154, to say that 154 says, despite 153, Speaker may. Mr. Speaker, that provision there must not be construed in a manner to negate the mandatory obligation under 1526. No, it is saying where the number, if you read 153, 11 and 12, it says that if a member states that he voted in error and that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the speaker declares the result. 11, where the member numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you read these together, it is rather dealing with a situation where a declaration is made under 153 and the speaker would want to exercise a discretion where a member is unnecessarily making a claim under division, because it anticipates that a member may not be satisfied and may be taking certain steps to make a certain application. If they now move away to refer to 152, Mr. Speaker, that is not in the contemplation of this regulation. If the intent of Parliament was to the effect that Mr. Speaker can invoke 154 to, as it were, negate the effect of 1526, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament would have said so. It did not say that despite Order 1526, Mr. Speaker, in his opinion, may consider a division unnecessary claim. No, 154 does not make reference at all to 1526. Mr. Speaker, that provision does not make reference to it at all. If the lawmakers had intended the 154 to have effect on 1526, it would have said so in clear language. Mr. Speaker, what has not been written or said is not meant to be added to the whole lot for interpretation. What 154 contemplates is the 153. That is why it mentions 153 without more. Nobody should attempt to lead Mr. Speaker astray. There is a huge temptation. There's a huge temptation. Earlier, the majority leader said Honorable Habib did not challenge, so he didn't hear. Now he moves away. He moves away to now invoke 154. The 154 is contemplating 153. Mr. Speaker, I would not want us to further delay this. 1526 is mandatory, and I'll conclude on it. It says where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the speaker shall call for a division. I don't know why the super majority is afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you have your numbers and you believe in your numbers, let's go into division. If you believe in your numbers, let's go into
into division.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have made your point. The Honorable Habib mentioned a particular member. I just want to know whether the member was present when the head count was being taken. Please, I want to know from the member, please, it's not from any of you, is a member present? Please, I want to hear from the member. Yes, honorable member.
No, come here. Come and use this one. Come and use this one.
Honorable member, yes.
Okay, you come and use it. Man, so just speak straight.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, during the head count, myself and the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, we were both outside the chamber. We were not counted during the head count. Thank you very much.
You work them out. What of these what is it? Huh?
Yes, honorable members, it's my view that the division has been unnecessarily member. Honorable members, the division has been unnecessarily claimed. Honorable members, please resume your seats. Members, the motion has accordingly been adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of Justice Paul Bafubone as Chief Justice of the Republic in accordance with Article 114, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominee on his approval by Parliament. I urge the nominee to take all what has happened right up from the day of the nomination up to his approval, I should say prior approval by Parliament, into consideration in his tenure of office. Once again, congratulations. Yes, please, First Deputy Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to thank the committee sincerely, particularly those who were present and vetted the nominee. I also want to thank the House, particularly those who were on their feet to be counted in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee. Thank you very much. God richly bless you.
Honorable members, please, I have a statement. It is actually what we call corrigentum. On 10th November 2025, I had the pleasure and honor of receiving a delegation from the Queen Mother's Foundation, led by their president, the Queen Mother of Kayira in the Ofinsu traditional area, Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu. Their well-intentioned visit afforded us the opportunity of discussing some proposed constitutional amendments, ways of empowering chiefs and queen mothers to protect the environment, stop illegal mining, and facilitate development. However, in communicating their visit to Parliament, I inadvertently referred to Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu as the president of the Queen Mothers Association and Queen Mother of Ofinsu. I wish to apologize to the Ofinsu Traditional Council and the Queen Mothers Association of Ghana for the regrettable error. Let me reiterate that Nana Amma Sewa Bonsu is the president of the Queen Mothers Foundation and not president of the Queen Mothers Association. She is also the Queen Mother of Kayira and not Queen Mother of Ofinsu. As a chief myself, I appreciate and respect traditional protocols and will be the last person to disregard the authority vested in our chiefs and queen mothers. I always welcome every opportunity to meet traditional authorities to discuss ways of exalting their roles in governance and in making them the fulcrum of development in the country, particularly in their jurisdictions. With all humility, I say Kafra Kuse to our revered kings and chiefs, queens and queen mothers of the offensive traditional area. I thank you for your listenership. Honorable members, we will take one item and then take a short suspension before we come to the main item of today. On the order paper, we have this bill that we have been working on for some time now, and it is as item 13 on the order paper, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025 is now got to the third reading. I have not received any request for it to be taken to a second consideration stage. So I want us to take it now before we go on the suspension. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to remind you that we had agreed that motion 15 on page 4 of today's order paper be taken. Mr. Speaker, I understand that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you could permit me to move the motion now before the minister responsible for education will do the scholarship authority bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy on my motion. It has been there for very long.
Please, I'll have to then suspend for 5 minutes. The House is sitting is accordingly suspended for 5 minutes.
It's indeed been a very long day. This is our continuous coverage of what is supposed to have been the 2026 budget statement presentation by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasila Atuba-Force. And if you have been joining us on social media, we have been live on GHOne TV. If you are as well listening to us on radio, we are live on Star 103.5 FM and on your Simply the Best on TV as well, GHOne TV. So since 11:30, we started off with Newsroom and dovetailed into the budget presentation. We took you to Parliament earlier where we engaged some members of Parliament and even an interview with the Deputy Finance Minister, which will bring to you about the budget statement. But on the floor of the House, when business began, a matter had to be addressed and had to do with the President's nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni as the Chief Justice, following the removal of former Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Tokonum. Now, that process that began somewhere around 15 minutes past 12 is what has led us to this point at about 4:46 p.m. with the major business for the day, that is the budget presentation by the finance minister, yet to be conducted, with the finance minister himself yet to be seen on the floor of the House. But as I mentioned to you earlier, the Appointments Committee chaired by the First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, that is Bernard Ahiafo, and the Honourable Member of Parliament, presented the reports of the Appointments Committee following the vetting of which the minority side of the Appointments Committee walked out of and was conducted by the majority side of the House, because at the time for the Appointments Committee, the majority caucus members over there formed the needed quorum to have the vetting of Chief Justice nominee Justice Paul Bafo-Bonny to proceed without any issues. Now, after presenting the report on the floor of the House, of course, comments had to come from each side of the House. The Speaker granted leave for the minimum time spoken by members was 5 minutes. Some had 5 minutes, some had 7 minutes, some had 10 minutes. And for both sides of the House, the leaders had about 15 minutes to present their case in respect of the report presented by the First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Bernard Ahiafo. So that brings the number to about 10. 5 from the minority, 5 from the majority, all presenting their reports and comments on the adoption thereof of the Appointments Committee's report into the vetting of Chief Justice nominee Justice Paul Bafo-Bonny. Now, after the report was presented, it had to be adopted by the House, and indeed, the Speaker put it to a voice vote simply: if you agree, yeah, yeah; if you do not agree, no, no. Now, after that particular vote, there was a motion put forth that there should be rather a head count. A head count was conducted, so you'd see the Speaker mention those who have to be counted. They rose from both sides. He started with the majority, and then he did with the minority. Now, the figures as we have it is that 163 from the majority side, 163 members of Parliament voted yeah, that is yes. And then we had 69 from the minority side of the House voting no in the adoption of the Appointments Committee's report by Parliament. Now, after that particular vote, the minority deputy chief whip, that is in the person of Habib, mentioned and asked for a division, because he said that on the floor of the House, there were ministers of state. He pointed to the Ashanti Regional Minister being present on the floor of the House at the time that the count was going on. So he asked for a division. But of course, the Speaker rejected that particular motion. And then as it stands now, the news we have is Chief Justice nominee Paul Bafo-Bonny has been approved by a majority vote. The vote stands at 163 as against the noes from the minority side, which is 69. So that has been what has been characterized the past 5 hours of our time here, and you've been following keenly the happenings on the floor of the House. They had gone on recess earlier, but before consideration of the major business of the House, the Speaker has asked for Parliament to recess for a few moments before they head back into that particular discussion again. Now, I have been in studio here hoping to introduce to you my guests for the 2026 budget presentation by the Finance Minister, Dr. Cassiel Atuba-Forson. Indeed, earlier we had engaged many stakeholders. We spoke to GHOne, we spoke to GHOne. We understood their plights, and we understood what they were looking forward to. They were demanding scrapping of levies, the COVID levy, which had been earlier indicated will be struck. They mentioned VAT reforms. For GHOne, they are looking at the retail space being sanitized and made better for them. They're also looking at access to credit. They're saying lending rates are not low enough. The average lending rate, as we understand it from the central bank per the September 2025 financial summary data from the Bank of Ghana, is around 24%. GHOne wants it to be much more lower. For GHOne, they are looking for the welfare of General Agricultural Workers Union in the country. They are saying that a number of their produce are still on the markets. Post-harvest losses as something that they have to deal with, especially with the situation that we have when it comes to glut, because there is an oversupply of maize, of rice, and eggs on the markets, and many people are not buying. The president himself, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, yesterday directed for 200 million Ghana cedis allocation for the purchase of some bags of maize and rice from farmers across the country. This he had done earlier before at 100 million Ghana cedis, where he directed the finance ministry to do that through the National Buffer Stock Company. Bagawu says a much more intentional plan needs to be put in place to ensure that farmers are protected in times like this. But it's time for us to have a conversation about all these happenings. It's been a long day, and he has been with me since morning. I've been joined, and I'm privileged to have with me in studio the Associate Professor in Economics at the Koforidua Technical University. He's as well the Executive Director of ADRA, Professor Jamal Mohammed. Prof, good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
It's been a long day.
Very, very long day.
Before we get into the aspects of economics, let's dovetail and hear your opinions. About what we have had to see so far about the beauty of our politics or our legislature. What happened on the floor of the House? Your thoughts?
Yes. So one of the things that I have always advocated is that when we talk about democracy, it's quite an expensive process, and because it is an expensive process, there are certain times that you have to deal with the nuances as far as the democratic processes are concerned. There are times that we least expect how we will implement this process or these principles such that it inure to the benefit of everyone. And today you can see that.
Yeah.
Whilst those who are seen to be superpower, who have the numbers at hand, had to be held hostage by those with the fewer numbers. And that is how democratic principles are done. And I think that as a country, we have matured. I would say we are maturing. We have matured in this direction. And it's good that most of the times we tolerate each other's view, especially in the practice of this democracy. Such allows a country to be meticulous in dealing with matters that come with it. Such allows a country to be able to look at even the faintest of all views, which actually would have been just worked on. And so for me, the deliberation that has gone through and the processes that we have seen coming to the end where the Speaker has actually also been very careful not to just crack the whip, but to follow through the process. And I really loved the demeanor of the Speaker.
Prof, I'll come to you for you to speak about the demeanor of the Speaker, but let's cross over to Parliament because advisor to the former Vice President, Dr. Magud Bawumia, and the President, Dr. Gideon Boako, is currently addressing the press in Parliament. Now let's cross over to Parliament and take that presser.
A call to the Ghana military and all the security agencies that yes, we may have reasonable cause to ensure that any illegal activity or any activity or behavior of an individual or person that is untoward is addressed. But I'm worried at the manner in which the military coup operation took place in the Ahafo region. We have had hundreds and even thousands of people who have been, whose houses have been invaded unawares. They have been taken away from the region to somewhere in Ashanti region. And such people did not have that right or luxury of time to even prepare for the travel or their movement to Ashanti region. I am by this calling on the Ghana military service to ensure that the rights of those individuals who were moved from Ahafo region to Ashanti under the operation to ensure that Galamsey activities do not happen are given proper and rightful treatment such that their rights should not be violated. What I also want to say is that we know certainly that amongst those who have been moved or who have been arrested, so to speak, today, are into the activity. But there are also other people who are innocent. Because of the manner of the operation, chances are that the military will get hold of individuals, some of whom are pregnant women, some of whom are younger people, whose parents may have been engaged in the activity and they get to their houses and everybody in the house is carried away. I am not against the action by the military. I am not against the fact that we want to ensure that any illegal activity does not happen. What I am calling for is that we put a human face to some of these exercises such that innocent people are not carried away together with people who are truly culpable. We have to do proper investigation before we embark on such activities, such that we can have a targeted approach and go for the people who are truly engaged in the activity and not go under an operational soup to get other people who are innocent. If anybody is innocently, attacked in this manner, so to speak, attacked in the parentheses, that person would have his or her rights violated one way or the other. And let's be mindful that most of these people who have been affected by this are breadwinners for their homes. Their main intention was to get up in the morning, go and labor and get something for the household. They only got themselves involved in this activity accidentally. And I know that the military knows the right thing. And once investigations are done and they identify the innocent people, they will let them go. But we are only appealing to the Ghana Military Service that in further action or in any action of this nature in the future, they must ensure that they go for the right people and not boss even innocent people together with people who are truly culpable. We believe in the Ghana Military Service, and we believe that just as they have done in the past, they will do the right to the people of Ahafo this time around. We appreciate them once again and want to encourage them to do what they are doing for the good of this country. Thank you so much. God bless you.
That's the presser held by Dr. Gideon Boako. He was speaking to matters of the military police raid. As we do understand, such series of raids are going to be conducted in the coming days. Some 2 days ago at dawn, a joint military and police operation led to the arrest of some over 100 persons in the Ashanti Ahafo. We do understand extends to the Volta region. And now this follows the attack on some NIMOS personnel and even the attack on EP officials who were en route to deal with Galamsey activities within that particular region. The operation happened around Hwidium. We do understand. Earlier we brought you that report where we do understand that some 100 persons were arrested. We understand they were taken from a Ahafo region, especially from what Dr. Gideon Boako was saying now, taken from the Ashanti region, that Ahafo region, to the Ashanti region, and he's asking that these persons be checked thoroughly because some were only there to work. You could say they were at the wrong place at the wrong time. So he's not against actions against persons who are not helping the government's fight against Galamsey activity, but he's only asking for some fairness and justice for those who may have been at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm still with Professor Jamal here, and he was talking about the proceedings we have seen in Parliament so far. You were talking about the Speaker's demeanor before I crossed over to Parliament. Let's land on that.
Yes, so as I was talking about, what I noted is that he wants to avoid being complicit in decisions that in future he will live to regret. And so if you look at his demeanor, he was giving everyone the opportunity to air their views. And then he sought to think deep into the minds of people into the future. And that is what I was saying. And so you realize that he was quite poised to ensure that he gets the decision right.
Yeah.
He was also quite quiet and observing, making sure that whatever decision that will come out of this will be in the interest of the state. And I think that I love the posture he took. He could have rushed over, looking at it from the point of view that they were unnecessarily delayed. For want of a word, we all know, you could even tell by looking at the people that these people were actually outweigh the other people. And so you could have actually taken that decision. By looking at his demeanor, he wanted to make sure they exhaust all of it. And I think that is good for democracy. In promoting democratic or accountable democracies, these are some of the challenges that you are likely to face in future. Because in accountable democracies, every voice counts. And every decision that you take must be done in a calculable manner that engenders trust, that engenders spirit of unionism, and at the same time that provides dividends for democracy. And I think that was very fantastic. And so I think what Parliament could do is that they could also look at the economic cost of wasting time. Time value is very important.
Yeah,
So
the earlier indication we got was that the reading was going to be done at 2 p.m. and then we got an indication that it was brought much forward, and now we are going to do it.
Even after another bill is going to be considered before. And if you look at the time, and I'm talking economic cost of time, because if you are able to delink wastage of economic time from bureaucratic decisions, you come to realize that we would have done a lot of good for the state.
Right.
If you're able to measure that. Because for some of us who are students of economics, we always think about the opportunity cost of time. And so if I marry that thought in mind, and looking at what I would have used that same time to do, I think that is what, in terms of in promoting accountable democracy, these are some of the things that we should do. Because at the end of the day, that decision, whether you like or not, would have been taken. But at what costs to you and to the nation? And so I think that going forward, some of these things we should have that as far as our parliamentary proceedings are concerned, as far as our ability to dispense the democracy that we so jealously want to hold on to, are very important.
But how would you assess the performance of the minorities so far in this entire process? Would you say there's a school of thought saying that they are frustrating the process? There's a school of thought saying that they are doing the job, they are holding government accountable. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, you see, for me, there are other things or other government processes or government works for which the minority could have delved deeper into. A motion done or a motion not done, and the amount of the quantum of time that we have spent on this particular thing could not merit it, or it shouldn't merit such a time. This is not like a bill that has certain things that they need to iron out. These are just a procedural approach in dealing with certain issues, and I think that could have been kept. And so, yes, minority will need a super minority, a minority that is critical on issues that delves to the core of our development. But the minority should also give a space for the wheels of governance to move on. Because there are certain things that you may do in your attempt to exert certain rights that you have, and you end up wasting your time. Because at the end of the day, with all 2 hours we sat here, you realize that the decision as it was supposed to go had already gone. The question is, what is then the economic value of that time? And so we are not saying we should be critical. We all are, in our various ways, are critical. But there are certain times you know that this is quite obvious that we must let it go and deal with those other important issues that will come to the plate. Rather than continue to marshal your forces on those things, at the end of the day, you'll be exhausted. Because there is a bill that they are coming to read now. How much of the energies that they have exerted on the appointment of this current the Chief Justice who has been approved, would be put on the same bill that the Education Minister is going to read? I think these are some of the things that we should look at.
To think of the fact that we are going to even have a consideration of
a budget.
Which will take the reading, and the fact that they need to, we could say they would have time to debate it at
a later date.
So maybe we could excuse them for that.
Yeah, so one of the things that I have also realized is that there are certain times that we must give a lot of premium to certain important governance instruments. For example, this budget, as the finance minister is coming to read, will require that we should have some time value of listening. That is one. Two, we should have some time value in pinpointing certain areas that will affect any member's constituency. And so now that is going to be done in a manner or in a time that most of them would have been tired, how much of time would they even put in to be able to listen and even look at it and debate it the next time? Or we will want to say that today, because they may be tired, they will listen to him and then they will come to the fore and debate it. That is also another way. But I think that what is important is that some of these most important issues should be provided that luxury of time where everybody is calm, everybody is okay, and everybody can listen and listen apt. So that at the end of the day, we all know what we are dealing with. Because this budget is one of the foremost things that will help in the wheels of governance in Ghana. In 2026, if this is not done, then we cannot have governance. And so I would want to see and hope that some of these MPs will not leave. Because at the end of the day, when you are tired, there will be diminishing returns. And once there is diminishing returns in terms of the work that we do, you are unable to concentrate and you are unable to provide the best of your effort. And so I will hope that after this, everyone will stay back, listen to the budget presentation, take note, look at which areas we think could affect the growth of our country coming 2026. And I think it will help all of us.
But speaking of economic value of time and the brain's ability to keep being active for a while, they've been there entirely, the attention span. The beneficiaries of this budget are the ordinary Ghanaian people. And it's past, one would say, our usual 8 to 5. People are in the trotro going home, people are in the Uber, people are driving. Not many will have the time to pay attention to listen. So have we wasted the greater part of our day?
I would say that we have not actually maximized that. Because everyone in terms of our lives have an optimal way of assimilation, absorption, and ability to create an impact and efficiency. And so if you have spent the better part of your time in an item or an activity that will not create that optimization we are talking about, I would say we have not better managed that. But not to say I have wasted it, but we have not better managed it. We could have managed it in a way that will reduce inefficiency, that will enhance a better optimization and give us better drivers that we are looking out for. And so in our cost or in our processes to make sure that all these things are done, I think that we need to think through to it very carefully, that time management in our day-to-day is very important. How we optimize and make use of this time management to our advantage is also very important. And so in Parliament, I think there should be, I don't want to call them timekeepers. There should be some kind of consensus as to how long some of these parliamentary proceedings could go. Sometimes, those of us who are just external to Parliament, you sit and watch parliamentary proceedings and you say, okay, this is an obvious fact that people could have done that behind the scenes. And then the parliamentary procedure the wheels could go faster. But if another person sits at one side pulling the strings, another one pulling the strings, and we are not in the middle, then we are likely to have issues as we are seeing today.
Let's talk about the budget, the reason for the day, 2026 budget. But before we even get to the details, I mean, earlier we've spoken to stakeholder groups. We've seen a number of recommendations, a number of demands on the government. But let's assess Forcenomics, Ato Forson, his performance so far as finance minister, and how he says in his media budget, he says we are not out of the woods yet, but then there is hope. What would be your assessment of the finance minister's work so far?
Yeah, so in if you look at the governance amendment of a country, budget which serves as a proposal is quite very important. And how someone articulates the budget, manage the budget, finance the budget, and then consolidate what the budget does is quite very important. And these attributes that I've just talked about is what he has done. I usually will say that first you stabilize and then you grow. So once we came from a challenged environment where our finances, our economic variables were so volatile, and they had gotten to a point that Ghana was almost in a junk state. You would expect that you require an experienced person who could drive these wheels for us.
Yeah.
And so looking at where we came from 50-something inflation towards 23, then now we are at 8%, tells you that there has been a proper coordination in the management of the economy. And there has been also a proper plans and processes towards how financing of government activities are done. And these are one of the major ways by which we can have consolidation. And so for me, I think that he has done very fantastic. He has been able to prove that at least given another time, I'll be able to open up at least the gate for us to see deliverables from what has been done in the past. Because in the past, it's about stability. Now we want to see growth. And so if you want to see growth, some of us want to see how it's going to marry the game changing in engendering stability and marrying that to prospects of growth, which is what every nation requires. And so how did he do the magic in ensuring stability? Are we going to go the same tangent when it comes to growth? That is what I want to see today. But I have other thoughts in my mind, what I think could have also been one of the ways by we can. But I think that they are managers of the economy and they know what they can do. So far, I'll give him 8 over 10.
8 over 10.
Yeah.
That stability you speak of, the minority, earlier, Parliamentary Affairs correspondent engaged a member of the Finance Committee, and they raised an issue that, well, we're seeing stability because the government is not spending. So there is, they put as a perceived fiscal discipline being in place. But when government begins to, and that's what you're calling for, an expansion in government spend, if that begins in 2026, the gains that we perceive to have now would all be eroded. Do you believe so? Especially marrying the part of the sustainability that you mentioned to growth. Because growth comes from, there is some form of spend to push for that to happen as well.
So, you see, if you are into economics, you will understand that you can't say Ghana has not been spending. There are Ghana expenditure patterns of diverse nature.
Yeah.
And so, as a finance minister, you begin to look at which of the expenditure patterns will not create volatility for you. And if you look at, for example, most of the debt patterns we have in Ghana, most of them have been paid. That is expenditure.
That's true.
Many people who hitherto had their monies with the government, most of them have been paid. That's expenditure. And so what some of us who are watchers of economics have seen is that he has done targeted spending.
Rightly so.
And so targeted spending doesn't create volatility. That is one. And two, it doesn't create what we call out of control in terms of monetary issues. And so he's spending, all right. If you are spending and then your spending is out of budget, you are going to have trouble. That's one. If you are spending and your spending is not within your remit of control, you are going to have issues. And so there are basically certain things that he has done. And then I think that these issues in terms of targeted expenditure should be what every nation requires. Because, you see, in time past, we have seen situations where governments spend money and these monies were not budgeted for. The question is, we have a nation kitty. The kitty here, we all have, the kitty is just like, let's say 10,000 Ghana cedis in the pool. That's what we have. We call it the national cake or national kitty. This 10,000 Ghana cedis is supposed to be used to attend to an approved budgetary estimate, a proposed budgetary estimate. And so, if you begin to spend in an area for which these areas were not budgeted for, there's going to be problems. Because you have to come back in future to be able to pay for what you had budgeted for which money was made available, and you have not expended that. And so, he targets spending, and once you do targeted spending, you have control over your variables. And economic variables are what cause problems. And sometimes I tell people, if you ever thought in your mind that you don't eat economics, you're going to be in trouble. You'll be in trouble. We can use ourselves basically as individuals when we take our monthly salary. If you cannot focus and think through to cater for what you have budgeted for, you are always going to be sweating and complaining. That is how nations are governed. It is not quantum physics. It is that the nation, the government has had planned programs. These are A, B, C, D that I want to do. With this planned program, how do you intend to finance them? And so if certain part of finance that is within your domicile, within your control, and you have them and you waste them, then there will be trouble. And so he was spending, but he was doing targeted spending. But more needs to be done.
More needs to be done, indeed. We'll discuss that especially because on the bits of spending, if you look at what he presented in the media budget, the government target was to spend for the first half of the year around 120 billion Ghana cedis. They had actually performed well. They spent 108. So there has been some level of spending. Well, let's go to Parliament and engage our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent, Ibrahim Alas, and he's on standby engaging some members of Parliament and dignitaries ahead of the budget presentation and even happenings in Parliament since about 12:15 up until now. Let's cross over now.
To Parliament, of course, the budget ought to have been read a long time ago by now, but in case you've not been following, newsflash, the budget is yet to be read. The 2026 budget is yet to be presented, but there are reasons. And so when certain comments a few minutes after midday, Parliament had one mission, and that is to get the Chief Justice nominee, Justice Paul Bafo Boni, approved or otherwise. So the report of the Appointments Committee was tabled, and then once the report was presented by the chairman for the Appointments Committee, Bernard Ahiafo, members of Parliament were given the opportunity to debate content of the report. Long story short, after a drawn-out debate with interjections here and there, speakers intervention here and there, they decided to put the matter to a vote because the committee's recommendation was for approval of Justice Paul Bafo Boni by a majority decision. As you are well aware, during the session of the Appointments Committee, the minority en bloc voted against the approval of the nominee. And so first was voice vote. Speaker then ruled that those who said yes had carried the day. That was challenged by the minority, and then there was a head count. The verdict was 69 to the minority, 169 to the majority. That was equally challenged, and there was a call for a division, which would have meant that the chamber would have been cleared. All members of Parliament will walk out, and then the attendance is taken as they walk in. But that was shut down by the Speaker because it was deemed to have been demanded unnecessarily, right? And so, yes, subsequently, the approval of Justice Paul Bafo Boni stood. And then we came out to hear from Dr. Gideon Boako, who is dissatisfied with the joint military police raid that took place not just in his constituency but in the region, and region-wide suspects have been sent to Kumasi. He's calling for the right of these individuals who have been rounded up to be respected. And so Parliament is on break in the chamber, but members of Parliament are here, and we still engage in some of them. I have, for instance, Dr. Prince Ahin, Member of Parliament for Infantiman, who has been standing here. So let's engage him briefly. First of all, find out especially what happened 2 days ago. Mind you, the man talked about lithium agreement, which died with the 8th Parliament, has been resurrected. The last time we engaged on this matter, Cabinet had taken hold of the agreement. Some changes had been effected, and so Parliament now has that particular agreement. It is yet to get into the agreement. But of course, even before that happens, the former sector minister has some issues with the new provisions, new clauses. But let's find out from the MP, who has been on a crusade to ensure this happens, how he feels about the fact that finally it's happened. You are live on GHOne TV. We are looking forward to the budget. But before we get there, how elated were you to see Sector Minister Emmanuel Kofi-Boa make his way to Parliament and then lay this particular lithium agreement between Government of Ghana and Barari DV?
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to the lithium issues in the House of Parliament. It's been from day one that I embarked on this my campaign to become a member of Parliament. I realized that it was a topical issue on the heart of Infantiman, because when we get the lithium exploitation going, a lot of businesses will grow up, the economy will be expanding in Infantiman constituency. The most especially the youth are going to have a lot of opportunity to get work to do. So from day one, I hit the grounds growing talking about it. I'm very excited that I was able to pull the sector minister right here at the floor of Parliament, and I questioned him when the lithium opportunity be granted so that we can have the exploitation going. He did inform all of us that cabinet has given approval, like you know what happened. So 2 days ago, it's been excitement, joy right here. But don't also forget there are processes we need to go before ratification. So the speaker has referred it to a committee. I don't think the committee should take that much time to look at it because, look, it's been done before, so the committee just will have to cross the T's, dot the I's and all that. But what I say primarily to my people of Infantiman, especially the youth, is that we're going to have a lot of opportunity of jobs. But quickly we should look at how to take advantage of some of this. What it means is that we should develop our skills. If you know how to drive, all you got to do is to add maybe excavator, driving, payloader, so that we be able to get a lot of the youth right there getting jobs to do. So I'm excited about this lithium jump. The progress is going so far. Though I'm not a member of a committee for lands, but I'm going to be a friend to that committee so I get to know the nitty-gritties of it and educate and tell my people the same thing about it too.
Well, it was not without some resistance. The former sector minister, Abu Jinapo, on the floor of Parliament indicated that the terms are inimical to the progress of the country. And for that matter, this ratification should not happen. What do you make of that?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure he's had a privilege to go through the new document itself, else he wouldn't make this comment. Remember that prior to this election, lithium, a ton of it was more than $1,000 plus. But as we speak, it's gone down. And so we need to look at scaling opportunities. Once the lithium goes up, then we should be able to get a percentage going up as well. But like I'm saying, we should not rush through this. It is at a committee level. We should find time to educate ourselves and come back with a contract that will be great to the people of, first of all, Infantiman, then also the Republic of Ghana. I'm excited about this lithium. I'm going to go through it, help the youth to have employable skills so they can take advantage of that.
Let's talk about the budget. Of course, I know you equally had some challenges in your constituency with potable water. How far was that?
Thank you so much. You followed that issue. Infantiman was struggling in the water situations for about 9 months before election. We weren't having water flowing, but so far so good. I want to say shout out to the Minister, Honorable Ken, who came down with me. Now we've been able to procure a huge pump that is taking water from Ochi and pumping into our IDA. But I think it's not enough. So once we are dependent on rainfall, if you don't get rain, what happens? And so, as we speak, I've been able to lobby from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, got a lot of boreholes. As I speak, I am sinking and drilling mechanized borehole with an overhead poly tank at Brofredo. I'm constructing a hospital at Brofredo. It's actually got into a lintel level. I'm also constructing 10 toilet seater, mechanized one for the people of Arianofar, also doing borehole. The same project is also going on when it comes to Sopon Hospital. You won't believe that the Sopon Hospital, the second oldest hospital in the country, suffer when it comes to water crisis. And so the borehole I'm sinking now is going to connect to all the departments so there'll be constant flow of water in the hospital. Same project as I speak is happening between Hini and Pebi so that the two communities will share. Mankesim is not left out. Carry your cameras to Mankesim, a community called Ahwiabado. Same project is going on. In fact, we drilled the borehole today. And if you go to the hinterland like Opim, it's happening. So far, so good when it comes to water crisis. I'm doing my best, and I'm also inviting others to come on board to make sure that water crisis become a thing of the past. So yes, about the budget too, right?
All right, yes, about the budget. Your expectation?
My expectation is no different from the last time Honorable Dr. KCL came on the floor of Parliament. I'm expecting great things from this budget, and I know it's going to be great. Ghanaians should expect some good things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prince Ahi. Yes, look, okay, so we still engage members of Parliament. Please join me. For the sake of your constituency, introduce yourself.
Yeah, Honorable Brighter Samuel Brefo, Member of Parliament for the good people of Baby Any and Sobekwai.
So what will be your expectation? Because in fact this ought to have happened long before now, and I'm talking about the presentation of the budget, but because Parliament had to approve the nomination of the Chief Justice, here we are. What will be your expectation?
It all has to do with especially what happened yesterday about the recruitment of military listing. It means that we have a challenge with employment. So I'm expecting that the budget will focus on job creation. You see that many people get opportunity to have jobs, indecent jobs, I mean. So I'm expecting that the budget will create an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. You know that currently about 47% of the tax revenue goes for compensation. That's very huge. That's very huge. So this budget is going to focus on job creation so that the private sector will also take up to absorb the teeming unemployed youths. You see, if many people get employed, then what happened? The incident wouldn't have happened. So I'm very optimistic that the budget will focus on job creation.
How has it been in the constituency, especially given the fact that your constituency is a mining area, the issue of fighting galamsey and what have you? How has it been?
Yeah, it's true. Things are going on well over there. Just that, in fact, we have challenge in fighting the menace of galamsey. Yes, I must admit, myself and the MC, you see, we have collaborated and then together with the security agencies to fight this galamsey. But it's not easy. It's not easy. Sometimes you go there, we flush them out, the next they will go. Now they have changed their modus operandi. They go there in the night under the cover of the darkness, and then they'll be doing galamsey. So the fight of galamsey over there is a challenge. It's a challenge. And then we are hoping that with the inception of the responsible cooperative mining, that this canker will be brought to an end. Because you see,
no, go on.
That the responsible cooperative mining is going to replace this galamsey thing. And then because it is going to take place within the framework of legal distance. So we believe that forests, they are not going to destroy the forest, they are not going to destroy water bodies, and then it will be done responsibly. So this is going to, even though it's going to be on a small scale, it is not going to destroy the environment. So I believe that my constituency, we already have a Bois Mine cooperative. And then this Bois Mine cooperative, a lot of people are going to get opportunity to work in there. So the appetite to mine irresponsibly will not be there.
All right. Thank you very much, Honourable Member of Parliament for BBNE, of course. So, yes, still engaging members of Parliament here. We are awaiting the resumption of sitting for the Finance Minister to present the budget. For the sake of your constitution, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Kofi Akunoku, MP for Evaluate Ajomojura in the Western region.
Well, so you depose Catherine Afeku?
Yes.
How has it been so far?
So far, so good, especially with this current government. I mean, there's so much hope, so much optimism. I mean, it's everywhere, in the market, in the air, in the forex, in the energy sector. So, I mean, so far, so good, with promise, way forward, good things coming.
Now, let's talk about the budget. What will be your expectation?
Yeah, I think we've done a fantastic job so far. Comparing now to the state of affairs in 2024, I mean, it's basic. Talking about currency, the FX, talking about the price of fuel at the pump, talking about food inflation. I mean, it was so bad, but under prudent management, and we must hail the finance minister for a wonderful job, courtesy of the president. I go to the pump, how much is fuel now? I just came from Maxim. My constituents are hailing the finance minister. Why? Because the woman that goes to the market, a bag of rice that she was buying in December 2024 for 1,200 cedis is now about 650, half the price. Cooking oil. I mean, what do you pray for as Ghanaians? And then Dumso, I mean, we made an assurance that yes, we came to meet a legacy debt of $2 billion, and that we came to Parliament and said that on each liter of fuel, we're going to levy 1 Ghana cedis. We told Ghanaians to give us the benefit of the doubt. They did. And you can attest to it. When was the last time you experienced light off in your area? If you were, it might have been maybe a power out somewhere and an electrical fault or something.
Are we paying 1 cedi per liter?
Oh, but it's working. It's working. We said that even when we accept to pay, the prices at the pump will not increase, and it's what it is. So this is a finance minister that knows what he's about. That when he gives you his word, you can bet on it because he never disappoints. So I think today is a good day. I mean, like I said, even when we had not brought our substantive budget, we were able to do magic. And I know that there is good news because when Atos gives you a word, you can bet on it because they say it's forcing. You can attest to that.
Thank you very much. Let me just take a word from Leader. Yeah, Leader is busy organizing. Leader is busy organizing and mobilizing. But of course, Honorable Michael Ochrebefi, Member of Parliament for New Brabant South, is here. It's taking us too long. Ghanaians are complaining. What's happening?
We've not seen this before. It's unprecedented. You know, this government, they come with a lot of surprises. What we have not seen before is only happening in this country. For the first time in the history of Ghana, we had a very fatal accident, aircraft. You know what happened? I mean, young, energetic men died like that. Yesterday, look at the incident that happened. Surprising. We've not seen this before. For the first time, I think this is the first time I've seen a budget of state being read late in the evening, because we are now about entering the chamber. So I assume that it's going to be, the minister is going to start speaking around 6:37. You know, since
but they are blaming you that your side was dragging the consideration of the report.
We came to Parliament as early as 11:30 today. We're so sure that the man was going to start at 1:30. That's what the speaker told us. So we're so sure, well prepared. Of course, we had read a lot last night and also preparing to listen to him. After that, we'll make our comments. So look at what is happening now. I guess, you know these people, they come with surprises. That's the point I want to make. But I'm praying that he will give us very good hope for the future, that Ghana is going to experience some good acceleration in terms of policy and in terms of infrastructure development.
Let's talk about job creation, because you related to what happened yesterday. Yeah. Of course, the young men and women who were involved in the stampede were queuing to get employment. You were once Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry. What do you think the challenges with job creation?
For me, that's my hope is on the 24-hour economy. The promise they give to Ghana, that what they advertised, the 24-hour, what they advertised was that they were going to run one job in 3 shifts. That's what they advertised. But they decided to change the concept now. And now we have come with a new concept. We're expecting them to come out with a policy direction for this policy and also get money to the system so that they'll be able to create more jobs, because this is going to be a private sector-led initiative, the 24-hour economy. And I expect that it should be able to create more jobs than even the one district, one factory. And that will be the hope for Ghanaians, so that Ghanaians will not go and queue looking for security services job that can create tragedy for the country.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll come to Doc briefly, but of course, from one Doc to the other, I've seen the Ashanti Regional Minister here, but let me engage the Member of Parliament for DPI, Dr. Sebastian Sandari. You're live on GHOne, and we've been engaging you when it comes to these occasions, budget. First 10 months of this administration, what has been the scorecard as far as your constituency is concerned and Ghana in general?
Yeah, thank you very much. Ghanaians are excited with the implementation of the 2025 budget. And for me, the excitement is that I witnessed His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, cut short symbolically to represent the big push taking place. And this big push is to address the challenges that we have with the road sector. Coming from Upper West, I spoke about the roads, especially from Techima, Wenchi, Bole, Sola to Wa, and beyond Wa, moving through the Tumu Road to Upper East. And the president has cut short for that. So I'm excited, and I hope that we will sustain it, that the roads would be worked on, for all regions in this country, and also with the fact that now the economy is stable. Inflation a single digit, the dollar, the cedi has gained strength, and these are good for business people. But moving forward, I expect that with this good performance, we have to look at, the unemployment situation. The biggest problem of this country, in my view, has to do with the unemployment of the youth. And we have to find space to get jobs for the youth, especially those at the grassroots. You realize that even as a party, we're having issues to deal with the grassroots because they need jobs.
Many of them are complaining.
So I hope, and that is my expectation, that this budget will talk about job creation. Already the government is doing that, but we need to do more. Whether it's in the agri sector, it's in the, health, education, entrepreneurship, we must create jobs for the people. And if we do that, even indirectly, we're addressing, the Galamsey situation. I always say that the Galamsey situation has to do with the fact that some of the youth don't have jobs. So they run there, to find or to survive. So if we have meaningful jobs for the youth, we will be impacting also on the Galamsey situation that is destroying the environment. So I have high expectation that this budget will create more hope for Ghanaians, bring jobs, ensure that the economy is stable, industrialization, and of course the big push would continue so that we'll have good roads, especially from Techima to Wa and from Wa through to Bolga. That is my expectation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebastian Sandari. And so, yes, as you can hear in the background, the bell is being tolled. And the bell is being tolled because members of parliament are being summoned back to the chamber for the finance minister to make his presentation. But let me briefly engage Dr. Stephen Amwa, of course, member of parliament for Nsia, so briefly, who is... Yes, Kofi Kapito says that we are live on GHOne TV, your favorite. First of all, what should we expect from your friend, Dr. Atufo?
Sorry, this one you've caught me unaware. It's taking me extempore, but I'll do my best. Let me relax a bit. Sorry. Actually, I'm not expecting much because they've not done virtually anything. I'm not saying they are failing, no. They are still...
Right, Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, on the authority of His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21 of the PFM Act, I have the honor and privilege to present to this House the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2026 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this address is an abridged version of the full 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansard Department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports. The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026, and pursuant to Article 36(5), I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agriculture and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will also present the following bills, regulations, and memoranda for consideration by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the Value for Money Bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public Procurement Regulation, request for approval for a revised investment policy of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Act 2011, Act 815, and finally a request for approval to implement an AI-powered trade data analytics system to support customs revenue mobilization and enhance trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address, when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honorable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, under President Mahama's leadership, this government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal, and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, the heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes, harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is the story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honorable Speaker, we have learned a powerful truth, and the truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right, Honorable Speaker, with that renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to organized labor, the employers' associations, and workers of Ghana who work with government to successfully agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026, ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision, and anchored on shared prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, having outlined the guiding theme and vision for this budget, I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are headed. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024. Pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile. Inflation remained elevated. The exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebound from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farm support and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs, lifts incomes, and builds lasting stability. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right, Honourable Speaker, inflation has fallen faster than anyone imagined, from 23.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck. It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the cedi, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8% to 9.5%. Prices of everyday food such as tomatoes, garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9%, supported by steady fuel prices and lower import costs. Right, Honourable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Right, Honourable Speaker, the task ahead is to sustain this stability by keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. The Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline 1.6% surplus by September 2025. Exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7.8% in 2024. On expenditure, government tightened non-priority spending whilst protecting key investment in the sectors. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. Mr. Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. Mr. Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital investment, eased external debt pressures, and restored investor confidence. Right, Honourable Speaker, Ghana's fiscal consolidation is now credible, sustainable, and homegrown, a model of responsibility that turns stability into progress and ensures every city works for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right, Honourable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households. Allocations to social protection programs increased to 0.9% of GDP, up from 0.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, these targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right, Honourable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about $1.4 billion United States dollars in debt to independent power producers, a ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing $300 million United States dollars in 2025 year to date, and allocating $345 million United States dollars for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved by almost 90% per month, from 900 Ghana cedis per month to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificates, IPCs, and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices, BTs. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY, to conduct an independent validation of these arrests and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrests and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrests and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting document. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But, Right Honourable Speaker, about 10.4 billion Ghana cedis in claims were rejected. The Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipts advice, and instances of no work but demanding money. Right Honourable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance and verification. Mr. Speaker, about 2 billion Ghana cedis was also reclassified from claims to BTS. Right Honourable Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted, and the detail may be discussed by this House. Mr. Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthen expenditure controls, and reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. The Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. So, Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right Honorable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent of $83 billion were processed through ICOPS. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, this amount of $83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, an equivalent of $31 billion in transactions were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, this leaks bleeds our reserves, weakens the Ghana cedi, and deprive the economy of resources that should have been used to build schools, roads, and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the audit also reveals that some importers underdeclared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values, aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about $20 billion United States dollars in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, persons and institutions behind these activities are being referred to the Attorney General, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forest transfer with verified import data. The Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. At home, domestic debt market has rebounded. Treasury bill have dropped by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid 20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bonds coupons, restoring trust and market liquidity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond prices are up by 17%, yield down by 300 basis points, and investor confidence is back. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has entered a new era of debt sustainability, anchored on discipline, transparency, and fiscal sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an update on sovereign credit ratings. Right Honorable Speaker, all three major international rating agencies have upgraded Ghana's, affirming new faith in our macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to Caa1. Mr. Speaker, in November, a couple of weeks ago, S&P also upgraded Ghana to B-/B. Mr. Speaker, together, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the central bank and the governor. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%, driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. Mr. Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. The Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35%, reflecting sound fiscal and monetary policy management. Right Honorable Speaker, this stability lowered debt costs and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Whilst oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firms reserves, and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. Mr. Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. The Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right Honorable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the city is stronger, and growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. Speaker, the second is to mobilize domestic resources through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy. Speaker, will promote value for money and rationalize spending, ensuring that every city delivers value for citizens whilst eliminating leakages and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health and social protection to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, our monetary and exchange rate strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong and confidence high, and that will be our monetary and exchange rate strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will stay data-driven and cautious, holding inflation within the targeted band of 8 ± 2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, the central bank is doing a good job. Right Honourable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic target for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term, from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. Mr. Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 ± 2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And Right Honourable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right Honourable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum. Real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% ± 2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, revenue and grants are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right Honourable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push infrastructure program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from Senate transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. The Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, up from 251.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Primary expenditure stands at 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDS. Right, Honourable Speaker, have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDS. Right, Honourable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push infrastructure program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for road development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right, Honourable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. Mr. Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. Mr. Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right, Honourable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. Mr. Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. Mr. Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives. Right Honourable Speaker, the choices we made in 2025 have restored macroeconomic stability, built trust in our fiscal institutions, and rekindled the hope of our country. The task before us now is to turn that stability into sustained progress and to make growth felt in every home, every community, and every enterprise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking plan to consolidate the gains, accelerate transformation, and secure prosperity for all Ghanaians. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honourable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on the stability of 2025 and channels it into action that delivers more jobs, better infrastructure, stronger industries, and better public service. Mr. Speaker, the budget moves Ghana from recovery to transformation and from promises to progress. Right Honourable Speaker, let me now outline the core policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives that will drive this transformation, each one designed to deliver tangible results, reduce the cost of living, empower businesses, and create decent jobs. First, on the fiscal policy measures and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. Our focus for 2026 and the medium term is to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable while safeguarding long-term stability. Mr. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures underpinned by transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, on the revenue side, government will deepen domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2026 from a projected 15.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, take you to VAT reforms. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system, to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, After months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right, Honourable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of GHOne and national health insurance levies from the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish VAT on recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promise to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of the individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by 5% as a result of subjecting GHOne and NHIL levies to input-output deductibility for businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in real terms from 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2015 to approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in current values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honourable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. Mr. Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honourable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. Mr. Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated the VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. Mr. Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. Mr. Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expansion and to create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. Mr. Speaker, the measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. And the third, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. Mr. Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right Honourable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in Ghana's value-added tax administration. They will make compliance easier for businesses, strengthen revenue mobilization, and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority will roll out a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign to ensure a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. Mr. Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong, fairer foundation for national development. Right Honourable Speaker, beyond the VAT, government will, ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act, to align them with global best practices, promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages at the port. Right Honourable Speaker, significant leakages at our port continue to undermine revenue mobilization. A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right Honourable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmarked funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Mr. Speaker, every cedi saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and delivers tangible benefit for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we will contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. Mr. Speaker, we'll rationalize the earmarked funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen social protection system by safeguarding allocation to LEAP. Mr. Speaker, we'll prioritize capital investment in infrastructure, particularly in the area of big push. Right Honourable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we'll pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General, aided by EY and PwC. Right Honourable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right Honourable Speaker, together These measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right Honourable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time, trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right Honourable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts, and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right Honourable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This will allow a portion of the petroleum fund to be invested in commercial viable domestic energy projects, such as gas and power infrastructure. That would drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reform follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earns real value. Right Honourable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment, from idle reserves abroad to energy that powers Ghana's future. Mr. Speaker, that is the way we are going to go. Our oil wealth must not sit idle. It must build and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and reforms in 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, 2026 marks a new phase in Ghana's public debt management, one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shifts to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguards sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honourable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothing the reprofiling, smoothing the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to key policy initiatives in the 2026 budget across sectors. Right Honourable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and creates jobs. Through bold reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity from 240 to 270 million standard cubic feet per day, while Jubilee and 10 field partners now supply about 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. Mr. Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. Right Honourable Speaker, new agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. Mr. Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right Honourable Speaker, in the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. Mr. Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of a 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Mr. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025, almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms have already secured over $3.5 billion in new investment commitment. These includes a $2 billion United States dollar framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells and a $1.5 billion United States dollar memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, this new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right Honorable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Voltaire Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right Honorable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive, transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right Honorable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydroelectronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to agricultural sector initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and youth and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, dynamic hubs where production, processing, and distribution happens around the clock. Mr. Speaker, this is how we will feed our people, provide raw materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. So, Speaker, government is launching the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over 200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure, and full environmental compliance. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Mr. Speaker, we are putting together a $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window. Mr. Speaker, oil palm plantation development requires patience and long-term capital and not short-term loans. To meet these needs, government is establishing $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable, job-creating ventures. Right, Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will access improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support, research, financing, backed by smallholder support fund for women and youth to enter into this function. Mr. Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority will regulate production, whilst OPRI develops the high-yield varieties. A tax stamp regime for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. Mr. Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industrialization, rural transformation, and shared prosperity. Ghana has the land. We have the people. This adds the vision to turn every palm planted into a lasting prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agriculture mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. Mr. Speaker, these machineries will include the following. Mr. Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, 200 mini tractor cultivators, 200 mini tractor plows, 200 mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor cutter-bars. Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 463 disc plows. Right, Honorable Speaker, 204 disc plows, 330 16 disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104 row precision seed drills, 106 row precision seed drills, 132 row pneumatic seed drills, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters, And Mr. Speaker, will also provide 25 soil header for combined harvesters. Right, Honorable Speaker. Our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. With this investment, we are returning the favor, giving them the tools, technology, and support to carry the nation into a future of food security and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation. It is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis to Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase and store the excess food to protect the investment and income of our cherished food, crops, and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary schools to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stores Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I'll now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at an equivalent of $10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all regions, guided by economic returns, equity, and alignment with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by May 2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right, Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear. Connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right, Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative projects have been added to the Big Push. Mr. Speaker, they are the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the Achi-Amamfrom-Adoso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push infrastructure program is Ghana's Kumasi, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project. Ghana's first modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway, stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region through the Greater Accra and Eastern region, linking the south to the north. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route, powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Isaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will include 4 service areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right, Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll lane plaza, the Accra Mainline Toll Plaza and the Kumasi Mainline Toll Plaza, will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will open up our dear country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Adoso Echiamam Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the farm prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. Mr. Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads Program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. Mr. Speaker, it is about connecting opportunities, linking people and markets so that growth is not confined to few cities, but shared across the entire country. Right, Honorable Speaker, through the big push, we are proving that Ghana can build its way into prosperity. One road, one bridge at a time. Mr. Speaker, this is the era of infrastructure. Ghana will not only build to recover, but will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani Airport, construct a new airport at Bogatanga, build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between the Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring full transparency and speed to land transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files, corruption, and disputes. Mr. Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission, working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. Mr. Speaker, this will integrate land, planning, and property data on one secure platform. Mr. Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. Land will no longer be a source of conflict, but a foundation for shared prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana is also protecting Ghana's forests. Government is also protecting Ghana's forests, rivers, and mineral wealth. So, Speaker, key water bodies and forest reserves have been declared high security zones, with 1,000 officers deployed and real-time tracking of mining equipment by Minerals Commission has been instituted. We are working with traditional leaders and communities to reclaim degraded land and restore ecosystems. The Speaker, in 2026, government will partner with private sector to reclaim 10,000 hectares using fast-growing tree species. Right, Honorable Speaker. Government is positioning modern textiles and garment as a cornerstone of Ghana's industrial transformation. 3 new garment factories in Bono East, Central and Eastern regions will be established to operate under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, this will create about 20,000 direct jobs and boost community livelihood through private sector partnership. To strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubber will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubbers will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. This will channel raw materials to domestic processes, support component manufacturing, and build stronger value chain in metals and rubber-based industries. Right, Honorable Speaker, 7 new agro-processing plants in the Northern, Central, Ahafo, Bono, Northeast, Bono East, and Western North regions will soon be fully operational. This will process yam, fish, poultry, cashew, rice, shea, and palm kernel oil, cutting post-harvest losses, generating 700 direct jobs, and providing reliable markets for thousands of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives mark a decisive shift from exporting raw materials to building factories, adding value and creating jobs for our dear youth. Right, Honorable Speaker. Under the President's Accelerated Export Development Initiative to enhance value addition, 2 new cashew processing plants to be financed by the Ghana Exim Bank will be constructed at Sampa in the Jama North municipality of the Bono region and Abuabo Techiman in the Bono East region. The Speaker, I now take you to education. The Speaker, we recognize education as a transformative tool and a catalyst for social mobility. We will deepen our investment in education, especially on infrastructure, to cultivate a generation of informed global citizens. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have developed a program, a 2-year program, to end double track. Mr. Speaker, education is the ladder by which nations climb to prosperity. And for Ghana, the ladder must be strong, wide, and within the reach of every child. Government is embarking on a bold and transformative initiative to upgrade, modernize, and expand access to secondary education across the country, ensuring that every Ghanaian child, regardless of background or location, can learn, grow, and succeed. Right, Honorable Speaker, many schools are overcrowded and others lack the infrastructure or resources to deliver quality education. As a result of this, the previous administration introduced the double track system, which have adversely affected the academic calendar and the quality of our education. Mr. Speaker, government is rolling out a 2-year program to end the double track system in our secondary schools. We will expand infrastructure, enhance quality, and improve access. This program will eliminate the double track system and ensure that every child can attend school full-time in dignity and in safety. Mr. Speaker, under this program, we will upgrade Category A schools by building new classroom blocks, dormitories, and quality improvement. Mr. Speaker, we will upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A, equipping them with modern classrooms, dormitories, libraries, science and ICT laboratories. Right, Honorable Speaker, the reality is that whilst Category A and B schools receive overwhelming demand, Category C schools, which hold more than half of available spaces, remain under-enrolled due to infrastructure and quality gaps. Mr. Speaker, this inequality must end, and indeed it will end. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will accordingly upgrade 30 Category C schools to Category B. Mr. Speaker, we will build new classrooms, dormitories, and modern science resource centers for these new schools. Government will complete 30 of the abandoned E-blocks in urban and peri-urban areas and expand access for students in high-demand areas. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has also decided to enhance infrastructure and teaching and learning resources to improve outcomes at the basic level. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, GHOne will construct 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 new kindergartens. Mr. Speaker, GHOne again will construct 400 4-unit teacher bungalows. And Mr. Speaker, 400 places of convenience in underserved communities and schools. Mr. Speaker, each of these will come with furnishing. This will also provide access to more than 200,000 additional students annually. Right, Honorable Speaker, GHOne will procure and distribute free comprehensive curricular-based textbooks covering the following: 4 sets of KG textbooks and workbooks for about 1 million learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, and 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 1 million learners. Right, Honorable Speaker, GHOne will provide the following for secondary schools and some selected district education directorate. Mr. Speaker, GHOne will supply 2 million pieces of metal mono decks and chairs, 200 unit 66-seater buses, 200 double cabin pickups, and 50 saloon cars. Right, Honorable Speaker, President's economic diplomacy is yielding results. During his recent visit to China and Japan, he secured about 60 million United States dollars for the construction of a science and technology university in the Savannah region at Damango, Mr. Speaker, and a modern market at Aflao. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the health sector initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, health is the heartbeat of national development, and no country can build lasting prosperity without healthy population. The 2026 budget marks a decisive step in our national journey to reset, modernize, and expand Ghana's health infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, government will begin the construction of 6 new regional hospitals for 6 newly created regions, beginning with 3 hospitals in 2026 and 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shama. Mr. Speaker, also in 2026, government will complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we will continue the following abandoned hospital project. Mr. Speaker, we will continue the La General Hospital, Efiem Kwanta Hospital in Sekendi Takoradi Metropolis, Komfo-Anokye Maternity Block, and the Ashanti Regional Hospital in Sewua. Right, Honorable Speaker, this project symbolizes our commitment to restoring trust and confidence in public health care delivery. Mr. Speaker, government will upgrade 7 hospitals to provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as the Mahama Cares, was established by the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Act to guarantee sustainable financing in the treatment of non-communicable diseases and specialized medical services. Mr. Speaker, too many Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are forced to choose between life and livelihood. This goal is to build a health system that provides care for every Ghanaian, regardless of income or location, and to move decisively towards universal health coverage. In 2026, Mahama Cares will introduce a comprehensive NCD financing, non-communicable disease financing policy that defines eligible conditions, approved service lists, tariffs, and essential medicines. This will ensure that patients receive uninterrupted care without exorbitant out-pocket expenses. Mr. Speaker, diagnostics and treatment centers will be built on a PPP basis in all major hospitals across the country. This will provide testing and treatment facilities for all the key identified non-communicable diseases under the Mahama Cares program. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will retool the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let me honor the late Dr. Edward Kofi Omaneboama, whose vision laid the foundation for the retooling of our armed forces. In his memory, Mr. Speaker, government will, from 2026, launch a comprehensive modernization program to strengthen the Ghana Armed Forces, Navy, and Air Force to today's evolving security challenges. Mr. Speaker, this program will upgrade logistics, equipment, and infrastructure across all services. Mr. Speaker, for the Army, government has moved to renegotiate the 80 million Elbit Systems contract to secure 19 armor personnel carrier needed to boost ground readiness. Mr. Speaker, for the Navy, we will acquire the 272-meter offshore patrol vessels fitted with helipads and modern combat systems to protect Ghana's maritime borders, offshore energy, asset and trade routes, The Speaker, these ships will restore control over our exclusive economic zones and strengthen national resilience at sea. Right Honourable Speaker, for the Air Force, the procurement will begin in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrols and emergency response operations. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, let me repeat. Right Honourable Speaker, let me repeat. For the Air Force, procurement will begin immediately in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrol and emergency response operation. Mr. Speaker, this retooling agenda will transform Ghana's armed forces into a modern, agile and mission-ready defense force worthy of our sovereignty and the sacrifice of our heroes. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service lacks basic equipment to enable them function effectively in their duty to ensure public safety and to protect lives and property. Government will retool the Ghana National Fire Service with 100 fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. Mr. Speaker, government will also work with the private sector to bring in high-rise fire equipment. This will improve the effectiveness of Ghana National Fire Service to respond to emergencies. Mr. Speaker, I'll take you to water. Access to clean and safe sanitation is more than infrastructure. Indeed, it is a foundation of dignity, public health, and national resilience. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, we will intensify our effort with a bold and practical program to complete key water treatment assets across the country. Mr. Speaker, we will begin the construction of critical water treatment plants in Damango, Tamale, and Yendi to provide quality drinking water for the rapidly expanding populations in these 3 major cities of our country. Mr. Speaker, sports remain one of Ghana's greatest unifying forces and a powerful drive of youth development, community pride, and national identity. Yet, for far too long, large parts of our country, especially the new created regions, have lacked the facility to nurture and showcase talent. Right Honourable Speaker, the Mahama administration is determined to change this. Beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of modern sports stadiums in 3 out of 8 regions without sports stadiums. These new facilities will provide opportunities for young athletes to develop their skills, attract sports tourism, and serve as a training hub for regional and national teams. Beyond football, they will also support athletics, volleyball, boxing, and other disciplines that have long defined Ghana's sporting heritage. Mr. Speaker, we also take this opportunity to acknowledge the resilience and commitment of our Black Stars, whose qualification for the World Cup continues to inspire our nation. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, government will rehabilitate the National Theatre in Accra. We will also commence site acquisition and design of a second national theatre in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, we will establish film fund to revive the film industry, such as Kumawood and other film associations. Right Honourable Speaker, we will also establish creative arts fund for the arts, music, fashion, food and other creative sectors. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2026, government will increase allocation to the District Assembly Common Fund to peoples living with disability from 3% to 5%. Mr. Speaker, part of this amount will be used to acquire and distribute rechargeable motorized wheelchairs to people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, the distribution will be done through the National Council for Persons with Disability. Right Honourable Speaker, effective governance begins with evidence. That's what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, the budget renews government commitment to building a data-driven economy anchored on accurate, timely, and transparent statistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, the Ghana Statistical Service will be rebasing the GDP and CPI to better reflect today's economy. This will sharpen growth and inflation data, strengthen planning, and provide regional GDP estimates to guide local development. The new CPI will give truer picture of living costs across all regions. So, Speaker, I now take you to resource allocation, where the resources are going. So, Speaker, as we enter 2026, we move from stabilization to acceleration. This budget translates confidence into concrete investment that improves daily lives. Mr. Speaker, including the provision of better roads, schools and hospitals, reliable power, jobs, and targeted support for the vulnerable. Right, Honorable Speaker. What follows are the headline allocation that will drive delivery in 2026 and set the pace for medium term. Mr. Speaker, to unlock round-the-clock productivity, export and decent jobs under the 24-hour economy, we are provided an allocation of 110 million Ghana cedis in 2026 for the implementation of the 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, we will be leveraging with the 24-hour economy program will be leveraging with GIF and DBG and provide private capital to keep financing largely of the sovereign balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, of this amount, we have allocated 245 million Ghana cedis for the GHOne Nketsi and livestock program. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated another 200 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stocks Company to purchase excess food storage. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 6.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 500 million, for the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Program between 2026 and 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, to facilitate transportation of farm produce to market and reduce food inflation, we have allocated 828 million Ghana cedis for the construction of 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road for 2026. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 690 million to commence the operationalization of the Farmers Service Center. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for phase 1 of the Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative in 2026 alone. We have also allocated an amount of 15.2 billion Ghana cedis for the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis to pay down some of the IPP legacy debt as we have negotiated. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 4.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Roads and Highways for road construction. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to construct 10 kilometers each in 166 constituencies in 2026 to keep roads more trouble in our constituencies. Right, Honorable Speaker, to strategically open the country, linking nations, national and regional capitals, we are allocating 30 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 33.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Education for its program and activities in 2026. Again, Mr. Speaker, aside the amount allocated to the Ministry of Education, we have also allocated 9.9 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the free secondary education program. Mr. Speaker, to end the double track, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for the infrastructure programs I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, again, we have allocated an amount of 537 million Ghana cedis for the no-fees stress policy. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We have allocated 25 million Ghana cedis for free tertiary education for persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to be able to procure 4 sets of textbooks for KG books and workbooks for about 200,000 learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 500 million learners, and procurement of over 2 million pieces of metal monodecks and chairs, 200 units of 66-seater buses, and 200 double cabin pickups for the distribution to the secondary schools across the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for the construction of 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 kindergartens, 400 KG 4-unit teacher bungalows, and 400 places of convenience in underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning outcomes, we have allocated 157 million Ghana cedis for capitation grant. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 1.98 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding program. We have allocated 292 million for free sanitary pads for girls. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 207 million for the teacher training allowance and 169 million Ghana cedis for BEC registration. Mr. Speaker, we have programmed an amount of 9 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for national health insurance claim, essential medicine, bridging support, and free medical health care. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 2.3 billion Ghana cedis for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the Mahama Cares, to support Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 474 million Ghana cedis for nursing training allowances. We have also allocated 600 million to construct 3 new regional hospitals. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 79 million to upgrade 7 hospitals and provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 100 million Ghana cedis to complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for LEAP program to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, to crowd in finance for women-owned micro, small, medium enterprises, we have provided 401 million Ghana cedis to fully capitalize the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, 400 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the minimum capital requirement needed to establish a standard commercial bank. Mr. Speaker, to scale skills for jobs at pace, we are allocating 170 million for the National Apprenticeship Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, digital skills and SME competitiveness. We are providing 100 million for the National Coders Program and 160 million for the Dumawura Program. Mr. Speaker, we have also provisioned 100 million for monthly allowances to assembly members. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 8.9 billion Ghana cedis for the District Assembly's Common Fund, with a minimum of 80% of releases flowing directly to the District Assemblies to execute priority projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are repeating the 2025 guidelines for spending the 80% in the 2026 allocation going to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 207 million for the rebasing of GDP and CPI and related activities. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 150 million Ghana cedis for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, for the activities against illegal mining and forest degradation. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated an amount of 20 million Ghana cedis to the Film Fund as seed money to revive the film industry, such as Kumawood and other film associations. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the Creative Arts Fund as seed money for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 400 million Ghana cedis for the Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant Project, the IRECOPS. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of fishing markets. Right, Honorable Speaker. Again, an amount of 50 million has been allocated for the purchases of fishing net and outboard motors. We have also allocated 100 million Ghana cedis for the aquaculture development. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 500 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for district housing, including resettlement of the Akosombo Dam spillage victims. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of mini stadiums in 3 regions. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 150 million has been allocated for the procurement of fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 150 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the Black Stars to participate in the World Cup. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. The 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. The 63 billion road contracts under the Big Push awarded so far would generate an estimated 490,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, this estimation is consistent with the World Bank metrics on job creation from road infrastructure or road investment. Mr. Speaker, the 3 new garment factories will create over 20,000 direct jobs. 7 agro-processing plants will employ about 700 people directly and thousands more through supply chain. Mr. Speaker, national policy on integrated oil palm development will create 250,000 jobs across the value chain. Mr. Speaker, the farmer service centers would generate thousands in machinery operations, maintenance and logistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, these investments are not isolated. They are part of an integrated national effort to turn stability into jobs and growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is putting real capital behind the private sector, which is the engine of jobs and growth. In this regard, we have capitalized the National Investment Bank and will capitalize the ADB and CBG with 1 billion Ghana cedis before the year ends this year. Mr. Speaker, the 400 million Ghana cedis allocated to the Women's Development Bank would deliver affordable financing to small businesses and enterprise, such as Labisi Adam, Prince Layovo, and Caroline Sphere, who I met during my engagement at the Takoradi Market Circle and the Kotokraba Market. Mr. Speaker, in agriculture, 1.7 billion Ghana cedis is being invested in roads, processing zones, and value chains, value additions. Mr. Speaker, directly where jobs are created and livelihood are improved. Mr. Speaker, the new VAT and income tax reforms will cut businesses, will reduce business costs by 6% and free funds for expansion and job creation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are building an economy where businesses can grow and employ more. Inflation is down, the city is stable, and the interest rates have fallen sharply. Mr. Speaker, together with reliable energy, fiscal discipline, and policy predictability, these measures are restoring confidence and drawing private investment back into the economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, job creation is not a slogan for us, but rather the purpose behind every policy, reform, and investment we make. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build the Ghana we want, a nation that produces, exports, and provides decent, lasting work for every Ghanaian living to contribute to its growth. Mr. Speaker, I now go to conclusion. Right Honourable Speaker, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to appreciate how far Ghana has come in just under 10 months. Mr. Speaker, the Mahama administration assumed office on the 7th of January 2025. We inherited an economy crippled by high debt, fiscal recklessness, high inflation, fast depreciating currency, low investor confidence, dwindling foreign direct investment flows, massive uncontrolled corruption that has become endemic, draining public resources and suffocating growth. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited high energy insecurity, high unemployment, and unbearable hardship for almost every Ghanaian household. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, through decisive leadership, bold reforms and resilience of the Ghanaian people, we began to turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the result speaks for itself. In less than a year, we have recorded a strong economic growth, falling inflation, a strong and stable cedi, improved external buffers, restored fiscal discipline, deepened fiscal reforms, strong and independent fiscal oversight, lower borrowing costs, significant debt reduction, restored investor confidence, expanded social protection, better debt management strategy, and massive infrastructure development. Right Honourable Speaker, this progress is the fruit of sacrifice and discipline. Ghanaians tightened their belt, businesses adapted, and government stayed the course. Barely a year ago, our economy was uncertain. Today, the cedi in your pocket is stronger. Prices are reducing, and new opportunities are emerging across agriculture, industry, and technology. Mr. Speaker, to our international partners and investors, we say Ghana is back, strong, credible, and open for business. Right Honourable Speaker, the story of Ghana is no longer one of crisis, but a recovery and renewal. Mr. Speaker, the reforms we have undertaken are not quick fixes. They are the foundation of resilience, competitiveness, and inclusive economy. Right Honourable Speaker, the Mahama administration is not just stabilizing the economy, it is rebuilding a nation. Our commitment to fiscal discipline, social equity, and sustainable growth remains firm. Mr. Speaker, we will protect the gains we have made, consolidate stability, and ensure that no Ghanaian is left behind. Right Honourable Speaker, this budget is more than numbers. It is a message of hope. It tells every Ghanaian child, farmer, teacher, trader, and entrepreneur that their sacrifices matter, that Ghana's recovery is real, and that their government is working tirelessly to build a fairer, prosperous, and self-reliant nation. Mr. Speaker, the storm has passed. The foundation is firm. The horizon is bright. Together, Mr. Speaker, under the visionary leadership of President Mahama, the nation builder, we are building the Ghana we want, a Ghana that works for all, thrives in peace, and stands tall once again as the beacon of Africa's renewal. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed race-setting for growth, jobs and economic transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, I so present. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, this is the most watched budget.
So just gone by, and on your screens now you can see both sides of the house, one part jeering, one part cheering over the 2026 budget statement presented by the Finance Minister. Finally, Dr. Cassiel Atuba forcing a plethora of, if you look at the history of the Mahama-led administration, infrastructure projects, a number of allocations made in that particular budget there. I still have with me Professor Jamal. Prof, the analysis into the 2026 budget statement of government would come in the coming days. Even Parliament is yet to consider it. But on the surface and on the outlook of what you've heard, what government seeks to do in 2026, and then the plans they have for the years going forward, what do you make of it?
Okay, so thank you very much. Having listened to him carefully, it hasn't actually deviated from what we have thought of. If you look at what I said initially, I said government has thought about stabilizing first and then grow. And that is anchored on one thing, on fiscal discipline and debt service sustainability. And so definitely no government would want to move past a situation where they have labored to chalk this remarkable success. And so definitely fiscal discipline would be key. And when you listen to him, you would have seen that. One major thing that I have realized is that they're also talking about improving revenue mobilization.
Yes.
Which is also very important. And then controlling public expenditure. It tells you that they're going to have to get expenditure, like I told you. Government would not just go on the market and start spending because he has a lot of money. What government will seek to do is to do more on the good things that they have done already. And so targeted expenditure rationalization, and targeted government programs, as you can see, are the very things that he has listed. And I think that would also help us consolidate the gains that we have already made. I've also would like to highlight two things. One basic thing is that he's going to do what we call GDP targeting, which is very important. Because when you want to ensure that there is sustainability in whatever growth that we have done in the past, you want to move away from resilience, as he has indicated. And so GDP target will be very important. Then another very important thing is carefulness in what we call contracting new debt. If the government is not careful, and as he has also indicated, there's going to be they will be careful. There will be a lot of carefulness in terms of the new debt that government will acquire.
Yes,
and that is why they would not want to do a situation where there will be what we call crowding effect. They will rather crowd in. When they crowd in, it will be able to attract investment. And so they will be very careful in what they do and how they will attract new debt. And new debts for a very long time is what have destabilized our budget. And I think that will be very important. And also he talks about strengthening transparency, and then also also to hear about commitment in control. And where he has hinged that is what I think is very important, where we will have a sort of monitoring and evaluation team to look at most of what government plan to do, which is very important. Because if you look at government thinking and what government actually wants to do, there are a lot of expenditure patterns that if you do not monitor how it goes out, there's going to be trouble in even monitoring how you spend. And so having to have a unit where you need to look at all these commitments and how these commitments go out. I think one of the best way to help us. And also we can talk about revenue mobilization.
Yeah. 268.1 billion is what government is targeting.
Which is very good. An increase of about 16%.
Yeah.
Which I think is very formidable, and it's one way that we can surely balloon our economy into the growth prospect that we're looking out for. Because one of the things that they have to do is what we call tax policy adjustment and administration, which is very important. For any country to move in terms of development and growth, such a country must rationalize their tax.
Right.
And taxation is one key area by which revenue could be mobbed in. And so, once the government is going to think about how to rationalize this tax and then come out with a new reformed way by which this tax could be done, it's very important. For example, in terms of improved compliance, it's so very necessary that we also talk about broadening the tax base. And so, if you listen to him, they have actually served to mobilize this. For example, SMEs hitherto were suffering from this kind of tax that we initially have. Now they are going to reduce some of this suffering that they are going through. And then when you do that, those already who had the capacity to pay and they were out of the tax nest will be brought on board. And I think that would help most of the things that we're looking at.
I mean, if we look at what he mentioned in terms of revenue mobilization, he mentioned that, when government wanted to scrap the e-levy, there were fears that revenue sources will be reduced. He says that it did not weaken government revenue sources. But did you expect an update on, they were going to tap into the tax refund as of the time the finance minister was speaking, it was around 29 billion, and they had just used 43%. Were you expecting an update on that? And even the revenue measures that were implemented in 2025, the 1 cedi fuel levy, perhaps account to as how much we've collected so far and how government has put to use some of these things?
Yeah, so you see, most of the times, budget reporting and budget estimates sometimes may not be able to contain everything.
Right.
But one beautiful thing is that government looks at those aspects of those revenues or those aspects of taxes which initially was not in the basket, and that they mobilize those things back into the basket. And another thing is that whatever that is already in the system and it is running, it is part of the government streams of incomes. And so you might not expect government to report on that. If government singled that one out report, the government must have reported on all other streams of government revenue.
Right.
But what is happening is that there's a cumulative effect where you would have all the broader tax revenue that has been engendered or that has been obtained in the stream, and government put them together, and that is why they tell you that they are estimating to have an increase in about 16% in terms of government revenue. That tells you that all whatever tax that were implemented in the past is what actually give us that whole revenue that has been obtained in this 2025. And then in 2026, they expect to have an increase of about 16%. So for me, I think that it's not about one isolated tax that was introduced by the government where the government will have to look at it. But government should look at cumulatively net effect, the kind of revenue that has been mobilized, and as to how the revenue has been utilized. And you can see that there's even a surplus.
Right. In this new budget, we are finding our government intends to have a value for money office, essentially focusing on the target spending you mentioned. If I'm right, we are spending in the right places, ensuring that the expenditure is targeted towards priority projects. This is quite novel. Correct me if I'm wrong, but according to the statements, projects are often overpriced, delayed, abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. So government is instituting this office to ensure that there is efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Does this come to serve in or replace? In 2026, we are leaving the IMF program. Does the value for money office serve as the hand of fiscal discipline to ensure that we are doing what we are doing right and not going wrong?
Yes, so you see, if you don't police expenditure and you don't police revenue, then there is always going to be something we call emergency spending. And emergency spending crowds out government revenue, crowds out investment in terms of what government is getting into the pool and what investors are also looking for pool. And so internally, if you want to actually have a good compliance, you must police yourself. And that is why in every system we talk about having auditors to audit what we do. Because if you run a system and nobody actually polices it properly, then the system will always not function as expected. And so for me, that is one novel thing that is going to be a check on the government and a check on future deliberation as far as financing is concerned. Because if you're able to check yourself and you know that I have spent within the limits or within the limits of whatever that I have, then people who are external to you cannot criticize you more. And that is fantastic. And I think that is one of the beautiful things that we have seen. So that alone will reduce what we call emergency spending, and where government will just get up and say, okay, I have this idea that came into my mind. I want to spend this. But that should not be so. There should always be somebody who you think that is policing you. That is why, for example, let me give an example. I made some statement in Kofredo, and I was telling some people that you can reduce challenges on yourself when you police yourself. Example is the security cameras you can find. If a nation wants to reduce certain things, why don't you? What is wrong with me? You having in my office, you have camera when I'm coming, everyone sees me. I don't have a problem with that.
Just a check. You do the right thing at all times.
Because everyone has a faulty mind. And so, for the finance minister to say that this is what they want to do, it means that they themselves want to police themselves. And once you know that you are policing yourself, there will be a day of reckoning. And at the end of the day, you do the right thing, and then the system will work very well for you. And look, it is in everybody's interest to have system work very well for all of us. It is in your interest that system should work for you. It is in my interest that system should work for us. And when systems are working, you, the duty bearer, will have a reduction even in terms of issues about compliance, in terms of issue about complaints, in terms of issue about even progress made so far from where you find yourself. And so for me, I think it's fantastic.
The modern expressway that was earlier hinted at by the president himself, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency. Now we are getting detailed that there will be 2 modern 20 toll lane plazas, the Accra Mainline Toll Plaza and the Kumasi Mainline Toll Plaza, which will have automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Finally, there is a tolling system for roads that ensures productivity, and then it's more like if you want to use the expressway, you pay for that. We are not getting a hint of the reintroduction of road tolls on ordinary roads. We are seeing it on an expressway where it would be used for transporting agricultural produce to fuel government's 24-hour economy. I, for once, want to know if you are impressed by this particular move by government.
You see, when you are building systems, there are always going to be lag on it. The reason why you will not hear more on taxation. And I like the way they went about it. You see, budgets normally have some what we call psychological depress on people. And so if you remember, when we were growing up, anytime finance minister was going to read budget, Professor Kwesibochwe, you see the whole world, the whole Ghanaian people glued to televisions. Because I remember those days, early 90s, you just look at it and say, oh, they read budgets yesterday and the price of milk would have increased. So psychologically, I think he has used that psychological bit to de-associate our brains from the fact that the finance minister is reading budget. And because he's reading budget, it is not all about you having to think that there's going to be an increment in something. And that's why some of that he's very silent on some of these things. For example, I think in some quarters, we have heard that there was an announcement that they were going to be retooling the road, the roads that we had, where the tolls will be brought on board. The government doesn't need to announce it again. Because in some quarters it was mentioned. And so he wouldn't let you have a takeaway from the good budget that he has presented, whereby you'll be thinking about, oh, so they say they are going to increase tolls. And so the minority would wake up in the morning, they say, of all the good things he has said, they are going to increase tolls. And I always tell people, there is a way that you craft out your message, that even when you finish, the naysayers will not be able to tell you that what you have done is wrong. And so it's a smart way of silencing. It doesn't mean it's not applicable, because it has already been announced in some quarters. It's not a new tax that has to come. And because it is not a new tax that has to come, there's no need to mention it.
We are not seeing a lot of what we will call freebies and sloganeering in this budget. We are seeing, one would say, too many hard facts on spend in certain targeted areas, and that's what government seeks to do. Does this approach work best for our kind of economy, where many people are often looking for the free lunch and the freebies?
And you see, when you run systems, you ought to get to a point that you can no more be giving these freebies out, right? I was even thinking that, and I want to believe they will do that they should be able to have a situation where we look at the input-output analysis, where whatever that the government seeks to provide for. So, for example, let's assume that what is the essence of providing for free, what do you call it, to those in the first year who are coming in there? What is the essence? What is the end output? And so, whatever that you are going to see, this time around, government is quite meticulous in spending. Because you see, there is nothing called free lunch, as Adam Smith will always say. And so, you will have it all right, but it will come as a cost on you. We saw what happened in COVID-19.
Yes.
When people were giving food to eat, they were shouting.
A lot of reductions in the electricity bill and water tariffs and all of that.
What happened to us? We perpetually paid for the cost of the inefficiency up to now, today that it has been removed. So it tells you that anytime you want to talk about giving something free, then we should look at the economic cost of that to us as people. And so the budget is heads on. This is what we want to do. This is how we want to do it. This is how much we are providing for it. And that is how serious the economy should be run. And at the end of the day, it provides a leverage for you as a person. How does that leverage comes in? The leverage is that you are able to have what we call your expenditure base has been targeted. You know where your revenue streams comes in. You know how it is expended. And you know how the economy will be measured by the size of the expenditure that you have undertaken. And so for me, anything that we do that is anchored on progress, that is anchored in processes, that anchored on efficiency, I'm all for it. And so I like it where the finance minister talks about the fact that this is how much we are investing in education.
Around 33 billion Ghana cedis.
This is how much we are investing in education. Now,
is that impressive for you?
It is.
I mean, we are seeing
huge.
33 billion cedis to education, 30 billion to big push. We are seeing 4.3 billion to roads. We are seeing some, I think 1.1 or 2.1.
So let me. These in we said that these have multiplier effects in terms of economic growth. For example, if you look at road sector, the road itself has several multiplier effects. If you construct road from the hinterland, it reduces transportation. That would have been maybe the manifest function. But the other function, the latent function of that could be that it will reduce deaths, unnecessary deaths. It will improve transportation where food could be couched from the rural areas to the cities. Then it will enhance their standard of living. So just one activity has several multiplier effects. Now, if we take education, we said education is an investment good to the individual and an investment good to the nation. So it is in the interest of the nation or in the interest of the government to educate people.
We understand at the basic level, the government is seeking to increase the annual intake by over 200,000, phase out free SHS in 2 years by committing some over 1 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes, so double track in the phrase, which is important. You see, education, as we have always said, can you imagine if we could not read and write? Can you imagine the cost it will be into the nation? No, it is in the interest of the nation to make sure your people are well educated. And so when you are committing money to education, you are not just doing them a favor, you are doing yourself a favor as a government. And so for me, the amount of money that is going into education tells us to a large extent that we are serious as a nation. And anytime you have people, and I've always told my students that jobs are good. But when you are educated and you don't even have a job, you are more better than someone who is not educated. And when you are properly educated by the system and you actually enhance or use the education that you have gotten, you can create job for yourselves. And so anytime they talk about entrepreneurship is about somebody sitting alone and drawing a perspective in his brain that I wish I could do this. And then the enabler is the knowledge you have acquired through education. And so pumping money into education, one surest way that in the next generations, posterity will judge Ghana and tell that we have had president who one day said that this is how much I wanted to give people to get themselves educated. And I think that is fantastic. And to add to that, it will also have an economic impact on the state. How will it have an economic impact on the state? Can you imagine that you put camera behind here and someone comes to remove it? Because they don't know the functionality of the camera.
True.
Can you imagine that government rules are government policy, communicate government intent, and people don't even understand how these things are done? It's important. And so for me, education is one of the ways by which everybody will get their piece from the cake of the state. In addition, you realize that most of this targeted expenditure we are talking about, there was one part I like so much.
Yeah.
This roads, these feeder roads.
Yes, feeder roads.
I get me. There is one thing I've always told people that, and I told people in my area that, are we not going to have good roads before we die? You can imagine. And so one of even the best people who feel belonging to a state, feeling to pay even property rates and all those things, is that when they have good roads passing through their places. And so government should be committed, and then there should be timelines. And the kind of contractors that these roads are going to be given should be contractors who are tried and tested.
Okay.
Not a contractor who construct the road, and the next few days the road will spoil. So for me, all of these are very good as we stay, because the resilience have been built. Now we're talking about growth. And so most of these things, why government push in there, government goes in and make sure that there is that kind of value for money audit. There is that kind of accountability that provides a rule or a grounding rule for everybody to follow. And at the end of the day, whoever finds himself in any of this project that government wants to do should be wanting to be accountable. And at the same time, the system should ensure that there are compliances so that quality things should be provided for us as citizens. And we are good for it.
It looks like government has an all-encompassing plan in this program, that this budget statement that looks at the general well-being of the ordinary Guinean. Are you impressed with the allocations for that directly supports entrepreneurship programs? Previously, we had the Youth Start, we had a number with huge allocations. I am yet to see an allocation beyond 200 million Ghana cedis for a certain entrepreneurship program. It's a steep change from what we have seen in the past 8 years. Where do you think government is heading, what this particular direction is taking? I mean, if you look at the National Codex program, there's some 170 million government is allocating. The Jumara program is around 150 million Ghana cedis. The amount is 160 actually. The National Codex program, 100 million. National Apprenticeship program, 170 million. These allocations are quite small compared to what we have seen in times past.
Yeah, so in time past, the question which we will do that if we will do an evaluation, what are those people? How much of that money was given to them? Was it a startup? Was it for training?
Monies that we gave to the NBSSI, we gave it to NEIP, we gave it to I've forgotten the one headed by Kosi Yanke. It had to be the Ghana Enterprises Agency, GE, and all.
So you see, when you said you are doing something entrepreneurial, it has two legs. One leg is training. Another leg is exit support. Right? The question that I would say all of us could not ask was that money meant for training or for exit support of the trainee? Because one thing that I have realized is that many people are trained in certain areas that should have been engendering entrepreneurship. But unfortunately, they will finish that program and they will still be looking for jobs. The question is, was the program properly tracked through? And so this amount of money, for me, I am saying, is to provide a leverage for them to be trained. Right? Once you have provided a leverage for you to be trained, how do you then use this knowledge? I'm a beneficiary of short courses. And anytime I do any short course, what I try to do is to look at how do I impact that to society. And people always talk about finance. You may even have finance. If you don't have the know-how of how you could implement this finance, then the finance will not be able to work effectively. And so for me, this amount of money that government is providing could be a bedrock for training. Are you okay? And then if people have been trained, now they are elected in the area that you are training them. The next thing is that how can they be then creative? Then we provide an enabler. That's what the government should do. The government will then provide an enabler. And that enabler will come maybe in the text of maybe tax holidays. If I start a business today, and as they are saying, you said they are realigning the SME sector. Yes. And so if they are realigning the SME sector, then what that therefore means is that once government trains you, they provide, let's say, tax holiday for those who are these startups. At the end of the day, they are into business. They start something small, then they work towards it, and they are able to get their feet on the ground. But I am telling you, out of the 60% or out of the, let's say so many of them who have been trained, even 15% you not see them doing business.
Would you say it wasn't properly structured? Those
that is what
government
we needed to have
programs?
thought through that and look at the exit plan. If I'm granting this amount or using this amount of money to train these people, how can they proceed? How do we then even do tracer studies to see whether they were able to implement or have the programs that we have trained them or they have been impactful? These are very important and legitimate claims that we should be able to make. And so it is not about how much money that has been put in there. It is about what has been the target and the target people that you are going to do. And two, how are you going to then leverage the entire economy? Once the entire economy is on a sound footing, every individual will have his right to be able to manage and do something. How do you tax somebody who is carrying water on the head? Have you seen them on the road? At the end of the day, you see them, they give them ticket and they pay. Do you think it will be motivating enough? Because the system is unable to create jobs. And so, for me, these are the ones that will balloon our state in terms of jobs creation. And once they created the jobs, the next thing the government will have to do is that, how do we then let them find their feet? Train them. Provide an enabler. Look, sometimes there are certain jobs that government can just leverage on by way of partners with the private sector. But before then, have you trained the person you are providing to the private sector? And so, we shouldn't just look at it from... And one beautiful thing we can do is that we can leverage on the technical universities to be able to do that. Not because I come from there. I see people train in those areas. Assuming that we have... Let me give an example.
Well, on technical universities, government is seeking to establish technology and science university at Damongo.
Yes, one. But what about the existing technical universities? We should be resourced. Let me give an example. In our university, for example, we used to have what we call seed. And that seed is more or less, it was an entrepreneurship center where it was required by every student in a week to do 1 hour or 2 hours at the center. I remember as a lecturer, I used to go there. You go there, you are going to learn how to rear this, what do you call it? We used to, it's growing in the wild. They were growing them. So you go there, they do kebab with it. And then they teach our students how to do tie and dye. And it was compulsory for even engineering students. And so if government wants to even do such trainings, why don't government outsource them to the technical universities? You resource them. It is compulsory. Before you change the person out, the person would have done, let's say, even accounting. You will have knowledge in those areas.
All right, Prof, we have to head to Parliament now because you do understand that there is something happening in Parliament. Let's cross over to our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, to take us over now.
Welcome. Drama has unfolded, right, for more than 15 to 20 minutes. Members of Parliament, after the presentation of the 2026 budget statement by the Finance Minister, got up on their feet, and I'm talking about minority majority, and they were singing and chanting. Our Speaker gave an order for the noise to subside. That didn't happen. So, in an unceremonious manner, what the Speaker did was to rise from his seat and walk away to signal the chaos that was taking place on the floor of Parliament. He has just returned and he's about to address the House. So let's take a listen to Speaker Alban Bagbin, who is now addressing the House.
Particularly 3. And I quote House, particularly 1953. And I quote, whenever the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending is presented by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of the president, the commentary on it shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. 4, the part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government and the heads of estimates that relate to the ministries, departments, agencies, parliaments, the judiciary, and other independent constitutional bodies shall stand committed to the relevant committees that have responsibility for the subject matter, and each committee shall consider the relevant part of the budget and the head of estimates committed to that committee and report to the House within a time as the business committee may determine. 5, any other part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government that relates to revenue and expenditure shall stand committed to the Finance Committee, which shall consider and report to the House within a time as the Business Committee may determine. Honorable members, as so direct, as clearly detailed out in the standing orders, that these estimates be so taken over by the relevant committees for consideration and report at a time and a date that is determined by the business committee. I so direct. Honorable members, before I move on, let me recognize the presence of some dignitaries that have come to support us to receive the budget statement from His Excellency the President through the Minister for Finance. And so I acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Ekospio Gabra.
So you can see on the floor of Parliament the Speaker directing, as he mentioned, per the standing orders of the House, they shall have to decide on when consideration of the budget statement will be made, and it says it should not take more than 3 business days for that consideration to happen. But we're going to hear from both sides of the House, from their leaders, for the minority being the Honorable Alexander Fenyo-Markin, and then as well for the majority being the Boku Central MP Mahama Yariga. And once that particular statements are made, it's more than likely that the House will be adjourned until the time that consideration will be done. So let's get back to Parliament as the Speaker makes his pronouncements, and then both leaders of the House speak.
On the economy at the office of the President, Honorable Sef Tekwe is also present. We have Alaji Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Let me also acknowledge the leadership of the Minister of Finance. We have the Chief Director of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Patrick Nimo. Yes, he's seated over there. We have the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Johnson Esiema. We have the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Mr. Anthony Kwasi Sarpong. We have a Commissioner also from the GRA, SSD, Dr. Adumaku Mensah. We have Commissioner GRA, DTRD, Brigadier General Glover Ashong Annan. And we have the Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwasi Ajay. We have so many other supporting staff, coordinating directors and directors. They are all available to support the minister. On your behalf, I want to thank them for their patience and all what they've done to support the minister to present such a statement within 2 hours. Honorable members, as I am not good as a conductor, when it came to the time of the chorus, I had to advise myself because a few years ago, the Veterans Association invited me to their function at the usual place. The Veterans Association, you know where they are housed. And I was invited to conduct a singing band there. It was very abysmal. So I didn't want to disappoint myself in the public. And so when you decided to reconstitute Parliament into orchestra, I decided to advise myself, and that is why I silently sneaked out. Honorable members, I will allow your leaders to say a word before I bring the minister to present some papers. I think this is the proper time for the two leaders, the minority leader and the majority leader, to have a say before we move to the order paper to give opportunity to the minister to present the papers. But I think now you have all stretched your limbs, you have refreshed yourselves, and you are ready for a long haul. And so I'm ready for you this night. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, in March this year, when the finance minister started his lamentation, we were minded to forgive him because he was new on the job. Today, after several months on the job, he came to repeat the same lamentation, part 2 of his lamentation. Mr. Speaker, the minister may be minded to see the empty public gallery. The business community decided to abandon him. All these empty chairs, this is not what we've known in the past. Mr. Speaker, the minister attempted to provide some figures. He gave a tall list of allocations. What he failed to add, that in the 2025 budget that he brought to this house, we had Director of Operations at the Jubilee House, at the presidency, who publicly said every month the presidency gives 20,000 Ghana cedi to each constituency. It totals 66 million. Where did they get that money from? Mr. Mustafa Bandi, the Deputy General Secretary of NDC and Director of Operations at the presidency, he publicly said that every month the presidency gives 20,000 cedis to each constituency. The Minister of Finance has not accounted for this. How that money is given, time will tell. Mr. Speaker, Parliament The minister has failed to consider the work of Parliament. He provides a patronage sum to Parliament when Parliament is the only body that does oversight. Parliament is an important organ of state. When the minister himself is a minister, is a member of Parliament, and fails to recognize the Parliament and its work, and you say we should hail you. Look at the ministers and their faces. Mr. Speaker, 2025, he should tell us the releases he gave them. When he was mentioning some of the figures, the ministers were looking as if this is the first time they were seeing the figures. Was there any consultation? Mr. Speaker, was there any consultation? Did they even know what was going to be in the budget? Mr. Speaker, ni a vote kahame ameke akenuchu momba ameke wake akenuchu momba abaha 24-hour economy, 1 job 3 shifts yano yakwe gamashi teshi la nungwa yute ameke ingbe 24-hour economy yo nichumwe ingbe nichume yo almost say jumanu wayi musi 24-hour economy and then wo buy a 24-hour economy one can one sem so mo tun jum say 24-hour economy, 1 job 3 shifts no wahi wa women is who MPs no mo ntumi come constituency
minority leader. Minority leader.
I'm going to translate.
Your
to it.
No, I don't need a translation.
Oh,
I think your time is up for the comments.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
This is
after Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
You see your man. You see.
Honorable members.
It's okay. It's okay.
Honorable members, these are initial comments. Definitely, there will be a motion for you to debate the budget, even before we go to the appropriation bill. So these are initial comments, and you don't need to belabor the point. After you demonstrated before everybody, don't come behind the scene to commend me for presiding very well. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our people say that it is when the toad is dead that you see its full length. It is not lamentations. It is the continued unearthing of the bad economic management of the NPP that is being revealed every day. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious from the budget statement that the NPP government was the worst case study of bad economic management. The NPP was bad in government, but even worse in opposition. Worse in opposition. Indeed, I have heard Ghanaians ask if it is too late to replace them with the CPP as the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, Parliament was given a budget of 1.1 billion in 2025. In this year's budget, Parliament is being given a proposed figure of 1.6 billion. And you are aware. You are aware. Mr. Speaker, if ministers are quiet, it is because this budget was presented to ministers in cabinet and they approved it before it was brought to you. So they are aware. They are aware of all the figures. Everything in the budget was approved in cabinet where all these ministers were in attendance. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that you didn't hear that the 24-hour economy program, there is a budgetary allocation of 150 million Ghana cedis. So I'm surprised that you didn't listen. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. I am not surprised that Ghanaians are now clamoring for you to be replaced by CPP as the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Minister for Finance. His work clearly has been very commendable. This country is being turned around. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious inflation figures have drastically reduced to single digits. Mr. Speaker, we are paying our debts. Mr. Speaker, international rating agencies are giving us better ratings. Mr. Speaker, this budget and the expenditure of last year and the effort to stabilize the economy is what will create the jobs. The youth should be hopeful. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? Where those young 6 ladies died trying to find a job is a serious indictment of how the economy of this country was managed in the past 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I have confidence that this budget is going to create jobs, and the numbers, close to 800,000 jobs, close to 800,000 jobs will be created. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, by the time the Accra-Kumasi Expressway gets to Kumasi, by the time the Accra-Kumasi Expressway gets to Kumasi, I believe all the elephants will run away from Kumasi. Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader,
let me conclude by thanking the Right Honourable Speaker for giving us an opportunity, and to thank the Finance Minister for coming to this House to present the budget statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I invite you to the order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum at the commencement of public business. Item 1, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. Roman 1.
Contract agreements between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and GHOne Investment Limited for the provision of public and digital inspection solution to modernize customs administration and enhance revenue mobilization.
Honourable members, the contract agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 2.
Request for the review of the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815.
Honourable members, this paper has been duly presented. and it is referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 3.
Master agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and Tata Consultancy Services Limited for professional services.
Honourable members, the master agreement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 4.
Request for waiver of 20% withholding tax on the income of Tata Consultancy Services Limited as service provider and value-added tax amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $10,460,000 United States dollars on imported services under the implementation of the Integrated Tax Administration System project.
Honourable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honourable members, we have item 2. I want to know whether the instrument is ready. Presentation of instruments. It's also by the Minister for Finance. Honourable members,
So that's Speaker Parliament Alban Sumana Keynes for the backbend after both sides of the House leaders, majority leader and minority leader, had made their statements on the floor. But I still have Professor Jamal Mohammed with me. Prof, let's take your final words. Of course, we'll get to hear from the minority as characterized by previous budget presentations. But let's take your final thoughts and comments before we hand over back to Parliament.
Yes, so what I would like to say is that we indeed actually need a deeper and a talk to structural reforms. Structural reforms, one that looks at our extractive sector. Reforms that look at our resource governance. We look at how we can rationalize our public procurement sector. We talk about improving our business climate, because these are areas that would open up our economy. And anytime you want to anchor your economy on certain trusts, then you must have these very factors that I've talked about. One even has to have a very good promoting or a very good climate that promotes business pro-growth. And so once we have pro-growth business, investors will bring in their money and it will expand the economy. And so I think that going forward, as the finance minister has enumerated, they should try and look at ways by which we can be able to monitor this budget expenditure that after appropriation has been done. And then two, I also want to see a situation where this monitoring is actually fully killing by people like yourselves in the media. Because sometimes the media, as we said, is a form of government. When we are able to, the media is able to follow through and ask questions as to how these expenditure patterns have gone and how they are supposed to go and what their expectations are, until to put government on their toes and everything will be fine. And so, I don't know that they want to see a prosperous Ghana that will make life better for all of us. And then we'll know that we are living in a country where things are working and everyone is working. And so I want to say thank you very much that today we have the privilege of so many times to meet and then discuss this. And we are always available.
Grateful. Professor Jamal Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us in studio. He's been with us throughout the entire day to have this conversation. He's an associate professor in economics at the Koforidua Technical University and as well the executive director of ADRI. He has done so much work on value for money, so perhaps he would receive some consultation from the finance ministry. But we are grateful that you could join us in studio. This has been our live coverage of the 2026 budget statements and economic policy of government. My name is Emmanuel Ijaben, but we are not leaving you here hanging. We are taking you back to Parliament, and our team of Parliament takes over and brings you proceedings from the House.
The bill is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 3E.
An act to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581, to provide financing for free secondary education, free tertiary education for persons with disability, and free education for persons with special needs, and to allow for the deductibility of the Ghana Education Trust Fund levy.
Honorable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, we have some items in the original order paper. Honorable members, item 8 on the order paper. Item 8 on the order paper. Majority Leader.
You need to present this as well.
The following papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. 8A.
Annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union import levy for the 2025 fiscal year.
Honorable members, the annual report is referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 8B.
Annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2025 fiscal year.
Honorable members, the annual report of the petroleum funds is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 8C.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Lottery Authority for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the annual statement of the Audit Committee is also referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, honorable members, Well, you all know it. It's great to be young. So, yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I struggled to catch your eye. Mr. Speaker, I was raising an important matter regarding the order paper addendum. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, item 3 on page 2 is very consequential after the budget presentation. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at item 1I, IV, Mr. Speaker, these are very serious matters. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the majority leader, is here. In all fairness to me and my colleagues in leadership, Mr. Speaker, when these things happen, our back sometimes carries a certain impression as though we are in the know. There was no engagement. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a tax, a VAT exemption of $10 million being given to a company. This is the finance minister who is against tax exemption. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that if the government side intends to do this, we discuss. Mr. Speaker, we had a pre-sitting. These important matters were never discussed. You look at, Mr. Speaker, a digitalization contract between GRA and GHOne Investment Limited. Mr. Speaker, we don't know anything. It was a reason why I got up. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair. The practice is that the two leaders were engaged. But when you print order paper, then we don't know anything about it, then it is announced. Mr. Speaker, it is never the practice. I've been where he is before, and they know Dr. Forson was here, and he knows that at every point, especially on addendum, he will never agree to surprises. He knows that. Finance Minister, be fair. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't always create a certain impression that we are in this house to litigate on every matter. I feel very bad when they create that impression. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the whole country is watching us. The whole world is watching us. Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear. And 2 days ago, I had occasion to tell my colleague, the minority leader, that we must begin to honor and respect our rules. Mr. Speaker, our rules in Order 126 says that the chair shall be heard in silence, and the chair is the speaker. And let me read the provisions. It says that the speaker is responsible for the maintenance of order and observance of the rules of debate in the House. Whenever the speaker addresses the House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat, and the speaker shall be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are addressing this House and facilitating the laying of papers in this house, our friends opposite did not only remain standing in their feet, but were singing, obstructing, disrespecting you, disrespecting the chair, disrespecting the mace, and disrespecting the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, you may choose to tolerate that, but this side of the House will not tolerate that. We will not tolerate that. Mr. Speaker, I, based on Order 33.2, I want to raise a question of contempt and abuse of privilege. Mr. Speaker, we must begin to enforce our rules. We must begin to enforce our rules. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we can march you two by one. And after we have marched you 2 to 1, we will still have excess. We still have excess of over 30 something. Mr. Speaker, I demand that the minority leader now apologizes to your good self for this gross misconduct and misbehavior. Mr. Speaker, if he does not, I will raise a question of contempt of Parliament and abuse of privilege and ask you to rule on it now. I am giving you an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this house will not be abused by Honorable Afenyomakin. He's too small. He's too small to abuse this mace. He's too small to disrespect the Speaker whilst all of us sit and watch you. So I am raising a question of contempt of Parliament and breach of privilege, and I'm asking you to rule on that matter. Refer all of them to the Privileges Committee. We have their identities, we recorded it, and Mr. Speaker, we will have the Privileges Committee go into this. Mr. Speaker, as the majority leader and leader of this House, and as the Speaker, we owe it a duty to this country to make sure that the institution of Parliament, its image, its integrity, its reputation is maintained. We will be reneging on our responsibility if we allow behavior like what we have seen today to persist. We have come to the end of it. Mr. Speaker, if they can misconduct themselves, small as they are, if we don't take action, we should forever remain silent when this side of the House also decides to take action against them. So, Mr. Speaker, I am raising breach of privilege, pursuant to Order 31O of the Standing Orders, which says any act or omission which affronts the dignity or authority of Parliament, or which tends either directly or indirectly to bring the name of Parliament into disrepute. So, Speaker, what they have done, persistently violating our standing orders, standing whilst you were addressing the House, singing disrespectfully whilst you were addressing the House, clearly falls within the prohibitions of Order 31-0. Acts affronting the dignity or authority of Parliament. We cannot allow Afenyo Markin and the Nkitikiti minority to destroy the image of this House. I don't have a problem. I know they have destroyed the image of their party already.
That's right. That's right.
And I earlier indicated that I know Ghanaians who are asking if it is not too late. They want to replace the MPP opposition with the CPP as the official opposition. But they have gone too far, Mr. Speaker. And I raised a question of contempt and abuse of privilege, and I invite you to give a ruling on that matter, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think we've transacted two very important matters today. We managed to get the approval of the House of the President's nominee to the position of Chief Justice of this country. We have also got the Minister for Finance to present the budget statement and economic policy for the 2026 financial year. These are two very important events that have occurred, and I think that we have done well. As to the issue that the minority leader has raised, the effect being that the leaders of the House, having consulted on some items, based on the lack of their consultation, those items should not be brought to the House and be given to the House for them to consider the government business in that respect. I find that very unfortunate because no decision is taken today. It's just business that is being presented to the House. And the matter, as I've stated earlier, has been referred to the relevant committees to consider and report to the House. The House will now have the opportunity to debate, to deliberate, to do what they want with the business that has been referred. So the fact that the two of you have not been able to consult each other should not prevent the Speaker from admitting the business to be presented to the House for consideration. Not at all. It's a matter that you, the leaders, could discuss later on. But we have business to do. As part of my duty as a Speaker is to protect the minority. It's also a duty of the Speaker to make sure that government business is not obstructed. I did that from 2021 to 2024, when those to my left were to my right. I'm doing the same now. Please. We have tolerated each other for some time now. I did indicate that I'm not going to use the gavel. I'll be using the hammer. But please, I learned a lot of lessons from the holy books, both the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran. And there was good reason why the prodigal son was giving a feast. And so, honorable members, let's don't end the day on a bad note. Let's end the day on a good note. At the appropriate time, the Speaker will take the necessary action to bring real discipline and order to this House. Please, let's leave it here and complete the other business that are before us. I don't want us to go beyond this. We still have 2 more important businesses I want us to carry on. I want the House to work together as we've been doing. These are important matters, particularly the consideration of the budget and economic policy of the government. I want us to consider what happened yesterday. The country is not in a joyful mood. I expect that we should understand the situation and try as much as possible to debate with cool heads. I expect that you should all be able to tolerate each other. It's not that what you do doesn't hurt me. It does, many a times, because you all accept that I'm the father of the house. And sometimes you get up and say, with the greatest respect, then you are wondering what kind of respect that is. Those of us who were hunters know that anytime the monkey wants to bite you, it will clean the place first before biting. So when you get up and say with the greatest respect, I know you are cleaning the place, but you are going to bite. Many of you are not hunters, so you don't understand these things. Me, coming from Saito, I've learned a lot. Those of you who went to something international, that's where you are now. You are not a Ghanaian, you are not a European, you are not an American. We don't know who you are. This is what Ghana is faced with. No identity, no character, nothing. It's just a name that they are human beings. So how for do? I'll leave it at that. Honorable members, I will want to plead with the majority leader not to insist on moving that motion. Let us continue to tolerate each other and work together. At the appropriate time, the rules will be applied. And I assure you, it's not on one side, it will be on both sides. Please. I know what I'm doing. And when the hammer falls, you see the applaud from the good people of Ghana. I assure you, I'll have the full support, including your parties. So please, let's go on. We have the third reading of the long-standing bill before the House, and it's just the third reading. That bill has been here for months, and the minister has been present since morning just because of this bill and then the budget. And so it's not the culture of the House to ignore such things. But I'll listen to you, Minority Chief Whip, before I... Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard you congratulate and discharge the Minister for Finance so that he can go back to his seat as a member of Parliament.
You are right. You are right. Let me, on behalf of the House, thank you, the Minister for Finance, for coming to the House and on behalf of His Excellency the President, present the budget statement and economic policy for the 2026 financial year. We are extremely grateful, and I know that you enjoyed the music. You didn't take it otherwise than people trying to at least refresh themselves after sitting for many, many hours. That is how I read it, and I think that is understandable. It's only we have to get the leaders to modulate some of the orchestra and the singing bands so that we can do business in harmony. So, Minister, we are extremely grateful, and you are discharged. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I am exceedingly grateful. And Speaker, I'm happy you have called the very business we were all anticipating to be called. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to make pleadings to the Majority Leader. And if he recalls, at conclave, he had made the point, because we even suggested that we were at third reading, and he had made the point, no, we should just come and read the budget and call the day off. Now it has become necessary that we take this very item. When we walk into the chamber, I kept drawing the attention of the front bench on the other side that this is just the third reading. Let's take it. So the point I'm emphasizing on is we should learn to reach out. We should just learn to reach out. Majority Leader, today, for instance, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if I know we are all fatigued. We had to stage a compromise for the collective interest of this House. When Honorable Habib had to withdraw his motion, and Majority Leader, I heard you when you reach out to us. Yeah, to take it some other day. When you reach out to us, we understood and we yielded to your call. You see, so it's a give and take. It's a give and take. When the leader, our leader, was on his feet, it was only drawing our attention to the fact that if we had mentioned to him that these businesses were supposed to be laid, we would not be opposed to it. But it's just a show of respect and magnanimity so that we understand that this House, regardless of the numbers, is a two-sided House. I am pained by the way we are prosecuting business. You cannot tell me to sit down. If you want to speak, catch the eye of the speaker. What do you mean? You can't tell me to sit down. What do you mean? No, you cannot do that. You should catch the eye of the speaker.
Please.
Speaker,
address me.
You should I am in leadership.
I'm locating them. I'll handle them. Please. Yes, please. Address me.
Speaker, so I am simply saying that Majority Leader, we respect you. Many occasions we defer to you. Ever since I came to this House, I have never disrespected you. But But sometimes the way you go about carrying your business, you don't carry the entire house along. Anytime you need us to compromise, when you reach out to us, we often yield to you. So we want to plead with you, Majority Leader, Mr. Majority Leader, we want to plead with you. We will not come to this house to obstruct government business. No, we will not. So just reach out to us, just to talk to us. You are human as you are. We know you have a business to prosecute. And I have been a majority chief way before. This is just the beginning of a cycle. We are now going to go for, you will late, don't worry. We are now going to take about 50 motions. You cannot have all your numbers all the days. Well, you will be there and be saying that there will be times that you will need us to compromise. Speak, you can find out from your majority leader. We work together. Let's work together. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues should know that we need to work together. Nobody is perfect here. Sometimes I am paying the way we are being treated. We are in the minority, so what? We can make very good suggestions for the prosecution of government business.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I think enough is enough. I know that the leaders on daily basis have been cooperating, because on daily basis I hold meetings with you people at the lobby and I participate in your trade-offs, trying to accommodate each other. And so when on the floor sometimes we disagree, I think it's better for you to do what you are doing on the floor outside the floor. Particularly when we are in the lobby in conclave, you can raise these things. But don't let the public have a perception that you don't cooperate with each other. Because I can give copious evidence supported by documentary evidence as to how you have cooperated with each other up to date. I'm a living witness, so please, sometimes, whether for some other reasons you want to achieve some other goals, I don't know. That's why sometimes I'm also compelled to say it's a surprise to me. So please, let's leave it at that, Majority Leader. And then outside the glare of the public, we can use the usual channels of communication as we refer to and settle some of these differences. Please, let's continue with the business. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, definitely this House revolves around dialogue and cooperation. And I know that everybody in this country who has observed me in the last 8 months that I've sat here will confirm that I'm one of the most accommodating persons in this chamber. Everybody will confirm that. Mr. Speaker, the narrative that he seeks to put out there is that I'm a leader who doesn't carry the minority along. That is a narrative that I find quite unfair to put out there. If I did anything today against you, it is the way you conducted yourself in relation to the Speaker. No, on the issue of singing, all of us sang, both sides. I'm not raising issues about singing. I said, I'm not raising issues about singing. The issue that I raised and asked the Speaker to to rule on an issue of contempt and breach of privilege is your conduct here. It's not about engagement on the business of the House. When you say you don't have notice, you will only be able to make a case that you don't have notice if the order paper does not capture the item. Once the order paper captures the item, you have notice of the item. Mr. Speaker, he was the majority leader and leader of government business. He saw to the presentation of several budget statements. And you know that in every budget statement, when the Minister of Finance makes reference to bills, to regulations, to instruments, to amendments, to contracts, to repeals, immediately he finishes, we usually lay those ones. And we take them on a certificate of urgency. You know that.
That's when the engagement.
You've been in this house. You know. So why are you behaving as if this is the first time this is happening? When they are late, then when the Speaker refers it to committee, at the committee level, you will engage. That's how engagement takes place. But when bills, instruments, regulations, contracts, and etc., which were referred to in the policy statement of the finance minister, then the clerks, on their own, knowing that this is the procedure, go and print an order paper addendum and capture all those instruments. And Speaker, consistent with our practice, is now seeking to have us lay those instruments. And you rise up and he gives you indications that let me finish laying, I will recognize you. And you persist and clearly violate our rules. On a day when you know the whole world is focusing on us in this chamber, the sanctity of the image of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, I will not belabor the point. I will not belabor the point. We can take the third reading of the scholarship bill and we'll call it a day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, may we take the item on the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, and that I think is item 13 on the order paper. Item 13. Minister for Education. Move the motion for the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I beg to move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I put the question. And the question is that those in favor of the motion just moved by the Minister of Education, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the scholarship I've just been reminded that I've not declared the results. It means that the fatigue has set in. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to establish the Ghana Scholarship Authority to regulate the administration and award of government scholarships in a transparent and equitable manner and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025 duly read the third time and passed. You all heard the minister. He was so overwhelmed that he was overjoyed because he has struggled all these days to get this bill through. And so he didn't even know how to move the third reading. So he preceded it with a good laugh. Minister, thank you for the patience and all the tolerance. Please, I think that we need to do a few things. I have tried, and I want to appeal to leadership. I have tried to get us, in spite of our differences, to work together. I have organized a number of retreats for leaders, a number of opportunities, and leaders have always failed to turn up. I'm compelled to say this because those who are not aware think that I'm not making the effort. It's because we are different that we are sitting to the left and to the right. If we're not different, we'll be together at one place. And the arrangement of this chamber would have been different. That difference must be recognized and accepted. That is how we work together. That's how we were created. That's why you have parties. And that's why Ghanaians voted for you the way they voted. So please, let's accept each other and work together. You only do that when you are outside the floor. But when you come here, something else happens to you. That's why I was calling the pastors and the apostles to come here and then pray and bless this chamber. Maybe there's something inside here that I don't know. They should come and exorcise the evil spirit in the chamber. Because I deal with you people outside the chamber. And your attitude is very different. But when you are inside here, and something else, they say Beshi. Please, we can do better than this. I know your capacity, I know who you are, I know what you've been doing, but don't give this impression, because it will not be my nature to be applying the hammer, but if that is the last resort, so be it. And I told you, sooner than later, it will fall on hairs. I won't split your hairs, but you may not recover. Please, let's end it here, unless there's something urgent, and take it.
So, Speaker, yes, I think we have sat beyond 5 hours, so we're in your hands.
Well, honorable members, I will then proceed to adjourn the sitting to tomorrow. And the sitting is adjourned till 2 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, yes. No indication of a different timing. You want to sit earlier? Yes, please. Yes.
My friends opposite are proposing that we do 12 noon.
12 noon. Honorable members, sitting is adjourned to tomorrow at 12 noon. Sitting accordingly adjourned.
And the conference at 6 a.m.
Tomorrow 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Of Parliament, Speaker Bagbin has adjourned sitting of the House to 12 noon tomorrow. This was after members on the minority side requested for an earlier sitting date. Marham Ayariga, who is the majority leader in the House of Legislature, indicated that to the Speaker, and sitting will begin tomorrow, 12 noon. A lot of happenings today. It has been an eventful one, long hours. The Parliament of Ghana has sat for approximately 11 hours. Sitting began at about 11:30 this morning, and we are ending just about 9:30 p.m. Two matters has been considered by the House. First had to do with the approval of the CJ nominee of President John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, that is Justice Paul Bafo Boni. The consideration took a number of hours. It started from past 12 to somewhere about 4 p.m. 5 members from each side of the House spoke on the matter when the Appointments Committee chaired by the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Bernard Ahiafo, laid the report of the committee to the House. A lot of deliberations, but following a voice vote, the report was adopted, but the minority side was not happy and called for a head count. And following that head count, it was the approval of the House by a majority decision of 163 to 69 that CJ nominee Paul Bafo Boni be approved. That's the president's nominee, be approved as Chief Justice. Following that, Parliament took a recess and reconvened again for the 2026 budget presentation and economic policy of government led by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atuba-Force. In that particular presentation, we now have come to terms with the fact that government intends to spend 302 billion Ghana cedis in the ensuing year 2026, and they are looking to raise some 268.1 billion Ghana cedis in revenue. The target for government, largely when it comes to inflation, is to still stay within the targets band of the Bank of Ghana, between 8% plus or minus 2%. So single-digit inflation is what government is looking at in the ensuing year. Following that particular presentation, and after Speaker congratulated Dr. Kasiel Atuba-Force for that particular presentation, of course, both sides of the House had the opportunity to make some initial comments, the minority and in the majority. The minority lamented that the House was empty because no one had given any approval of the budget that was being presented. But of course, that was just on the minority side. Majority also had a different talk to say all about that particular comment made by the minority. But let's cross over to Parliament because the minority is engaging my colleague Ibrahim Al-Hassan and making a few comments.
And I do not see a clear government in helping create more jobs. Because as I told you, Ghana is an agro-based economy. Once the agricultural sector and that of the manufacturing sector is not seeing enough growth, you have a challenge. The services sector is choked, mainly based on import. So that one, you are not creating jobs there. Where you can create the real jobs is the manufacturing and the agricultural sector. And that we are not growing there, and that is a worry.
Finally, Kapo, he talked about the fact that the reduction in the VAT rate from 21% to 20% will give 6 billion Ghana cedis to the business community. That will be an avenue for job creation, wouldn't it?
The interesting thing about this budget is that I think the finance minister must also take his time and look at the broader themes. First, he talks about the fact that even apart from the VAT, he mentions about 3 billion cedis also being in the pocket of people because of the COVID-19 levy that has been scrapped. He celebrates the resilience of the city. He celebrates the stability of the economy. He celebrates the inflation rate coming down. But he fails to even tell us not a single item. Do you see a reduction of it in terms of the prices in the market? And that is a very serious matter, because you cannot tell me in one breath that the city is strong, inflation is down, but the cost of consumables, the cost of food, the cost of food items, the cost of the various staples has still not reduced.
He mentioned to
yes. In my constituency, I organize a few market monthly. And if you come there and tell them that the finance minister says that inflation is down, go to Malata Market, Okaishi, Abubluchi, Makola, and say because finance minister says inflation is down, it should trigger that reduction of all prices of these consumables and that of the commodities and the staples. They are going to chase you away. So there's a disconnect between the figures being presented by government and the actual situation on the ground. There is, because the size of Kinky, the size of the things that you buy, it is not seen in terms of its structure or size an increment. It's not. Its prices too not reducing. But you are celebrating the figures on the blackboard. So I have a difficulty.
He talked about.
So if it takes a while to transmit, then let the transmission take effect before you can celebrate it. Because nobody can convince me that the food that I have been buying has seen a significant reduction in prices. Nobody can do that.
He talked about the airport development fee that will be charged by Ghana Airport Company Limited. Do you think that is a levy that he has imposed directly?
Well, as I said, I want to be very, very careful. Take the budget he has presented. We are going to peruse it page by page, and also peruse that of the one he presented earlier this year. But I tell you what, the government say that they are going to create 800,000 jobs per the 2026 budget. 800,000 jobs. The finance minister goes further to say 490,000 out of these 800,000 jobs will be created through the big push construction project that will be undertaken. And brother, labor work, you are going to create 490,000 laborers. 6 months, 8 months. So that's what we are going to do. These are not real jobs. These are not sustainable jobs. So you are telling me that government's major policy, more than 2/3, will be to create laborers. When I pause to say a prayer, I'll say one for the finance minister and the budget.
That should be commended.
That's what I'm saying. That the COVID-19 that you say you have scrapped, we need to also see where the other revenue will come in to also cater for that revenue shortfall. It's not mere rhetoric. Government has listed so many items that they want to achieve, so many projects. And so people will then begin to ask, okay, it's good. I mean, for us, we celebrate. Let me commend him that he's taking off the COVID-19 levy. I hope you are not passing the back door with the introduction of the airport levy. That's another tax. So you are just robbing Peter to pay Paul. But what should also be of significant concern to the Ghanaian youth is a clear path towards employment opportunities and job creation. Once the youth are not seeing hope in that clear path, we are going to have a difficulty. And that's why able-bodied young men and women will wake up at dawn to go and queue, and many will go and will not come back, or some will go and will not come back. That definitely is not what our forefathers wished for.
The Accra Kumasi Expressway, is it a good idea?
That is still for next year. And government is saying, and I will repeat, they want to create 800,000 jobs next year per their budget. Out of that, they are telling you 490,000 out of the 800,000 jobs will be through labor work. Labor work, those who carry water, carry the pan, go and fetch sand. 490,000 out of it, because that's what they are telling you in the construction sector. You are not going to hire engineers 10,000. You are not going to hire civil engineers or geodetic engineers 20,000. So what they are telling you, that the jobs that they are going to create out of that 800,000, the 490,000 will be those in the sector of laborers for 6 months, 7 months, and they are back to the unemployment situation again. Government must create real jobs. And I was saying that what worries me is that the three sectors of the economy, that of the services, that of the manufacturing, and that of the agriculture. Agriculture creates jobs. That of the manufacturing sector creates jobs. The services sector is choked. You won't create jobs there because there is more of import and people consuming. But if you are talking about where you can create real jobs, government's priority should be in the area of agriculture, and that's of the manufacturing, because it's a whole value chain. And so I want the finance minister to look at this strategy again on job creation. That notwithstanding, the minority will do a very detailed analysis of the budget, and many of the things that were mentioned this evening were mentioned previously. And so we'll go back. This time, strangely, they didn't emphasize much on the 24-hour economy.
Some funding, some allocation
of how much? Well, the beginning of the year, they made allocation as well. So let's go in there. The devil is in the detail. They've given us in excess of over 300 pages to go and peruse. If they think we will not read, they will make a mistake. We are going to read, and we shall be back to with the appropriate answers. Thank you very much.
Right, so that is Samuel Uku, member of parliament for Ekropon, of course, in a sense, giving us the reaction of the minority as far as the budget presentation is concerned, and so basically, let me return to you in the studio, but the point must be made that in the presentation of the finance minister, a number of policy decisions and measures were announced, like I related to COVID-19 levy that has been an outstanding manifesto promise for the National Democratic Congress, has, per today's budget presentation, been scrapped. VAT rate, which stands at 21%, has been reduced to 20%. Of course, there's a mention of a levy that will be charged by Ghana Airport Company Limited. It's called Airport Development Levy. Of course, and then you also have a commitment that come next year, 10 Agenda 111 hospitals will be completed. 10 of them will be completed. There's also a promise to build about 200 basic schools and many other promises in the educational sector. The no fees stress policy is to be continued. Nurses and teacher training allowances will be continued as well as many other policy announcements that were made by the finance minister. The minority has signaled that come tomorrow, it will also deliver its own version of the 2026 budget, what to call the true state of the Ghanaian economy. And so we'll bring that to you as well. And back to you, it's been dragged and well drawn out budget presentation. I've been in Parliament for a while. I've never covered the budget presentation that travels this late in the night. But of course, Parliament set out to do two things today, and that is get the country as Chief Justice by way of approval by Parliament. Subsequently, the President will have to swear the nominee in, but of course, that equally took a lot of time. After that, the budget was presented. After the presentation of the budget, there were other revenue bills and other bills that the finance minister had to lay, which he did. There were some back and forth here and there, heated exchanges, and memorable among them will be a caution from the majority leader that the numbers on the side of the majority outnumber the side of the minority more than 2-1. So if the minority members make the mistake of disrespecting the speaker and then the maize, the majority side can match them 2 against 1 and still have excess members of parliament, right? At the point, Mahama Yarega sought to even refer the conduct of the minority to the Privileges Committee, because at the point when the minority leader, Kwame Afenyo-Markin, was on his feet seeking to catch the eye of the speaker, he was ignored. That did not go down well with his charges, who stood up and started singing for a while when these bills were being laid and referred to the various committees. The speaker maintained his calm and then sailed through. After the application by the majority leader, speaker once again gauged the mood and said no, he didn't want the day to end on a very sad note, and for that matter, the application for him to trigger the process for the minority members to be referred to the Privileges Committee will be deferred. At the appropriate time, he will institute measures that will ensure discipline from both sides. And so it's been a long day, and so let me say hi to my cameraman as well, Mohammed, the assistant, GHOne, who has been producing me as well, Charles as well, who has been helping with the production, right? It's been a draining one. And to you at home, who has been watching GHOne TV, listening to Star FM, listening to Empire FM and Ultimate FM as well, we say a goodbye and see you again.
That's my colleague Ibrahim Al-Hassan bringing us up to speed on happenings in Parliament. Indeed, it has been an eventful day. Just gone by was what he actually rightly mentioned, would want to take us an address from the minority. They've said that they will peruse every page, 304-page document. Samir Wukum, the Member of Parliament for Kropon, was responding to a number of issues. He made mention of the 24-hour economy. Government has made an allocation of 150 million Ghana cedis. He lamented the fact that government is not making enough investment into the agri sector. Well, in this budget, government is allocating some 4,400 machinery to the sector. They are also developing roads to ensure that much more that is needed to develop the sector is done. This has been our continuous coverage of the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of the government. We have been live on social media at GHOne TV. We have been coming to you here on GHOne TV, on Star 103.5 FM, on radio, and across all our affiliates in the country. If you missed anything today, what you need to welcome with is that we have a new CJ approved by Parliament in the person of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. In case you didn't know, Dr. Kasiel Atoba-Forson as well has presented a budget to the Parliament. And that particular budget has it that government intends to spend 302 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2026 as to raise 268.1 billion Ghana cedis in terms of revenue. 33 billion goes to the education sector. We do understand 1.1 billion will be used to phase out the double track system in the SHS free SHS program. So we do understand 30 billion goes to the Big Push program. In the coming days, do stay with us. We'll be perusing this budget as well as Parliament will be doing. My name is Emmanuel Jabin. We are grateful that you could join us throughout this broadcast. Grateful to my producers, Alex Bernes, Fred Dohom, as well to the directors, Eugene, Danny, as well to the sound guys, Father Bernard, as well to the cameraman, Bwedi in studio, helping us with the entire production. And to the team in the newsroom, Komlando Bon newsroom, and with the TV newsroom, we say thank you so much. We are saying that we are grateful that you could join us as well. If you are watching the screens, the lady who was behind the headlines that you could see on your screen there, lower third, that was Stella. As well as the editors in the newsroom, Bruno, as well as Isa, Nairiman, and all those who have been supporting this live broadcast. To our visual editor, graphics guy, AB, who helped us as well with our quote cards as well, the social media team led by Jean, as well as Prince ACN, and for all those who have supported this entire broadcast and to management, we say thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. This has been an exciting coverage here on GHOne TV. Bye-bye.